Welcome to the toss of the first encounter, 50-50 between West Indies A and South Africa A. We are at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. With us is match referee Mr. Carl Felix. We've also got the captain of South Africa A, Marcus Ackerman, and the captain of the West Indies A, Alec Atenas. Match referee, you've got the coin. Alec will spin. Tails is the call. And heads it is. So, Alec, you've won. What are you going to do?
We will have a bowl first.
A bowl first. Cloudy conditions, I guess you want to take advantage of the new ball.
Exactly that. Given in the past that the wicket, it seems to be a bit tacky up front. Just trying to make the best use of it in these conditions.
First 50-50, you would want to get a good start because we have two more to come.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's important that you get a good start. Nevertheless, if you don't get a good start, you still have time to catch up. But that is our aim.
Who's not playing from this squad?
Gillan Tyson is out and Jed Gooley is out.
Okay, thank you very much. All the best, Alec. All right, Marquez, what would you have done had you won the toss?
To be honest, I'm happy I lost the toss, to be fair. But we probably would have looked to bowl first as well. But seems a pretty good track, so we're not too upset that we're batting.
Okay, a bit of grass on it. You would have had a look at it. I guess your opportunity would come to take advantage of it, but you would want to put a good score on the total.
Yeah, definitely. I think good way to start off the series. Getting to bat first on this wicket and see how it plays. We've had a bit of prep on the side strips, and the wicket seemed pretty good for batting. So yeah, we're not really that upset.
Any news for the 11s? Who's not playing from the squad?
Not playing Rwanda Swart, Skalk Engelbrecht, Nkaba Peter, and Brunellitz Brian. That's the one. There's a lot of guys.
Okay, thank you very much. All the best. Go good. So that's the news from the toss. The West Indies A have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first.
And welcome all to the Darren Sammy Ground. It's very cool, but the good news is we've had no rain for the last 3 days. So the opening game of this A series between the West Indies A and South Africa is about to begin. The news from the middle, as you heard, that West Indies A Captain Atenas has won the toss and he has asked South Africa to bat. When Claudius Emmanuel joins us, he will have the lineup for South Africa A, but we can tell you that Roland Cox, our analyst, has confirmed that Tyson, Pear and Gooley are the ones who have been left out. So again, we repeat in case you have just joined us, and wherever you are in the Caribbean, good evening to the loisterers in South Africa. It's about just after 8 o'clock in South Africa. Good evening. And we can again tell you that conditions are excellent, very overcast, and we're getting the names that have been left out. Okay, so opening batting for South Africa is Rivaldo Monsami, and Zikowani. Monsami, of course, is a name very well known in the Caribbean. There was a very attacking batsman, Sonny Monsami, who played for British Guyana in the colonial days. So Thomas is going to start from the commentary box end. That's wayward, half stopped by the keeper. And South Africa is off and running. So 3 on the board without loss. And again, we repeat, good evening to all in South Africa. Good evening, good afternoon to all in the Caribbean. We hope that the rain has held up, as it's been without any rain for 3 days in St. Lucia, outside the off stump. Good carry to the keeper. West Indies in their maroon, and the South Africans, as you can well see, strong green with a touch of gold. Nice blend. We've got a couple of tourists in, got a couple of spectators in. Thomas down the wrong line. They're running hard for the second. So Thomas in the first over moves to 5 without loss. And let me introduce a man who is playing a lot of cricket for the last couple of days, Dwight Thomas. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Reds. Good afternoon to our listeners and viewers out there. Yes, definitely been playing cricket, but more or less, I could say we've been fighting with the weather.
Fighting with the weather. Yes, there was a 5-over game hit.
Correct.
We'll come back to that, Thomas. That certainly dipped a lot. It seemed like it would be almost a full toss, Dwight, but it certainly dipped. And I think we had a situation. Batsman got it in the back of the bat. That was a very difficult, and really got up sharply.
Yeah, good way for O'Shane Thomas to end the first over, like you said. From what we've seen from his first over so far, there definitely seems to be carry on this Darren Sammy wicket, despite the rain that we've had for the last week and a half or so.
So Thomas, no doubt, happy to be back into the frame, so to speak. And I think the physio is coming out that might have taken him on the glove. Sharp, getting some attention. We are slightly blocked by a number of players, but I would think that maybe on the bottom hand.
Yeah, well controlled in the end. Very good delivery by O'Shane Thomas. Testing, lifting delivery, but well negotiated. But like you said, it just came off for his bottom hand, and the physio has come out to administer some treatment.
Well, when the two teams arrived, it was very rainy in St. Lucia, but the rain gods have been good, and the teams have been able to practice at least on 2 occasions, so that they've had the nets available, and that they've also been working out in the outfield of the Darren Sammy. So all seems to be well, and Thomas is going to continue this over. 5 without loss. Much better length.
Yeah, right in behind that again. That one just again not as bouncy, didn't bounce as much as the previous one, but again very good technique, well controlled, right in behind.
And again we repeat that the West Indies have left out Tyson, Pear, and Cooley. They've been out 2 bowlers in Tyson and Pear. There's 2 slips, there's no gully. Over ending with a slow delivery and playing with slightly hard hands. Outfield looks in perfect conditions. And I would think it's a good toss for the West Indies A team to have.
Yeah, definitely. With all the rain that we've made mention of over the last week and a half or so, there's definitely going to be some moisture in that wicket. And I think that's the whole reasoning behind Alec Atton's decision to bowl first. He's going to be hoping to get a couple early wickets and make use of the moisture in the wicket.
So, Sikowani and Munsami starting for South Africa A. The South African information on the Darren Sammy, it's quite up to date because they played here in the World Cup, and some members of the backroom staff was in fact in St. Lucia. I think they have a high respect for the quality of the batting conditions and the ground in general. So Blades is going to start from the top end, from the pavilion end. The Kaimajian, Blades left arm. Good delivery, squared him up a bit. Early days yet. An important game, Dwight, for just about every member of the A side on both sides.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for them to put their hands up for senior call-up. Jedediah Blades, like you just said, he has tasted international cricket, did play that one-day international for West Indies, went wicketless, so I'm sure he's going to be looking to regain selection onto the West Indies senior team.
Antonell still no gully, 2 slips. Just down the wrong line. And of course the 50 over version, I mean, Ken Crafton has taken off a great deal of the grass I saw 3 days ago.
Yeah, definitely it being a 50 over game, I think we want a really good contest between both bat and ball.
Yes, we'll probably see a lot more grass for the 2 4-day matches. Right on the body, and then have the angle to put it away. It's very quiet. Wind up, not a strong wind, but blowing in the right direction. The South Africa flag, the West Indies board flag, and the St. Lucia national flag. We just want to say good afternoon to all members of the West Indies board and all members of the South African board, as Blades is on his way. Tucked away. And 2 more important runs to South Africa as they try to set up a pretty good opening stand. Ireland, of course, who beat the West Indies, had an opening stand of well over 100.
Yeah, especially in these conditions, Reds, and a good opening partnership really sets the base for a really big score.
Yes. Yeah, and they pushed on to well over 300, but I don't want to comment on the West Indies attack. It's only the first game. That's caught, yes, that's slip. Left arm moving away, pushed it, took the outside edge. It was a good low catch, very good low catch, and Kevin Anderson picking up very nicely. He has done a lot of good work for Guyana in the slip area, and quite competent as he took that.
Yeah, very good delivery from Blades. If we look at previously, 2 of the 3 deliveries that he's bowled so far did come back in, and that one just held its line across the right-hander and looking to play that big booming drive. So very good wicket to get, and like you said, very safe catch by Kevlon Anderson at first slip.
So South Africa A are 9 for 1. Again, we welcome you to the broadcast from the Darren Sammy, the West Indies A versus South Africa A. Good evening to our listeners in South Africa, our viewers in South Africa, and welcome to all our viewers wherever you are. I think I just got an email from Tony McQuat, who's listening in, I think in Toronto, or in Greater Toronto. And again, we say welcome to all listeners. So a good start, no doubt, by the West Indies, eh?
Yeah, very good start. Having won the toss and deciding to bowl first. We definitely want to get early wickets, and Blades has done that for his captain. The new batsman is
Jordan Herman, and a left-hander himself. So Munsami and Sanokawanda open. They have lost the first wicket. 9 runs on the board. Munsami 1. Herman in strike. Cuts it away nicely. First boundary of the morning, Dwight.
What a fantastic shot. What an introduction. He's just walked out for his first delivery. Not the best of deliveries by Jedediah Blades, but put away in confident fashion by Jordan Herman.
Yes. I think basically the batting conditions, maybe despite the overcast conditions, maybe favoring the batting side.
Yeah, definitely, especially the wicket hitter, Darren Sammy. More often than not, especially in the 50-over games, we've seen some quite big scores.
But the bowlers should get some sideways movement, some swing. Blades, right on target. Herman's got a big number, 76 on his back. And Munsami, Rivaldo Munsami, his mother must have been a football fan.
Yeah, it's a very good second over there by Jedediah Blades Reds. It's now 13 for 1. Very good start by the West Indies bowlers. But nonetheless, the South Africans are still going at 6.5 and over, despite having lost an early wicket.
So Thomas to continue the attack for the young West Indians, 13 for 1. There'll be, of course, a rest day tomorrow, and then the two teams will meet again on Friday, and then on Sunday, and then a break for the 2 4-day test matches. And that's a very loose shot. As he played the shot, that ball was still, in fact, rising.
Yeah, very good delivery by Oshane Thomas. Some pace and bounce on offer, but a bit too loose there from the opening batsman.
Yes, my first look at Thomas was in a CPL game where he, in fact, delivered a perfect ball to bowler Chris Gale. And that's again delivery that asks a few questions to the batsman, and it was right into the chest area. He went back, handled it well in every circumstance.
Yeah, if you really want to bowl a short ball, you want to bowl it at the body, and Oshane Thomas definitely did that. But like you said, very well handled by Herman, right in behind that one. Maybe it's a case that maybe they should get a short leg in, Reds, considering the amount of short deliveries we've seen from Oshane Thomas.
Very good point, Dwight. I mentioned that we've had no gully, but definitely forward short leg city point. Thomas, no sun, overcast, but the weather holds. No pressure on the batsman there outside the off stump. We are blessed with the new scoreboard, which of course was put up for the World Cup. It has all of the information, and we have the excellent, skillful Roland Cox in our box in case we need any further information. Lots of cricket being played throughout the world, really. West Indies women are playing against England. They haven't done all that well at the start. Matthews is still there. That delivery, that flirting, maybe looking for a little bit of an uppercut. But best to be left alone early in your knock.
Yeah, considering he's only faced the, 9 few deliveries that he's faced so far. He's maybe better off, like you said, letting down, but he felt like that was a scoring opportunity. That one was well wide outside the off stump, and had he gotten any bat on that, that could have flown over the third man region.
West Indies women are 112 for 6 in case you haven't got the information. That's cut away nicely. Good firm bottom hand, good power, good timing, short outside the off stump, and nothing uncertain about that shot. It really sped away very quickly down to backward point.
Yeah, short and wide there from O'Shane Thomas, and this time much better control being shown by Munsami. Didn't necessarily look for power on that occasion, more timing and placement, and he gets his first boundary of the inning.
South Africa a 1 for 17. South Africa A. Still no gully. The backward point has gone much further back. We'll give you some details on the West Indies women. They play England. Joseph 2. Matthews not out 79 off 54. James 2. Grimman 4. Gajnami 11. Allen 2. Glasgow 4. Mangru is not out 10. West Indies are 117 for 6. South Africa, good delivery. Not trying to bowl too fast, for good length. And dot ball, recorded by Roland Cox. 17 for 1. And Thomas warming up nicely from the commentary box end.
Yeah, there's definitely bounce on offer for him, but I don't want to necessarily see him get carried away. I think so far in this innings, the last delivery was an excellent delivery. That one was the first real full delivery that he's bowled, and he did get the batsman to square up a bit. So definitely just pitch it up a bit more on the occasional bouncer, but so far a really good start from the two opening bowlers.
So Herman and Munsami at the wicket now. Munsami on 3. Munsami on 5. Herman on 4, correction. And Blades, right on target, can only play defensively. He didn't have room to look to play an attacking shot off the front foot, and it wasn't short enough for him to sort of whip it away. Outfield white looks nice and green. It might be on the slow slide for the first maybe an hour or so before the wind picks up.
Yeah, until the wind really dries out, there should be still some moisture left on the outfield.
Blades from the far end. Good length. The early indications that Jordan Herman is a pretty solid left-hander with shots.
Yeah, he looks good. And usually the left-handers are very strong for the backward point area, and if you recall, his first scoring shot was a fantastic square cut through the backward point area.
1 for 17. Good afternoon to all in the Caribbean. Good evening to all in South Africa. And wherever you are in the world. Blades with the scalp under his belt takes the edge and has picked up his second scalp, or it's been turned down. Well, they were certainly very confident, and if I can just simply judge from the body language, they thought that they might have been an edge, but the umpire decided that there was no edge. Dwight.
Yeah, very confident appeal as we watched that on replay. By the looks of it, it maybe just came off the fire guard, but very confident appeal. Jedediah Blades really thought he had him out. Wasn't even really appealing, more so was celebrating, but the umpire had other ideas.
Yes. Sometimes you can be fooled by the body language, but the umpire was very certain that there was no contact with the edge. Herman just trying to settle once more. Just played with the line.
Yeah.
And rotation with the strike. And I suppose when you're starting to build a partnership, it's good to the strike is turned over very often.
Yeah, especially in this format of the game, it's not always about hitting boundaries. Rotation of the strike and good running between the wickets is very essential to building a good partnership.
So, Rivaldo Munsami. Big number 88 in the back. There are some numbers which are given, some numbers are chosen. I suppose some players might ask for a specific number. Blades losing his rhythm and deciding, well, I don't want to be overstepping, because after you overstep, there is a free hit.
Yes, as they say, a cardinal sin in this format of cricket.
18 for 1. The sun has totally disappeared today, but the weather has been humid, but no rain. And had to hustle into the back foot shot. The ball came on to him, but still he had control on it.
Yeah, well controlled. Just played that one down to third man for an easy single. But so far, these two batsmen, since the loss of the first wicket, they've looked really comfortable, I would say, and untroubled, with the exception of that big appeal 2 or 3 deliveries ago.
A couple more tourists have come in. I think that there's been some effort to contact the hotel associations to let them know. Again, just steering it down on the angle. Very control shot. So 20 for 1, 20 for 1. And the early loss, Sinawani, caught by Anderson, a pretty sharp catch off the bowling of Blades.
Yeah, very good delivery from Blades, an excellent catch from Anderson. But Jedediah Blades has really been in the wickets as of late. He was part of the inaugural breakout league and was second in terms of wickets tally with 10. And even in the last Super 50, he was among the top 5 with 14. So he's definitely been among the wickets, and he's continued that here today.
Yes. Thomas will continue. I think they probably looked at the track in South Africa, West Indies, and decided that they'll leave out one spinner, one fast bowler.
Yeah.
Cramped off the back foot. And rehearses the shot once more. You've been playing in the local equivalent of the CPL, which is, of course, the SPL here. Your side has done well?
We ended up at the bottom of the table, Reds, so it could not have gone worse, let's put it that way.
And you were pretty confident that y'all would do well. That, shall we look for the single? It was not on. You might say the weather interfered, did it?
It's just one of those seasons, I guess, because the 2 teams that played the final last year of this competition were the 2 teams that finished 7th and 8th this year. So how things have changed in a year.
So we've had a changing of the guard.
Yep.
And if I don't want to embarrass you, you got any runs?
I think a couple half centuries.
Sound pleased.
Not necessarily. I think the team position is more important than individually.
Well said, Thomas. Good line. Not allowing any real thoughts of looking to play an attacking shot. So again, we welcome all. We'll keep updating you on the score. And just had an email from Roland Butcher all the way from England. And of course, he's launched his book in the Caribbean, launched a big launch in Trinidad, and now doing very well from all reports in the UK. That's a delivery that he could have easily been turning and heading in the wrong direction for him.
Yeah, I think that one was really wide outside the stomach. He felt like that was a scoring opportunity as we look at it on the replay. Yeah, that one just left him. But I would feel like as a batsman, you would have missed out there because a lot of width was given and he missed out on that opportunity, that scoring opportunity.
West Indies are 134 for 7. And Hilly Matthews is 89 not out. South Africa here 20 for 1. West Indies played their opening game today. They left very early to try and acclimatize in the Irish weather. But it early days yet. Captain Shai Hope was saying that they definitely have got to improve in many departments. The bowling didn't seem to have that kind of penetration. There was no, batting was just two people, Chase and Ford, tucked in the onside. So Thomas took some cleaning his spell. Thomas, 3 of us done for 9, and Blades 1 for 11 and 2, 1 for 11 off 2. I think both would be quite happy.
Yeah, very disciplined start by the 2 opening bowlers from the West Indies. Despite the fact that Shane Thomas hasn't taken a wicket as yet, his last over was a very, very good testing over. He did put the ball in the right areas. So very good start. Again, having won the toss, they would have wanted something similar.
So Blades will continue. 1 for 11. He's picked just to start his 3rd over. Left arm. Oh, it was good to see a left armer call from Canada that I could not answer. And that's played quietly out in the offside. But a lot of people are following cricket these days. Follow on the Cricket Info, following all the streaming, and it's readily available. Totally different from my time as a young man, where you had to be looking. You had to be looking at the BBC constantly to get scores, and we're waiting for Sports Roundup. We're waiting for Blades. That's slightly miscued. $20 for 1. In case you have just joined us, South Africa A, Atenez, the captain, who's of course has had quite a lot of experience at the West Indies senior level. He won the toss and inserted South Africa. 5.2 overs have gone so far. So the early sparrings have gone towards West Indies A. South Africa are trying to rebuild with a partnership here. That's well stopped. That was pretty well hit. And it was traveling. And backward point, excellent movement to his right, very athletic.
Yeah, Daryl Cyrus definitely saved 4 there. Blade short wide. Munsami, very good shot, just not able to find the gap. But excellent fielding by Cyrus at backward point.
Yes. And the man most of all in the West Indies maroon will appreciate that is the bowler himself. The bowler will suffer great pain when there's a misfield, but he will really appreciate a great effort. Right on target. It's not there for the drive. He came forward. I was saying the hotel associations were contacted. Every hotel was told that there is cricket. But the early fear was the weather. But if you can pass it on to whoever you're close to, there's cricket at the Darren Sammy. South Africa A at 20 for 1. Blades 2.4 overs, 1 for 11. Squatted away to cover. Some people in the main seating area above the players' pavilion. There's some in front of the press box stand. I suppose by about 3-4 o'clock we'll probably have an improvement. That's hit in the air for a while, but it didn't really carry. And all the cover dived across goalkeeper fashion. He couldn't stop it. So important runs for South Africa A as they move up 24 for 1. 24 for 1. Munsami going nicely into double figures.
Yeah, good way to end the 6 over. Munsami on that occasion, just driving that one through the mid-off area. Kadim Allen would have expected to do a lot better on that occasion. But the score now moves on to 24 for 1, which represents a really good start by the South Africans given the conditions that we have.
Yes, they had lost that early wicket, but obviously both sides trying to start well. Both sides will like to have a victory at the end of the day. Well, that will depend on the team performance all round. Thomas, big and burly, like a heavyweight boxer, comes up and just back of a length, but not short enough for him to look to play an attacking shot. He was guiding it that way. So back to the local CPL final. It's set for Sunday.
Yes, Sunday afternoon at 3 between the Grizzly Knights and the South Castries team.
Okay. Anyone's fancy to win, or it's an open final?
I think favorites would say Grizzly Knights, given they have the full complement of players, unlike the South Castries team.
Cut away and cut away well. He didn't have a lot of room, but he timed it very well. Hit it nicely off the back foot. So the runs are flowing at the Darren Sammy at 28 for 1. Two batsmen just chatting for a moment. But it wasn't all that short, but he played it very well.
Yeah, that's a sign of a really good batsman. Like you said, that one wasn't that short or that wide, and he actually just punched that one off the back foot. So Herman is coming and he looks really good so far.
Herman has moved to 10, so is Munsami. And South Africa inserted a 1 for 28. Again, well, I think that was a gift. Really short and just under shoulder height and beautifully put away. He looks that he can go on, but you never know. As he moves to 14, partnerships can be broken very quickly and very early. 1 for 32.
Yeah, O'Shane Thomas so far in the spell has been guilty, I would say, of maybe bowling too short. If you look at the amount of deliveries that he's bowled that would miss the stump, 90% of the deliveries would probably miss the stump. So maybe he has to get a foot or two fuller. But again, Herman looks really good and very strong for that backward point area.
Yes. A little bit of moisture in the ball. Getting support with a towel. But I don't believe there was any real ground moisture because I came yesterday and the ground was very, very dry. It's pulled away and there's more runs which wouldn't go into the boundary of square leg. Short and cramping him slightly. He got a bit of bat onto it, but didn't have the full stroke totally completed.
Yeah, he wasn't in full control of that one. That one was shorter, but at the body on that occasion. But there was no square leg, so he was able to get two quite comfortably in the end.
Herman 16. Just a hello from Sean Devers in Guyana. Hope you're well, Sean. Solitary slip now. Got a little more defensive. A little unsure of what exactly to do. He just pushed forward. But straight away we've seen the second slip go. There was never a gully and no thoughts of a forward short leg.
Yeah, a bit more defensive now, given Herman has now moved on to 16 of 18, a partnership of 25 to 31. So Alec Atton is a bit on the defense right now.
Thomas again trying to use the towel to get the moisture off. And that ball picks up the moisture, gets like a bar of soap. Cut away and off the back foot. That almost carried it. And the umpire just waiting to confirm, and confirms it did go over the rope. Well, Thomas cannot be happy as he bends over. It was short outside the off stump, had width, and very, very quickly the left-hander hit it, and hit it hard enough off the back foot to clear the a straight extra cover boundary.
Yeah, very good looking shot there. Again, O'Shane Thomas, too short, too wide, and Herman played a fantastic shot well over the inner circle, and that actually went for 6. So very good shot and very expensive over by O'Shane Thomas.
As Herman races up to 20, Munsami is 10. And South Africa, who had lost an early wicket, 38 for 1. Herman 20, Munsami 10. And it's going to be Blaze to continue. South Africa, of course, has just named their side in the World Championships. So these are the players of the future given an opportunity here. That's a good delivery which came back, but probably hit outside off.
Yeah, that one came back in sharply, but even height would have been questioned as well. But very good delivery nonetheless by Jedediah Blades.
Yes. He's looked quite impressive. 3.1 overs, 1 for 15. 38 for 1. And they're saying South Africa played here in the World Cup, so their backroom staff will have a lot of information about batting conditions. That is again going for, as they say, in another shorter format for the maximum. Short outside the left shoulder and pick it up nicely. Good timing and clearing the boundary as Herman races the total up to 44 for 1, Dwight.
Yeah, Blades doesn't have the sort of pace to maybe bowl that length. But on that occasion, Munsami was very quick on that and deposited that one over the deep backward square for 6 against the breeze. So very good shot.
1 for 44. Munsami is 16. He came in, he opened, he joined by Herman, who's on 29. Nicely cut away. And the runs are flowing here to Darren Sammy on a very overcast day. But we keep our fingers crossed that the rain gods will be with us. In the meantime, South Africa making hay, 48 for 1. Lovely shot off the back foot.
Yeah, another very good shot. Again, guilty of bowling a bit short and giving a bit too much weight for that occasion. What we've seen so far, Reds, from the West Indies bowlers, a lot of the boundary scoring opportunities for the South Africans have actually come from off the back foot, whether it be pulling or cutting. So that would mean that they've maybe bowled a bit too short so far with the new ball.
So, feel, well, there's no real major change, just a solitary slip. Blaze comes in, that's not time, no ball called. So, overstepping. Seems to be an adjustment. Discussion with Atenez. Of course, you can only have 2 out for the first 10 overs, so they can't really place the backward point or have somebody sweeping.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't run a single, he couldn't really make any changes.
That is going to be caught, and but it's caught after a no ball. That really, especially the bowler, feel, I got badly done.
Yeah, Munsami not able to capitalize on the free hit on that occasion, so he would be disappointed if that.
He was slightly cramped, choked up. It really made height into the chest area. 49 for 1. Lovely spanking scoreboard, which probably is around just about everywhere now in the Caribbean. Off the back foot. Jamaica, we are told, just about completing their new scoreboard at Sabina Park. They are going to entertain West Indies Australia in a day and nighter. This, of course, should have started this morning at 10, but the West Indies board bought some time. I thought it was good moving to a day and nighter. I can only describe that as a swat.
Almost like something that you'd see on a tennis court and not necessarily a cricket field.
Yes, but it did no harm. It did no harm to the bowler. It didn't advance the scoring, so it's 49 for 1. We've had now 8 overs bowled. Thomas 4 for 23. And Blade slightly roughed up in the last over or so. 1 for 26 or 4. The West Indies, of course, leaving out Carey Pear, who had a really impressive 2025. And also leaving out Tyson, who played here against the Barbados team, and Leewards.
Yeah, that's maybe a bit surprising given that he's played a couple games here. And he did take a 5-wicket hauler right here against the Leewards. So he's quite familiar with the conditions here at the Darren Sammy, and he's had success here as well.
So we have a bowling change. Mindley, who of course had an opportunity to play in South Africa, but shortly after the game started, pulled up with injury.
Yeah, he has actually been in the senior setup.
Comes around the wicket. So he replaces Thomas. J.A. for J.A. So have to step into the shoes. Let's look at the field placing. Anderson is very deep, almost at the second slip. Third man, backward point cover, extra cover. Mid off, mid on, square leg, fine leg. Hitting with some luck there over the top, but not well timed and still enough on it to go into the boundary with extra cover. But aggression is definitely on the front burner for South Africa as they move up to 53 for 1. 53 for 1. And Munsami now closing in on Herman. He moves to 20.
Yeah, this time Herman just taking a step down at Minley and hitting that one over extra cover for 4. From the get-go, his first delivery, he did that very good spanking cut shot. So he's been a very aggressive from the onset. And he's gone into 24 so far of only the 21 deliveries.
Yes. 24 of 21. Athens conceding the close-in extra cover. He's not right back in the rope, but he's just a couple of yards from it. As the field gets a little more defensively, they like to break this partnership. And that certainly came back off the seam, kept it a little low.
Yeah, good delivery from Minley. That one came back in. Herman maybe on that occasion looking to run that one down to third man. It's a good comeback there from Minley. Inside edge that could have gone anywhere.
Yes, the West Indies selection giving many players an opportunity to play in the 3 ODIs and then of course the 2 4-day games. Everybody's on trial, so to speak. One name I was a little surprised that didn't get into the mix was Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, given the way he batted in the first class season. And a good thing, Coxie just said that as well. I was also surprised Joshua Bishop, given what he's done for the academy over the last couple of seasons, did not get a call up to any one of those teams.
Yes. It's good to have this kind of a discussion. Nobody's attacking any selection. It's just that there are other thoughts. But we welcome and congratulate all who are here for the West Indies A and for South Africa. As Minley run away from us, That's half stop. There's one South African player yet to arrive in St. Lucia, playing in the IPL.
Oh. Pretorius.
Pretorius, yes. Luhandri Pretorius. Dribbling out square. So there's an addition we can look forward to, because he had to be good enough to have picked up a contract, White.
Yeah, the fact that he's playing the IPL, one of the toughest leagues, means he has some pedigree and he has some ability.
Yes. Push back, which of course a little bit of disruption to other teams. For example, Rutherford and Shepherd still there. We saw Joseph appearing today in Ireland. So 2 are left there from the original selection. So the water has come out, and it's not the water cart anymore. 54 for 1, in case you have just joined us. Munsami on 20, Herman on 25. And it's going to be Kadeem Allen into the attack. So let's do justice to Blaze. 4 of us, 1 for 28. Your assessment of the young man?
Yeah, he bowled well in his first 3 overs. Just the last over, he did go for a few boundaries. He did get the ball to move, and essentially he did take the opening wicket. So decent spell by Blades.
So Allen, a bit of an all-rounder, KD Allen, and bowling about medium seam. That's too short and nicely timed off the back foot, running away. Although there's a little bit of maybe slight moisture remaining, the ball is in fact flowing nicely off the bat.
Yeah, definitely. And again, very well controlled. If you look at it, right, he didn't necessarily go for power, just well controlled and found the gap, and very good shot. And Herman continues to look really good. He's moved on to 29 so far.
Yes, 29. Roland Cox tells us he's had, 26 deliveries? So a good recovery. Ideally, you're looking for close to 300 in a 50 over ODI.
Yeah, and based on the way they're going right now, they're well on course to do so if they could continue.
Just changing the line and tucked away on the onside. So both players, Herman and Munsami, will be happy with their start, but still a very long way to go. Both men, they haven't done enough.
Yeah, the fact that they've gotten stats, they've gotten familiar with the conditions out there. I think the entire South Africa camp would be hoping that both these batsmen could push on to get big scores.
Yes. So we have cricket here. Cricket is coming up in Antigua. I think they have the Leeward Championships. Teams are being named. Alin. Forcing him to take away the bottom hand. 50 of 47 when it came up. 59 for 1. 9.3 overs bowled. So we've had a double change. Alin and Mindley. Getting off the toes there and just caressing it. Rotate the strike.
Yeah, good rotation of the strike there by Munsami. He puts Jordan Herman, the more aggressive so far, back on strike.
We'll try and update you on the West Indies women in case you are not in touch. Matthews looking to get 100. Tilly if she did. Yes, she did. 100 off 67 balls to the minute. Into the line. Just outside like some. Pitched up. Turned away. Let's tell you, Matthews 100 out of 146 for 7. He's got to be one of the top players worldwide. But a side without Dotton and without Henry, which is a major loss. So young players need to step up. No difficulty in picking up a single as the over it ended at 60 for 1. Mainly is at 1 over none for 5, and Allen, who according to the board is going to open the innings with Athens.
Yeah, when he plays, he does. He is actually an opening batsman.
So, a genuine all-rounder, one who can open the bowling and open the batting. So Midley probing away outside the off stump. That canal of danger if you go fishing. But not interested, Herman. Can describe it as a defensive delivery.
Yeah, one of the few full deliveries that we've seen, but good delivery there by Mindley.
1 for 61. Looking for the second. Good running. Herman quick-footed. Not just he's powerful in the shots. The footwork is good.
Yeah, that's excellent running. Excellent running, Reds. They turned 1 into 2 there quite comfortably.
So again, we say good afternoon to all in the Caribbean. Good evening to all in South Africa. Just getting past maybe the 9 p.m. Encouraged by the start to stay with us. And that's driven nicely but straight to cover. Extra cover moved in to a more attacking position. He's in a catching position just off the square.
Yeah, given the feel that Alec Athens had, it looks like the plan is to maybe bowl a little full outside the off stump, force him to drive. Because Alec himself has put himself in a catching position.
Slightly choked up off the back foot, but still in the position to play it nicely out to the man at the deep cover position. So the strike being shared nicely. Everybody is being kept into the game. Number of changes in the field, Dwight. We see a sweeper on the cover boundary. We have what, a forward square leg on the boundary. Third man. Fine leg. That's to complete the adjustment. Munsami looking for a single which is not supported by his partner. Where are you going?
Yeah, Herman rightfully sent him back. That would have been suicidal then.
Yes, it's amazing. It's amazing. So this is the new crop of South Africa A here in the Caribbean. There's a number of promising players who went to New Zealand and now in the World Cup squad for the final. And opportunities here for young men of both on the West Indies A and South Africa. And again, we say special good evening to the South African Cricket Board and the West Indies Executive Board. Yep, we did tell you we have some spectators. That's just 4 of a possible, I will say, I think I'm pushing the envelope if I say we have 50 plus.
50, yes, you are.
I'm pushing the
Yes, you
envelope. Okay. But there's a huge area that we cannot see, Dwight. So I'm catering for that. Once you're offline, you can expect that somebody's going to tuck you away.
Yeah, and what Herman has shown so far, he's been able to score off both sides of the ground. He's been able to, when it's straight, play it on the onside. When it's wide outside, there was some hit for backward point. So that's a sign, like I said, of a really good batsman.
And in a nice high action, good shoulders.
Yeah, very big, strapping. Given the height that he has and the size, the shoulders that he has, you'd think that he would be bowling a bit quicker. But if anything, he's bowling medium pace.
Well, there are many of big men sometimes who only bowl medium pace. Maybe not collapsing the knee, as they say, too early. And that hits Musami in the midriff like a boxer getting a left hook into the midriff.
Yeah, we were just talking about his pace, and on that occasion he got down to bounce a bit extra on Munsami. He's still down. Oh, he's up now.
So all seemed well. He's recovered, a couple of deep breaths, some movement of the midsection as he skipped around, looking to drive. And just for a moment, maybe Alan thought he was through. But
Yeah.
he got enough bat onto it, low in the bat.
Yeah, it was maybe a bit late on that one, but very good, very well played in the end.
The housing community around the Darren Sammy is growing. There's a lovely spot that somebody has picked that they can virtually come out on the balcony and watch the game. Changing the line into the leg stump. But this ground does have a little resemblance of the ground in Cape Town, where you have a lot of high mountainous areas around it. And the Darren Sammy is almost in an amphitheater. Green with the rains of the last week. Well, Monzami might have felt he missed out there.
Yeah, based on his reaction, he's very disappointed to have picked out Daryl Cyrus at the backward point region. Either side of him, that could have easily been another boundary for Munsami.
So 65 for 1. So the early sparring has gone very much to South Africa A. Yesterday was the birthday of Derek Murray. I think was the birthday of Warwickon. I think many years ago, I remember the late great Lindy Della Penna. I might have been born on May the 20th, if my memory serves me. And I think the high respected Phil Spooner, he celebrated a birthday. Well celebrated too. Very quiet. Not a lot is happening in terms of a lot of incidents, and we had one confident appeal turned down, but just maybe one.
Yeah, this pair, they've looked really on trouble for the most part and scoring quite easily as well.
Mindy once more. And again, a little hesitation of the single. Umpire just having a word. Not an ability to lip read, but what he said was maybe just necessary to be said. There's no slip, no gully. Just back of a length. For listeners, viewers who have just joined us, Athens won the toss and decided to send in South Africa. See what they can offer. And apart from the early loss, they have offered quite impressively, these two. Good length, not allowing the drive.
So far, both Minley and Allen, they've actually brought down the scoring rate. Previously, they were going well over 6, and right now it's only 5.1. So very good from this pair so far.
There's more cricket coming up in a couple of weeks. The Dream 11.
Yeah, the Dream 11 T10 Blast, scheduled for June 22nd.
At the Meadowfield Park, and that's pushed past the bowler, and a little collision almost between the bowler and the batsman running from the non-striker's end. But all ends well. No one's hurt. The striker's rotated once more. You haven't got a contract to play in that yet.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I did get drafted by the Anola Heritage team, captained by Johnson Charles, so I'll definitely be part of that Dream 11 T10 Blast.
You know, people from the tax department listen to cricket. So, get your accountant. Get your accountant. That flick to, oh, wow. Well, that's the kind of a Gordon Greenwich shot. Just flicked away, tremendous power and timing, high over forward boundary area. Really impressive. The score rocks up to 72 for 1.
Yeah, Munsami on that occasion just took a step across to the offside and flicked that one well into the Johnson Charles stand. That's definitely the shot of the morning that we've seen so far. What a statement that made.
Well, you have to remember the names, as Ian Bishop once said, remember the name. Well, we have names to remember from both sides, because in the years to come, people who are here in St. Lucia might be making the headlines. Yes, I was saying just now, this ground reminds me of Newlands. Very pretty. A lot of housing around. Allen. Almost through. He's starting to react to delivery, which he thought might have brought a scalp.
Yeah, Allen seems a very excitable character. Every time he brings the ball up, it's almost like he's hoping or expecting a wicket.
Yes. Lots of different grounds in the Caribbean. The Arnesvale, with all the grenadines in the background. Beautiful scenery. One more to the total. The ARG was in the heart of St. John's, Antigua. You had the city around. Border was in the heart of Georgetown, which now has moved up to Providence, which was once Old Cane, now a lovely ground. That is pretty good shot, and maybe a little bit of a limp coming from the man at mid-on. As if he might have just jarred the angle. Seemed to be stepping lightly.
Yeah, Jedediah Blades, good fielding. Munsami would have felt like he missed out on that. That was actually a full toss. But excellent fielding there by Jedediah Blades.
That almost got through. But good effort. Fielding is very, very important in the shorter format. Fielding is important in every aspect of cricket. The 1975 World Cup team is to be celebrated just before the Barbados Test starts. And the feeling that day of the highest order. One Vivian Richards, now Sir Vivian Richards, was brilliant at cover, as all Australians will remember in the World Cup. And there's a special program being done by Fazir Mohammed and Latas Lagbar out of Trinidad, where they are focusing towards the anniversary of the celebration at Kensington, and they are doing some great stuff on the players who made up the West Indies team. Cut away quickly, and that made Thomas was on the hustle, had to get down on the knees.
Yeah, excellent there from the big man for a moment there, but he wouldn't have gotten there. But he got down in the end. An excellent fielding there.
So, two of that great winning side of the Prudential Cup in '75, the late Keith Boyce and the late Roy Fredericks, have moved on. Lovely shot. They'll have enough legs to go into the extra cover area. Didn't seem to time it all that well. Just the sun coming off the bat didn't say, well, like it hit the sweet bread. But it was pitched up, he had width, and he moved in very nicely.
Yeah, Herman got himself into a really good position and really just struck that one between the mid-off and the extra cover for 4. And again, he continues to be very impressive, scoring both of the front foot and the back foot, and also through the offside and through the onside. And he's now moved on to 42. 42 of only the 42 deliveries as well.
And Munsami giving support at the other end is on 29. 81 for 1. More runs for South Africa here. That beating mid-off, who's quite deep to his left.
It's a beautiful shot, right? That's a fantastic looking cover drive there by Munsami.
Well, he is really not just staying there with Herman, but being very supportive as he moves up into the 30s. 85 for 1. The South African will be quite happy with the start after losing an early wicket. Mendy thinking there with a slow delivery. Walks back to his mark. Had the honor of playing for the West Indies, but got injured shortly after he arrived. He had a long journey to Australia. Didn't probably get the time to really settle. Had to replace an injured player. But I'm sure that he's happy to be in the West Indies A-team squad. Because if you're in the picture, You never know the roll of the dice. Roy Fredericks, for example, was left out of the Guyana side and was stayed in Georgetown. Stephen Camash got sick with tonsillitis, and Fredericks was pulled into the Guyana side and never looked back. That's whipped away nicely. Just a single. But that's an interesting story of Roy Fredericks. He just stayed on to watch the game, and he was just living up the street from Border, and they called him in.
Yeah, what's important is he got his opportunity and he made the most of it. Sometimes in life you just need that one opportunity.
Yes. And we all must remember that you don't do it by yourself. There's opportunities, provided by other people or other organizations. That's a little bit of a naughty shot that could have ended his hand, but I suppose he's simply saying that only the keeper is standing back. So no slip, no gully. It is 7 for 1. The Aussie is a little afraid of being on 87. It's no more than 87. Clipped away off the back foot. You, as a batsman, feared being on 13?
No, personally I don't believe in unlucky numbers. So no.
Okay. Well, we believe that everybody has got a trust, because the requirement says that we'll have a drink. We'll take a break and come back in just a moment. Wherever you are, stay with us, because we have a lot of cricket to bring your way. And welcome back to the Darren Semi, where the break for refreshments just about over. And we are trying to stay in touch with what's happening in the world of sport. And two sides who have not done well in the English Premier League meeting today in a European final. And Dwight tells me that Tottenham leading Manchester 1-0?
Yes, unfortunately, Reds. As a-
Unfortunately.
Yes, because as a matter of fact, Reds, I am wearing the Manchester United shirt today, hoping for a victory, but it's not going well.
Well, I'm so happy. Myself and Derek Murray, right, who have been slavishly backing Manchester over the years. And Tennis in Glasgow keeps telling me you haven't won a trophy since 1962, I think. Well, maybe the trophy room has been cleaned up, but I'm sure there's a long way to go. So let's not write off Manchester United. But Tottenham may have a change of manager. Who knows? We can tell you that there's a bowling change. It looks like Anderson is going to come in to bowl off spin. He's had a good year with the bat. He's going to bowl to Musami. Anderson. Done a better bowling for Guyana, bowling off spin. He's done a lot of batting for Guyana this year because he's been scoring runs in all formats. So they're back for the second very quickly. I was in a discussion in the program, Dwight, and I said that I would have had Andrew here playing against South Africa and Anderson in Ireland.
Yeah, Anderson, especially Andrew, may not necessarily get game time with the
Yes.
senior team, whereas here,
He
Yeah,
will have got a
correct.
lot of cricket here.
Correct.
I'm not trying to attack anyone.
correct.
I'm just saying that that was a discussion I was involved in. Bring the young Antiguan talent and let him play in this. Don't know how much matches he will get in Ireland. That's cut away. But those discussions are healthy, and I think that all commentators should look at selections and have an opinion. Not that you're being critical of anybody, but I'm sure it's an opportunity that the young man from Antigua welcomes. Didn't keep today, hope kept today. Anderson coming around the wicket to the left-hander, Herman. And that's short. And just too short. He had all the time in the world to get the body into position, hit it through mid-wicket. Anderson has got to be a lot better in his line and length.
Yeah, that's too easy for a batsman of what we've seen so far from Herman. That's meat and drink, and he just deposited that over mid-wicket for 4. I'm a bit surprised to see Anderson ahead of Cyrus, who's the actual spinner picked in this 11.
Yep. And Athanas should know more about Cyrus than Anderson.
Correct.
But it is Anderson. That's realistically. That's again short and again hit in that direction. And this time it clears the boundary totally. That brings up the 100 for South Africa A. Really impressive looking scoreboard. 100 for 1. And we've had, 15.5 overs bowled. 44 and 46 respectively. An impressive start, Dwight.
As a matter of fact, Reg, not only has the team brought up the 100, but Herman has now moved to 53 with that shot of the 45 deliveries. So very good half century from Herman.
Yes, the board just a little late in putting that up. But he'll be very happy. So will be his franchise in South Africa and all his teammates and family. But the delivery by Anderson to end the over, but not a good start from the young Guyanese off spinner, conceding 12 runs.
Yeah, again, a bit surprised that he came ahead of the spinner in Daryl Cyrus. And speaking of Cyrus, it looks like he's going to be coming from the media center end. He's going to be introduced from the media center end.
So, as you heard from Dwight Thomas, A double change. So after the work of Blades, 4 overs, 1 for 28. 1 for 26. Thomas, 4 overs, none for 23. Menley, 4 overs, none for 22. We have a double change. Let's see, Dwight, if the A side will benefit from the spinning attack.
Yeah, and Daryl Cyrus is a leg spinner, the leg spinner variety. And I think the West Indies have made it their duty to try and get a leg spinner in almost every team, given the importance in white ball cricket.
So when a leg spinner comes on, you, as a batsman, you have a look first. Because if he can bowl the wrong one, if he can bowl the googly, he can bowl the leg spinner and turn it. Munsami, just a little suspicious as he got onto the front foot.
Yeah, like you said, Merz, maybe he's just having a look at to see what Cyrus and whether it turns, whether he has the googly or not.
Let's cut away. Dangerous shot. Because he kept it a little low. And he virtually cut it close to the off stump. Looking to hike that around to square leg, but didn't really make contact. Leg by. He bowls off a short run. It's interesting with Cyrus how he manages to get a little bit of momentum from his action.
Very, very short run, and from what I've seen, he's not necessarily a big spinner of the ball, but what he does generally, he puts the ball in the right areas more often than not.
Bowling from the commentary box end. And almost caught in ball, I think. Let's wait to see. The decision not given? Yes, I called it right. I just called it right. I didn't see the umpire go up. I waited for the batsman himself to start moving. So the breakthrough has come. The spinner's done it. 102 for 1. Your appreciation of the left-handed Herman?
Yeah, very good innings by Herman. A bit of a soft dismissal in the end. But from the get-go when he came in, he looked really positive, really aggressive. And he's now put his team in a very good position. But well done by Daryl Cyrus as well, coming on and taking that wicket.
It's not just taking the wicket, it was an excellent catch.
Yep.
So the West Indies A team gathered, not to celebrate, but maybe just to discuss how they can make further progress. Is this the captain coming out here? And I'm not too sure. We'll probably see very soon. Yes, Ackerman. Did a nice interview yesterday afternoon for local radio, which was played this morning. And he says it's a great opportunity for the players who have been chosen to come for the West Indies, because they are the players of the future, and they welcome the opportunity after the season is completed in South Africa to come onto the Caribbean.
Yeah, it's a wonderful experience to be in the Caribbean, and like you just said, Red, some of these players are looking for international honors to go onto the senior team, and this presents an opportunity for them to showcase their talent in a big arena, a big setting against a very good West Indies A team as well.
Marquez Ackerman. Well, that's a well-known name in South African cricket. Can play all formats. And young Ackerman, a left-hander. They probably will say in Jamaica, a little man. Not very big, small. Kalichuran type size, if I can just use an example. But he's off the mark. And Munsami, 38, will have to be the senior partner. Allow his captain to settle in. So Cyrus, very important. Outstanding figures. He will take a picture of that if he gets someone to do it. 1 for 1. Very good catch. And he dismissed very dangerous Herman. So the second success for the West Indies A, 2 for 103. And Anderson will continue going around the wicket to the right-hander. In fact, going around the wicket to the left-hander. There's a deep square leg back on the boundary. No mid-wicket, a wide long on, a wide long off. Square in the boundary. Third man backward point. And someone saying, nice, nice. Nice Andy. It's amazing how you have little false names. Anderson, quicker delivery and mid-wicket like Gordon Banks diving to his right, but just couldn't get the hand to it. It was not timed, it was not controlled. A little bit of danger there for the South African A captain, but he survives as he's picked up his second run.
Yeah, not the best delivery that Anderson's bowled, but almost a half opportunity there by from Alec Athanas diving to his right.
Bowling over the wicket with no slip. Much better delivery, faster delivery. And stopped the advance of the batsman. It came in very quickly to him. He probably had thoughts of driving, and then had to make the adjustment. So Tottenham still leading 1-0. Can we check, please? I can imagine Derek Murray in Jamaica must have decided this is going to be a bit of a top edge that drops over the head of Thomas, who had to crank up the big frame to run back, but he had no chance, really. But not a good start. Not a good start by the South African captain. That could easily be caught anywhere.
Yeah, he got away for a bit of a false shot there. Lucky for him that went over Ocean Thomas, that shot fine leg.
102, 107 for 2, correction. So Anderson given an opportunity to show his all-round skills. But his control has got to be of a high quality. A big appeal for like before, and given. Well, the introduction of spin has certainly worked, and Anderson, who we said, was lucky to come into the attack, has done his job.
Yeah, and he's definitely enjoying that wicket, Reds. But the matchup was in his favor, as they see, against the left-hander. Good delivery, came in. And we looked at him, yeah, that looked really good, Reds. That one actually went on off the arm. So excellent delivery by Anderson.
Yes. And all of a sudden, the situation has changed totally. 3 for 108 from a position of comfort. The A side of the West Indies have come a lot back into the game. And, there's work to be done by the South African middle order. Moonsamy stands out like a bit of a beacon. He's still there on 38. He's lost Herman for 53, and very shortly after that, Ackerman has gone for 4. Not the kind of a start that the captain would like. You got some facts and figures there. Just looking at who is the new batsman. We will certainly be able to pick it up.
72.
And Quisili. Quisili comes in to replace Ackerman. Right-hander. So an opportunity for these two to put together a partnership. And how quickly can a situation change in your favor?
An old coach used to always say, if you think you're in a good position, add 2 wickets. And this is exactly what just happened. So the West Indians have put themselves back in a good position.
You get 1, you can get 2. And that wouldn't get anyone because it's down the leg side. But Anderson will still be happy with his efforts. just completes the over. Let's look at his figures. Anderson has had 1 for 19 off 2. He couldn't be too happy with the concession of 19, but happy with the wicket.
Yeah, definitely. The wicket is what's important. He would like to actually bring down the economy rate as he goes on. But he got the important wicket, that of the South African A captain. And the West Indies, after the drinks break, they've come out fighting.
All right, please update the score. Tottenham, Manchester United.
It's 1-0 at half-time.
Well, North London will be celebrating. There's, of course, the Notting Hill Gate Carnival. There could be a carnival in North London. Rich club with some of the best facilities in the world, but they've had a horrid time. They were one before the drop zone, and they might end up having some silverware that's hammered, pitched up by the leg spinner. By the way, who scored the goal for Tottenham? I don't mean to...
Brennan Johnson.
Yeah, a young man. I think he got a goal quite recently also.
Yeah, so far this season he's been Tottenham's leading goal scorer.
Yes, no doubt will sign a new contract in the days to come. As Munsami rotates to strike. So, Kashili. Reaching out for it, but not committing with too much of power, but more placement as he gets it down to the man down at the long off. It's almost an agriculture shot.
Yeah, a bit of a swat.
Yeah. That was brought down about a half ton of sugar cane. Not a good shot. Not a good shot, but Lucker is running with the new batsman as he edges the leg spinner. There's no slip, and that is something that Athens might like to consider. You're in a position where you can attack at this time. You just picked up 2 wickets. Let's see what the adjustments will make.
Yeah, Munsami, on that occasion, this one was way too close for that cut shot. Got the thick outside edge, and like you said, a bit surprising there's no slip given. They've taken 2 wickets in the last 2 overs, especially if a leg spinner operating predominantly takes the ball away from the right-handers.
And pushing them certainly forward. They seem to be a little uncertain about how to play the leg spinner. All of a sudden, that different, not the natural finger spin from the off spinner, but you know, you're turning that wrist over and it seems to have a little bit of magic.
Yeah, Munsami looked really good against the seamers earlier, but like you said, against the leg spinners, he's been a bit circumspect. Maybe not too sure which way he's going to turn. But Darrell Sarah's credit must be given to him for the way that he's bowled so far. 2 overs, 1 for 9. He's definitely put the ball in the right areas.
So Munsami on 45. And Shelley just come in, looking to try to settle. Anderson continuing. He would like to tighten up the amount of runs which have come off his bowling, but he'll be happy to have helped to break the partnership. Switching over the wicket now.
Oh yes, boy. Oh yes.
Oh.
Keep going.
Electing not to play.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Good judgment. There's a slip in, which is encouraging.
Stop it yourself. That's okay. That's okay.
Quickly off the back foot. The unguarded orthodox Medan is not there.
Keep going, Andy. Keep going, Andy. We work. Man, we work.
15 for 119. The weather seemed to have brightened up also. It was still overcast condition with the clouds are very high.
Yes, buddy.
Had a good delivery, as they call him, Andy.
Keep going, boys. Catch it. Not bad, Andy.
Well, Anderson was looking to get across, but he ran into the back of the non-striker, couldn't go any further.
Keep going here, boys. Keep
Had to
going here,
continue
boys.
the single.
Keep going, man.
With the
Keep going
fall
here,
of a
boys.
couple of
Keep
wickets,
working,
you
keep working.
hearing the chirping, the getting a little more competitive.
Oh, yes, not bad. Keep going.
That's cut away.
Up.
And the keeper playing his role, not bad. Not a bad delivery. So Anderson was finished yet another over 121 for 3. 121 for 3. That's your scoreboard. Very impressive to work with it. But South Africa here needs a partnership. If they lose a couple of wickets now, it could be a very dangerous position, a very weak position they will be in.
Yeah, they would require a partnership right now. They lost the second wicket at 102 and the third wicket at 108. So they lost 2 quick wickets. They'd be looking for a rebuild right now. And Munsami, who's been in from the very start, he's looked good. He's on 47. So for the South Africa point of view, it's important that he really bats as deep as possible.
Cyrus, 1 for 9 off 2. Bowling off that short run, and he has that little step up and he gets a little bit of rhythm. Leg break, pitched up, not timed. The bowler himself coming across. So we had the 3 seamers and now we have the 2 spinners in. Reaching out there, really reaching out to the pitch. And they seem to have come off the face of the bat and go down to a short third man, but well bowled. The second turn down. Shirley was not keen on the second run. Shouted no. The slip is in for the leg spinner. Playing straight. That's almost played off the off stump. And well, I would say that's poor running there. I mean, they should have been looking there for the second. I don't know why. They seem to be very uncertain.
They did take 2, but there was, like you said, there was definitely an option for an extra run in the third.
Yeah.
But not a risky shot. He actually took that out on the off stump.
And that bounced on him slightly. Good bowling here by young Cyrus. Luckily for him, it didn't go to slip. 124 for 3 as the A team tries to fight back here. So South Africa A, who was in a very strong position, have now found themselves trying to rebuild the middle order. Some of the new buildings around the Darren Sammy. Good real estate around here. This ground was chosen because this area had the least amount of rainfall after a check around the island.
Keep going, keep going.
And I would think that
Keep going, boys.
Curator Crafton must be very happy with the support of the weather. But they were working at night because I live very close and I can see the lights on in the evening. It's caught down at third man. Another man with a golden arm.
Yeah, Munsami on that occasion, just again, he's batted so well. Just almost gifting his wicket to Anderson. Wide outside the off stump, threw his bat at it, and Minley taking a comfortable catch.
And Anderson picked for his batting. Now, before he can take guard, he's made a big contribution.
Yeah, definitely. And with this, prior to today, Reds, his best list A figures would have been 1 for 15. So, and he's already gotten 2 wickets today.
Yeah, so he does a little bit of bowling for Guyana. He does a little bowling for Guyana. I suppose he does that for his club also. So the scoreboard not all of a sudden looking as good as it was. 4 for 125. 4 for 125. And the wind still steady. A mild wind, just keeping the flags alive. The South African flag in the middle, the West Indies flag at the far end, and nearest to us is the St. Lucian with the design of the piton in the middle. You never tried climbing the piton?
Yes, I have, Reds.
You have climbed it?
Yes, I have.
Wow.
But I could tell you this is something that I will not do again, Reds.
How long it took?
Must have taken me well over 2 hours to get up. So in total, well over 4, maybe closer to 5 hours.
You did it alone?
Check up and check back down. No, a group of us.
It was a bet?
No. It was just something fun. One of our friends wanted to do for her birthday, so we decided to do that.
Quite a few of the tourists climb the pitons. There's a guide, of course, provided. You had a guide that day?
Yes.
Well, I don't think that Roland Cox has ever climbed a piton. I missed that.
He said he passes by the pitons.
Many of us has passed by the pitons. It's beautiful to watch. I had a weekend many years ago, and the balcony really was overlooking the piton. It's marvelous. Solitary slip, Anderson.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. The keeper is very chirpy. And Anderson figures improving with each delivery, with each wicket.
Keep going.
Now 2 for 26.
Hey!
Well, stumping appeal. Well, you could bowl the first over, and it looks, maybe a bad move by the captain, and all of a sudden it works.
Yeah, when he came on the first over, I personally was questioning why he came on ahead of Daryl Cyrus. In that over, he did bowl a couple of short deliveries. One was dispatched into the Johnson Charleston. But ever since, he's come back really well. He's brought down his economy rate, and importantly, he's actually taken 2 wickets so far. So excellent stuff from Anderson.
Could it be in the team talk Cyrus wants to operate from this end, maybe?
Yes,
the leg spinner?
It may very well be
Yeah.
the reasoning for that.
Reaching forward. The first leg spinner I remember seeing as a boy was Wilfred Ferguson, who played against England in 1948 and played for the West Indies, of course, on away tours. Not an easy art, like bowling off spin. But these spinners have done extremely well. Cyrus 1 for 13 off 3.2. Ooh. Very unsure about what, what to do in that occasion.
Yeah, we look at this one on the replay. It's the googly completely deceiving him. He had no idea. So excellent delivery from Daryl Cyrus.
Steering it nicely. It was pitched up. It had width. And he really just steered it past the short third man. So Grishelli moving to 9. Very important partnership. Like Jason Smith. Beg your pardon. Just again, not sure as he came forward there and pushed at that, as if he was not certain which way it was going.
Yeah, but he got the right length. It was full enough when he got out to it, so just pushed it into the extra cover region for a single. And Jason Smith now moves on to 6.
Grishelli off the back foot. These two trying to settle. But they would realize that they need really to put their heads down, accept the pressure is on now and bat through this period.
Yeah, the West Indies have fought them the way back into the game with 3 quick wickets. And ideally, if you're in the South Africa camp, Reds, what would you think right now would be a defendable total or something that they would look to get?
I would think there would be 260.
Catch it!
Big shout. As that ball is lobbed out to the outside.
You said 260. I think if you were to give Alec Athens that at the start, he may well have taken that. So that would be West Indies would do well to restrict them to 260.
Well, they'll have to work for it. The effort there by Blades seemed to pick up the line. He seems to be a little slow in moving around. Didn't look it was a boundary ball.
Oh! Oh yes, Sonny!
So a new partnership developing between Smith and Quishreli.
Oi!
Beaten outside the off stump.
Work, man, work.
And the voice of the keeper becomes stronger.
Yeah, Kimal Savory, very vocal behind the stump, supporting his bowler.
Hey, boy.
Now time miscued. Savory, a member of the Guyana Police Force,
Keep going.
comes from Essequibo, where I'm from. Another quick delivery. Anderson throwing his arms in the air. Savory has done a good job for Guyana over the years, both with keeper when Imlach is not around and as a batsman.
Yeah, I think he's the sort of player who may well benefit from the franchise system, Reds, where he may get more opportunities in another setup.
Yes, Essequibo is Cinderella County. We didn't have a lot of facilities, but the facilities down the Essequibo definitely getting better and better. I grew up in the Pomeroon, and there are very few grounds in that area. That's hit hard into the ground.
And you were just talking about Savory, who averages 33 in first class cricket, so he has a very good record for wicketkeeper batsman.
He's got a couple of hundreds.
In terms of no hundreds at the. There's a big appeal. No hundreds at the list A level, but he
Yeah.
does have a couple of first class hundreds.
Yes, okay.
That was very close to the off stump.
Just too short, but not costly. But they've really cut the run rate, and they've got deep back into the game.
Yeah, the two spinners, they've been able to bring down the run rate for sure. And not only that, between the two, they picked up three wickets so far. So they've done the job.
Well, when in doubt, play back, watch it, as he did. But there's a selection of, I think, a 1-4-day team where Imlach and Savory are in.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, probably Savory will play as a batsman.
Is that a catch?
Very good bit of fielding.
Yeah.
Anderson showing his skill at cover. Oh, question in the mind of Athens is, how long do I keep my spinners going? Because I might need them to come back.
Yeah, that's an important question that he needs the answer to. Given that he has only the two spinning options and four seamers, so at some point he has to call on one of his seamers.
He can come back with Blades, who looked quite impressive when he started and picked up the early wicket.
Yeah, Blades was the pick of the seamers earlier this morning. Sorry, this afternoon.
Just too short. I'm told that Lance Gibbs will be coming out for the celebration of the 75 World Cup, along with a number of others who've been contacted by the board.
Oh, yeah, stop it. Good work, good work. Good bowling, son.
Clive Lloyd, who would just have a small little operation, will be also there,
One.
along with Gordon Greenidge and Alvin Kadijaran and Derek Barry and Barnett Julian and Van Holder. Vivian Richards, I beg your pardon.
Oh. Keep going.
144 for 4. We have a game on our hands. This is the 26th over.
Stop. Keep going, boys.
A bit of feeling.
Keep going, boys. Keep working, fellas. Keep working here, boys. Yeah!
Well, you're no real chance of catching that, but it hit hard and low.
Yeah, on that occasion, Anderson short again. On this occasion, Quishili doing very well, rocked onto the back foot and pulled that one. But I think the entire team was expecting a bit more from Kevin Wickham at mid-wicket. Yes, he may not have been able to take the catch, but there was an opportunity to at least save the boundary.
Well, there's a young baby right now, not watching the cricket, but maybe napping. Will come alive later. Be active later, I should say. 148 for 4. As the double spin attack continues. And Cyrus 1 for 21. And that's hiked away and into the Johnson Charles stand. Right over mid-wicket. It was pitched up. He got under it and hit it very, very cleanly.
Yeah, like they say in the T20 version, in the arc, out the park. So very good shot by Jason Smith. That one given generous flight by Cyrus, and he deposited it into the Johnson Charles stand for maximum.
Yes, Jason Smith moving to 19. Plays that nicely and very controlled shot. Keeping it away from the man down at backward point. Picks up his second run. Well, there's a Jason out here. We were watching, and there's a Jason behind us. Never played any cricket, he said. Never even bottom house cricket he played. So South Africa trying to rebuild here via the boundary route, via the singles. As they say, 1-1 dirty bill dam. You save $1, you're building. Cut away and cut away well. Was that the best effort by the backward point? Seemed to have just moved a little late, but it was hit quite hard. And maybe he just didn't get down. Sometimes you have to overcommit. You have to commit the body. Important runs for South Africa as they move up to 161.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst delivery that Cyrus has bowled, but what Chris Shelley did very well, he stepped away to the leg side and cut that one for backward point. So very good shot, making room for himself and turned what was normally a good delivery into a scoring shot.
So a promising partnership in the making. Cyrus just losing his balance, trying to stop it, falling over, but no hurt, no damage. So we've had a day without sun, but not a day without action, Dwight.
Yeah, there's been plenty of action today. The last over 14 considered from Cyrus, but nonetheless he's bowled very well so far. His 6 overs, 1 for 35. And like you said, Reds, what's going to be interesting is when Alec decides to call on one of his seamers.
Yes, yes. Because you'll need to save some more from Cyrus and Anderson. No slip for Anderson for the right-hander.
Keep going, man. Keep going there, boys. Keep going there, boys.
Kusini, who has a very low crouch, goes back and cuts it away very nicely. Not very often you see a batsman with that kind of low crouch, you know. Bending at the knees, you know. Doesn't stand straight. The back is not straight.
Hey! Good work, good work, good backing up. Keep going, man. Keep going, man. Keep going, boys.
Partnership building slowly. Thomas moving around from that fine leg, maybe for a top edge sweep or something.
One. Go ahead. Somebody get run out. Go.
That's well placed. The man at square cover had to come a long way around. Important runs for South Africa at this stage.
Good work, man. Keep going, boys.
165 for 4.
Oh, yeah. Moving on, B. Keep working, man. Keep working, man. Keep working, boys. Keep going, fellas. Keep working, boys.
So good afternoon to all in the Eastern Caribbean. 1 hour, of course, earlier in Jamaica. This is the height of the football season. And not timing all that great, but the return was unnecessary, but didn't cost any more runs. Lots of football being played at Sabina Park, where they were host Australia. Scoreboard, we're told, being erected. We wait for the lights to be put in place. There are new lights, I think, in many of the grounds done for the World Cup. The lights are much higher here. And I think that was an improvement by the technical people who installed the lights. Whether we might see the lights come on later, I think there's a good chance we probably will see the lights.
Yes, Reds. At some point, maybe even not too long from now, the lights should be coming on.
Yeah.
West Indies would be required to bat under the lights this evening. And I think earlier we were talking about when does Alec Anthony introduce his seamers. He's actually now turned to Shane Thomas.
Yeah. Could be a double change. I mean, we could have Thomas and Blades back in combination. And Anthony is looking to Thomas to break this partnership. Well, they say you don't run on a misfield, but in that occasion it worked.
Yeah, not the best of fielding there by Kevin Wickham. He fumbled it, but never really made an attempt to get the ball in quickly. That's something the coaches always say. If you misfield, if you drop a catch, try and get the ball in quickly as possible. On that occasion, Wickham was guilty of not doing so.
Good line. Thomas, who had a spell in England, trying to improve his bowling, trying to improve his fitness. By nature, a big man. I see there's some changes announced. Rutherford going from the St. Kitts franchise to the Royals.
Yes. Yeah. And also Jason Holder and Alec Atenes going the other way from the Royals to the Patriots.
They're going north. Nice looking shot. Got in position, quickly used the bottom hand.
Yeah, Jason Smith, he's moved on to 30 and he's looked really good so far. Ever since he's came in, he's looked really good.
Yes. Goes flashing quickly away from Wickham. who couldn't get close to it. But you know, when Jason Smith, let's say an hour ago, was sitting there with the pads on, he might be saying, I wonder if I'll get a hit today. And all of a sudden, he's right into the fight.
Yeah, now that he's getting a hit, he's making a great use of it. And with that boundary, they've actually put on 50 between Jason Smith and Quay Shaley. So
Yes.
exactly what was required at that time.
34 and 24 respectively. Down the leg side, you haven't given us a score lately between Manchester and my team, Tottenham.
That's because Reds, if you're a Manchester United fan, you may not necessarily want to hear. But as of right now, it's 1-0 still to Tottenham Hotspur in the 76th minute. So
Yes.
not much left to go.
If one Colin Murray is listening, Vice President of the Trinidad and Tobago Football Federation, but not happy when Spurs are doing well. So the change came. Let's see if we have a double change or Anderson will continue.
Yeah, O'Shane Thomas coming back for his second spell. Not the best of overs so far. He's bowled the 5 overs, none for 33. And it looks like it's going to be Daryl Cyrus to continue. Well, change of ends for Cyrus.
Yes. Well, some bowlers like ends, you know. I know during the Clive Lloyd period, they would ask Andy Roberts, no, so Andy, which end you will want. In the game where Michael Holding bowled on Boycott, that day, Clive Lloyd said to Michael Holding, which end you want? And he chose the end, the Kensington stand end.
Because it could be a case where O'Shane Thomas wants to bowl from this end. So he had Cyrus switch. If I recall correctly, O'Shane Thomas, when he did take that 5-wicket haul against England right here at the Darren Sammy, most, if not every one of those wickets was from this very end.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Good delivery.
Keep going.
A little bit of the goggles. Came back. Hustled.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
Hustled Smith a bit. That will carry right over the head of the long off. Just for a fleeting second he thought it might land anywhere near me, but as cool as cucumber, cool as Sunday morning. He just picked it up, pitched up, got to the pitch, spin, couldn't do anything.
Yeah, he made that look really easy. Just hit that one well over the long off fielder for 6.
Get it.
Moves up to 41. It's been a good partnership because they haven't struggled. They haven't been bogged down, just staying there and grafting. Their foot runs on the board.
Yeah, a few overs we were talking about how the West Indians, they've brought back down the run rate. As a matter of fact, now the run rate has gone up over 6. So it's been a very good counter attack by this pair.
Just too short by Cyrus.
Keep going, boys. Get it in. Oi, boy. Good bowling, Cyrus.
Strike being rotated. Smith 43, Shaley 24.
Okay.
seems to be an attacking player, Kwesweli. Smith, maybe more technically gifted. 187 for 4. Am I right to say that the weather seems to be improving?
Yeah, it has improved over the last hour or so. No sign of rain, which is very good. So we have a good game on our hands here.
Yes. 3 or 4 days ago, I mean, I think that we were all worried whether the rain would stop because it was all over the Eastern Caribbean. A friend of mine, Neil Giuseppe, broadcaster himself, management in radio, was saying he's never seen so much of rain for many years. I think the rain fell heavily in it. Well, they fell heavily all over. I think he was referring to Arima. It's been heavy in Guyana also. So maybe saving the return of Blades for later, as he tries to, Atenes, look for combinations that can make the penetration deeper into the South African A batting. Good delivery, keeping him honest, keeping him on his toes.
Yeah, good aggression there from O'Shane Thomas, and I'd like to see a lot more of that. Given the partnership Jason Smith and Kwesweli they've put on, I'd like to see a bit more aggression from O'Shane Thomas.
Just hitting as it went past the left shoulder, and there's a little wind but probably would have helped, but it was more of the contact with the bat and the ball, not the wind.
Yeah, very good response by Kwesweli. This time O'Shane Thomas going in short again. On that occasion he was up for the challenge and deposited that one over a deep fine leg for 6. So excellent batting from this pair, Jason Smith and Kwesweli.
18 fours and 6 sixes. Partnership growing. And this can only be seen, Dwight, as a recovery.
Yeah, very good recovery. And like we've said, Reds, not only are they've spent time at the wicket, but they're getting the runs quite quickly as well.
Played fine and beats the man coming around from that wide fine leg position. Thomas is guilty of being outside the leg stump. More runs for South African A is the inch towards 200. 198 for 4. We're in the 31st over. So if you think that the last 10 overs could be a big one, they can get maybe past the 260.
Yeah, based on where they are right now, they should get well past 260. If West Indies were to restrict them to anything around 260, they would be quite pleased with the remaining overs.
Thomas now known for 44 of 5.5. Over is called by the umpire. St. Lucia has just ended their jazz festival, from all reports was well attended. Did you attend any of the jazz events?
Yes, I was at 2 of the main stage events, the Friday and the Sunday.
Park and ride you used?
No, I happen to have a pass that gave me access to, um, yeah, gave me access to go through and park on the beach.
Well, you were very fortunate because there was a park and ride, and I think the wait
Yes.
at the end
Keep
of
going, boys. Keep going.
each entertainment show
Work, man.
was
Work.
one where the park and ride had to get into action. Uh, Normally that's into the wind, but there's little or no wind to stop that. Many a batsmen have lost their wickets here hitting into the wind, but this has been a very, very,
Keep working.
very, very still day, but hit very hard.
Yeah, Jason Smith brings up his 50 of only the 37 deliveries. So excellent batting by Jason Smith.
That's caressed away down to backward point.
Keep going, man.
So there's a South African score looking a lot better
Working it, boys.
because they lost the strong position they were in with the fall of the quick wickets. But this partnership has been very productive.
Oh, yes, boy. Good bowling, buddy. Keep going, boys. Keep working, man. Keep working it, man. Okay. Good work. Good stop.
Good bit of feeling. Will blades be considered fairly shortly? Because the fingers of a leg spinner gets a little tired after a while.
Yeah, given the last 4 or 5 overs, they've been scoring well over 8-9 runs and over. I think it's time for a change. And speaking of changes, from this media center end, it looked like it's going to be the return of Makinyo Minley in replace of O'Shane Thomas. But again, I must make mention of Jason Smith for the way that he's batted, Reds. And not only that, but just a note that Jason Smith does have international experience. He has actually represented South Africa in the ODIs, and he has an average in ODIs of 44. So definitely some real ability.
So Minley is back. None for 22 off his 4. And starts with a good line. So, of the new players we were able to see from South Africa, the two really that just stood out is Herman and Smith.
Yeah, in terms of what we've seen so far out of the batting, definitely, yeah.
Well, we have many more matches to come. 2 4-days and 2 more ODIs. So time for men who fail to put their hands up, or men who got runs to continue. The West Indies left out Gooley, Tyson and Curry Pair. Left out one fast bowler who bowled well here, Tyson, for the Windwards. And when he was here, I went across at the closer place to do an interview, and I asked him to Google Frank Tyson. And he was very surprised to find that Frank Tyson was a genuine fast bowler. Typhoon Frank Tyson. That scoop shot has cost many wickets, many coaches to feel the pain, but it was more off the pad than anywhere near the bat.
Yeah, that scoop shot came out of nowhere. Given how well he's batted, that's a lot of risk, especially the fact there is so many overs left to bat. He's better off maybe continuing playing straight and like he's been doing previously.
Yeah. We haven't seen many edges of late, but that was one.
Yeah, a bit of an inside edge again that could have easily gone back onto the stump, but luck just flowing for the South Africans right now.
Yep. We're talking about events in the Caribbean. Athletics. St. Lucia, of course, picking up the 100 and 200 in the junior crifter. They will have the Makibal Seed Track and Field Championships coming up, and I think there is another age group championships in a couple of weeks' time. A lot of sport going on in the Caribbean, which is very healthy. And time for yet another drink. And time for us to take a short break with the total of 210 for 4. We've had 33 overs bowled, and South Africa has worked themselves back into the strong position they had earlier. We'll be back with you. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, welcome back. Post drinks session. We've had 33 overs bowled so far. South Africa A on 210 for 4. We have Jason Smith not out on 55 and Kweshili not out on 35. Partnership of 95, and that 95 has come in a really quick time, and it's going to be to resume after the drinks break. It's going to be Jediah Blades for his second spell. First spell 4 overs 1 for 26 so far has been the pick of the bowlers for the West Indies A. That one is short and he's taking a wicket. First ball, yes, the umpire has given him out and Jason Smith has to go. Jediah Blades' first delivery of his second spell gets the much needed breakthrough for West Indies A. An excellent catch there by Kimal Savory, as we see on the replay. Short, Jason Smith threw his bat at it. An excellent take by Kimal Savory. So Jason Smith has to go. Caught Savory, bowled Blades for 55. Exactly what was required. And as we've seen so many times in cricket, something always happens after a break. And on this occasion, the break worked in West Indies A favor. So South Africa now 210 for 5 in the 34th over, currently going at 6.3, so very healthy run rate, but they've lost their 5th wicket, that of Jason Smith, who does have international experience at the highest level, having played 3 ODIs previously for the Proteas. And the new batsman is Pongwana, number 47. And with a list A average of 29.52, that would suggest that despite coming in at number 7, he does have some batting ability. Good delivery by Blades. Pretty good delivery to get first up. Jediah Blades 4.2 overs, 2 for 26. And if you're a Manchester United fan, you may want to walk away right now. Tottenham Hotspur has defeated Manchester United in the Europa League final. That one down the leg side is going to be called wide by the umpire. On this occasion, Jediah Blades just getting a bit too straight. To 11 for 5, 33.2 overs bowled, which means we need another 16.4 left. South Africa will be, given the position, will be hoping to get something well over 300. Like an excellent delivery. There's a chance of a run out, but good communication. Excellent communication between the pair, and the cross through for a single. Kweshili is not out on 35 or 37 deliveries. He's batted really well so far. He's looked really good. Did put on a 91-run partnership between himself and Jason Smith. And before the pair came to the wicket, West Indies had fought their way back by taking 3 quick wickets. But they've put South Africa in a very good position. Again, good delivery, excellent communication. They go through for another quick single. So good rotation of the strike. So yes, Tottenham Hotspur has won a European trophy. So Manchester United fans, including myself, Just so you know, I did wear my Manchester United shirt today, but unfortunately, I'm a bit disappointed. So hopefully, the West Indies A. Good delivery, good looking shot, very good looking shot by Ponguana. He has a first class average of 29.52, so that would suggest he does have batting ability. And with 16 overs left, Chris Shelley will be hoping that someone sticks around with him to try and push the score up past 300. Again, good delivery, tucking him up. And we've come to the end of the first over after the second drinks break. A successful one, that for West Indies and Jedediah Blades. So Jedediah Blades at the end of his 5th over, 2 for 29. And at the end of the 34th over, South Africa A, 213 for 5. Just give you the bowling figures so far for West Indies A. We have Kadeem Alin, 3 overs, none for 17. Kevlon Anderson, bit of a surprise package, 2 for 44 from his 7 overs. Makinyo Minley, who's going to continue right now from the media center end, so far 5 overs, none for 24. O'Shane Thomas, a bit expensive, none for 44 from his 6. And Daryl Cyrus, 1 for 53 from 8. Good delivery, but again, excellent rotation of the strike by Quay Shelley. Just running that one down to Blades at the third man region.
Hello. I can't over 5 remaining.
That's full and straight and pushed up to mid-on. Ponguana gets another single, moves on to 2. Earlier, Atenis won the toss and put in the South Africa A. So given the fact that they were put in, I think they would be very happy with being 215 for 5. Just pushes that one up to mid-off. There's no run. Jovel Glenn fields. Makinyo Minley in his 6th over. None for 26 so far. Again, that one, Chris Shelley just allows that one to come to him and plays it down to third man for another single. So he moves on to 38. 38 of 41, so his 38 has actually come in good time. Yeah, what he's been able to do so far really well is his rotation of the strike has been very good. And so has the running between the wickets. And again, that one is full and just pushed to Shane Thomas at mid-on for another single. So far in this over, we've had a 1-1.11. So excellent rotation of the strike by this pair. 5 so far of the over without taking any risk whatsoever. It's a single to end this Minley 6 over. South Africa A 218 for 5 at the end of the 35th over. So we gave you the West Indies A bowling figures. Just quickly go through the South African lineup and the batsmen so far. Sikowani gone for 4. Munsami one short of a very good half century, batted really well, fell for 49. Herman, who was very impressive, 53. Ackerman, the captain, gone for 4. Quay Shaley still not out on 39, and Jason Smith, who looked really good, gone for 55. And it's almost like it's a replay. Quay Shaley again just runs that one down to the vacant third man area for another single, where Kevlin Anderson does the fielding. So what he's been able to do very well is rotate the strike, and when the bat ball has presented himself, he's put himself in a position where he could actually capitalize. So really good innings, 40 of only the 43 deliveries. Good testing delivery there from Jedediah Blades. Not the quickest of the pace seamers that we have seen today, but definitely a very good shot delivery, testing delivery, and umpire signals 1 for the over. So he's keeping the batsman honest. Again, good delivery from Jedediah Blades. And we have Jedediah Blades, a member of the West Indies Academy. This year's 4-day championship, he had 16 wickets. So he was definitely amongst the wickets. And like we mentioned earlier, Jedediah Blades has actually represented the West Indies senior team in 1 ODI. In that ODI against Bangladesh, he went wicketless, considered 73. Not the best of debuts, but he's been very good in recent times. Good delivery, much straighter. Pongwana just works that one into the onside for a single. So Jedediah Blades has been very impressive in recent times in terms of his ability to take wickets. In the just concluded Breakout League, he was second with 10 wickets. In the Super 50, he was 5th with 14 wickets. So definitely a wicket taker, and so far he's been the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 31 in his 6 overs. That one is short, and a bit of not in control, a bit of an edge down to third man, and Quay Shaley gets another single. So good tidy over so far from Jedediah Blades, only the 3 conceded so far. This pair, Quay Shaley and Pongwana, they've put on 11 so far for the 6th wicket. South Africa A 221 for 5. Still going over 6 runs and over. Currently the run rate is 6.2. So they're going pretty well. Get another short delivery, but well handled on that occasion by Pongwana. But good aggressive bowling by Jedediah Blades. And at the end of the 36 over, it's 221 for 5. Jedediah Blades completes his 6 over, 2 for 32. So the wickets fell at 9, 1 to 208. That was the 3rd wicket, and Jason Smith was the last man out. First delivery after the drinks break on 55. Going to be Minley to continue. Quay going for a quick single, comfortable in the end. Quay was maybe hoping to get a lot more than that. Really freeze bat at that one. Didn't get the timing that he was looking for on that occasion. And goes through for a single. That single brings him up to 48, which means that he's 8 away from what would be a very good half century. Quisheli, 26 years old, averages 24.93 in List A cricket. And on the other end, we have Pongwana, who averages 29.52, 25-year-old all-rounder. Given the position South Africa A find themselves, they'll be hoping to get well over 300 for another 14 overs left, 5 wickets in hand. It's very possible. And there's a chance that outside edge down to third man, and that's comfortably taken by, is it Jedediah Blades? Looks like Jedediah, number 75. Yes, Jedediah Blades, excellent catch. And Minley gets his first wicket. And with that, Pongwana has to go. Caught Blades, bowled Minley for 4. And the West Indies have now taken another wicket. So wickets falling after the drinks break. The second wicket that they've lost in the 4th over since the drinks break. South Africa now 222 for 6. Yeah, Pongwana going for a big heave somewhere over the onside, maybe looking to deposit that one into the Johnson Charleston, only getting a thick outside edge and presenting a really simple catch to Jedediah Blades at third man.
Batter. Right hand over. 2 to go.
Yeah. And the new batsman is 14. He does have international experience. Has represented South Africa, the Proteas, in the ODIs. Known more for his bowling, for a list A average of 16.62. Very good shot off the back foot by Quisheli. They've gone for one. They were thinking of the second, but excellent filling by Wickham at the deep backward point. Keeps them to 1. So Quisheli now moves on to 43 of 45 deliveries. So 30-year-old South African. First class average of 16.62 would suggest he does have some batting ability. And Quisheli will be hoping that he hangs around with him, try and build some sort of partnership. Ken Minley, very good delivery, but very well played as well, right in behind that one on this occasion. And at the end of the 37th over, South Africa find themselves at 224 for 6. So since the drinks break, West Indies have fought back, taking 2 wickets and pegging South Africans back. The run rate has dropped to 6.1, still a healthy run rate, but they've lost 6 wickets. And right now I welcome, so it's going to be Jedediah Blades to continue from the Players Pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Quisheli. And that's a fantastic looking shot. That's a gorgeous shot. Jedediah Blades on that occasion over pitching, and Quisheli full face of the bat down to the boundary, straight back past the bowler for 4. 4 good looking runs and he continues to grow in confidence, as we see here on the replay. Blades over pitching, head right over it, and a fantastic looking shot there. So he now goes on to 47, 3 away from what would be a well-deserved half century. 47 of only the 47 deliveries, so the runs has actually come in quick time as well. This time Blades responds like any fast bowler would, a good shot delivery, but Kweshili gets under that one quite comfortably. So good aggression being shown by Jediah Blades. Score is 228 for 6. South Africa will be hoping to get something over 300, which will be a challenge this evening for the West Indies A batsmen. Okay, good delivery. That one tucks. Kweshili is gone for one, thinking of the second, but it's only going to be one. So good response from Blades. First delivery over pitched. Since then he's bowled a short delivery and another one on the back of a length. So definitely pulling his length back in response to the first shot played by Kweshili. So good adjustment shown by Blades. He's going to be bowling to 14. That one again, short delivery, and as a matter of fact that one is called wide. Yes, that one has been signaled wide by the umpire. Also one for the over. Yeah, that one comfortably over the head of 14 on that occasion. It's a good decision, good call from the umpires. With that wide, the South Africans, they moved on to 230 for 6. And that's edged and gone. The combination works again. Caught Kimrol Savory, bowled Jediah Blades. And on that occasion, 14 has to go for one. So Jediah Blades strikes for the second time after lunch, and is now after the drinks break, sorry, and he's now picked up his third wicket. So he's got 3 for 38, and South Africa now find themselves 230 for 7 in the 38th over. So at the drinks break, I'm sure the West Indies coaching staff would have discussed, let's get a couple of wickets, and Jediah Blades has responded nicely. Okay, so the West Indies fighting back after the drinks break. 230 for 7. So now they would have ambitions of bowling the South Africans out. Earlier, I think Reds and I was discussing what sort of total the West Indies would feel comfortable chasing. I think Reds mentioned 260. At one point, I felt like South Africa would have gotten well over 300. But right now, they've fought back. And 260 may very well be what they get from here. But again, Kweshili is still in. A lot would be dependent on him. So the new batsman is Tristan Luz. With a first class, at least A, batting average of 3.5. Not much to go off. But he right in behind that good technique. Again, Jediah Blades bowling in some very good areas. Pick of the bowlers so far for the day, 3 for 38 in his 7th over. Tristan Luz, 19 years of age. And that one is traced down the leg side. Signal wide by the umpire. Very good fit movement by Savory, collecting that one. Has been pretty clean with what he's done so far behind the wicket. He's been very vocal as well, and cheering on his fellow teammates. And good aggression again being shown by Jedediah Blaze. That one shot, and Tristan just got under that one. So we've come to the end of a successful over by Jedediah Blaze, who's now taken 3 for 39. And the score at the end of the 38th over, 231 for 7. And I welcome Claudius Emmanuel for the first time today.
Thank you, Dwight Thomas, and appreciate the work that you've put in. Thank you very much for the job that you have done. 231 for 7. So we have had 38, and Quishele, well, needing support from the rest of the batting. So loose to come, Sele and Moreki. So not much. Makino Mendley is outside off stump and played down to deep third. For 1, 232. Now for 7. Loose comes into strike. So Minley, this is his 8th over, 1 for 33. And he will move into loose. Turns it up to the mid-wicket region. And there is no run. So Senek 1 4, Munsami 49, 53 Herman, Ackerman the captain 4, 55 Smith, Pomguana getting 4 and 14 1. That's the batsman dismissed. Mindley to Lose driving, but straight to the extra cover fielder. No run. So South Africa A scoring at just above 6. The projected score will take them just over 300. Of course, it depends on Quishele remaining there and sort of shepherding the rest of the batting towards that total. Pulled away out towards mid-wicket. The fielder is going to pick it up on the bounce at mid-wicket. So 2 to Lose, demonstrating that he's got the ability to hit the ball. 234 for 7 as he gets off the mark. And Makino Minley here will want to keep him quiet. He comes in again to Lose, gets a good delivery on target and plays it up to mid-on for a single. Good communication between the two batters there. Ocean Thomas is not able to come quickly in to stop the single. 235 for 7. So Senetamba Quishele, 26-year-old, he waits, he's on 49 off the back foot, hits it straight to the point fielder, and so we'll get the half century as he completes the run. So 50 to him, and a good knock in the circumstances, as gets the applause from his teammates and a little discussion between himself and Luz. So the second half century, in fact the third half century of the innings. So South Africa A would be somewhat disappointed with the fact that a number of players have gotten starts and have not converted. Herman 53, Munsami 49, Smith 55. And now Kwishele on 50. Well, he would want to really push on. We have had 39 overs, so 11 more. Bowling change, short, pulled away out towards the mid-wicket region, and it will go into it for 4. So 236 now as Aline comes back for a spell. This is his 4th over, not for 21 before. It's clipped away by Kwishele on this occasion to the long leg fielder O'Shane Thomas. And they take 1. So Aline coming back. Had a spell earlier in the innings of 3 overs, not for 20. So Luz now in strike. He'll get a single to mid-on and getting it quite comfortably in the end. Gillon Tyson on the field at mid-on, the substitute, and not able to stop that single. So Alec Atenes winning the toss and inviting the South Africa A to bat. Aline to Kwishele gets a good delivery on about the leg stump, pushes it up to the mid-on fielder, and the total stays at 242 for 7. We've had 21 4s and 7 6s and no extras in the innings. That's incredible. As delivered us off the back foot, cut away, and is that caught? Low catch being claimed by the fielder, and well, umpire at square leg will want to confer with the standing umpire. But that was a close thing. Shot outside the off stump. We look at it again. That was, oh, that is a very close thing. And the decision being given by umpire Williams as out. So the end of Kwishele going off the bowling of Aline as Daryl Cyrus diving forward at backward point and taking the catch. So success for the West Indies A. The fall of wicket number 7 as Kwishele goes. Caught Cyrus, bowled Aline for 55. And in the 40th over, the South Africa A 242 for 7. For 8, correction, 242 for 8. Good sharp catch there taken by Daryl Cyrus, diving forward. Of course, the ball was dropping, and the confirmation coming after the 2 umpires conferred. So, success for the West Indies A. The new batter who comes out, Sele, and he is a right-hander, and he will fist up to the bowling of Aline. Kadeem Aline picking up his first wicket. So Aline will move into Sele. Moves forward and pushes up to mid-off. And there is no run. So the end of a successful over for the West Indies A. An over in which we saw the fall of Quishele's wicket. So 242 for 8. That projected score of 304 looking a little dicey now with just the 2 wickets standing. Of course, we've got 10 overs to go and lose Sele and then Moriki to come. They will have to put their heads together. Thomas starts a new over and bowls to lose, and he plays defensively. In fact, it's Chepo Moreke that has come in at number 10, so my apologies there. So he's at the non-striker's end. It's Tristan Luz who's in strike. Thomas to him. He drives towards the left of the mid-off fielder, who does good work. Substitute Tyson doing the fielding. One more to South Africa A. 243 for 8. So Moriki comes into strike. Thomas to Moriki, who drives straight to the extra cover fielder. And there's no run. So Chepo Moriki, the number 10 batter, needing to put a partnership together with Luz. Thomas looking to wrap up things for the West Indies. To Moriki, shot, turned away, quick single. The throw coming in, in fact striking Luz on the way to the stumps from Atenes, but the single completed in the end. So 244 for 8. This is over number 41. Aline, 1 for 23. Anderson, 2 for 44. Minley, 1 for 37. Thomas, not for 46. Cyrus Expensive, 1 for 53. Blades, 3 for 39. Thomas to Luz. Luz pulls it away, out towards backward square leg. In fact, square leg exactly. Fielder coming off the boundary and keeping them down to 1. 245 for 8. This is over number 41. 1 delivery left. Moriki comes into strike. Ocean Thomas. Short, difficult delivery. Has to rock back. And the ball going in front of the throat region, taken by Savory. And the end of the 41st correction. A bit of aggression there from Thomas, who remains wicketless. 245 for 8. The South Africa A continuing to progress towards a total that they would want to present to the West Indies A team. 245 for 8 looks a little light at this stage, but still 9 overs to go as Aline starts the 42nd. To Luz. Luz drives down the ground for 4 in the slot and driven back at the bowler over his head and down to the long off boundary for 4. So Luz is showing that it's not going to be just mucking around. He's going to put back to ball, getting himself into double figures, 249 for 8. Aline to Luz. Luz gets a short delivery and swings at it. And into the gloves of the keeper. So Aline shortening the length and saying to Luz, well, there are not going to be many drives against me. And going short. Luz going after it, but missing. Aline again to Luz. Gets a good delivery. Wants the single to mid-on. He'll get it because it's traveling not so quickly that Tyson can get onto it to prevent the single. Good communication between the two batters as the 250 comes up. 250 for 8. South Africa A. Scoring at 6 per over as Morike comes into strike. Short and playing it down to the backward point region, and there is no run. Two deliveries left in the 42nd over. Aline coming again from the southern end to Morike, who is in a bit of a tangle, awkward stroke, playing that in the air, but the backward square leg region is vacant, and so he's able to take the single. Keeper Savory completing the fielding as the South Africa A take 1, Morike to 2, and 251 for 8. Luz comes into strike. Aline to him, and that's hit on the helmet, it looks like, as the ball goes down to the deep third region, and because of that, umpire Williams calling for assistance from the dressing room, no doubt to conduct the mandatory concussion test. So we see it on the monitor. Luz looking to, yes, hook at that, struck towards the back of the helmet, and the assistance coming out from the dressing room, of course, to take the player through the various tests as is required whenever the ball hits the batter on the helmet. So the team doctor would no doubt be conducting that assessment. Luz being struck on the helmet. 252 for 8. So the South Africa A doctor coming and completing the assessment, so all is well, and Luz will continue. Bright sunshine at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, perhaps for the first time in the day, and we've also got the artificial lights being put on as well. But as Reds and Dwight were saying, the weather has improved. It's gotten a lot clearer over the past 2 hours or so. Thomas will continue to Luz. Luz gets another short delivery, but it's so short. In fact, it's now called wide by the umpire, as Thomas again going short, and Lewis was not in line, sort of backing away, the head going towards the onside. The ball in line with the stumps, but much too high, eliciting the call of wide from the umpire. 2:53 for 8. Thomas again to Lewis. Lewis is swinging and missing this delivery of a much fuller length, and therefore not bouncing so much. It's bouncing just over the stumps on this occasion. And Lewis, well, going full throttle at that, looking to hit it out of the playing area, not making contact. It stays 2:53 for 8. Thomas plugging away. This is his 8th over, and he's not yet taken a wicket. So he goes into Tristan Lewis. This delivery, top edge over the keeper, and one bounce into the boundary at deep third for 4. Well, Ocean Thomas hands the Kimbo. Can't believe his luck, because he found the edge, but that was quite well educated, because it eluded everybody and went into the boundary for 4. So Lewis goes to 15 to 57 for 8. And well, the big Jamaican not really enjoying the returns on this occasion at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, a ground where he has had success of 5-4 against the England team in a one-day international. This one again angled into the right-hander. Loose. Well, no half measures from him. He's looking to put bat on ball against Thomas. He's not successful, and the ball going through to the keeper. 2:57 for 8. Thomas still 3 deliveries left in his over. Will come into Lewis. Lewis plays back with much more composure into the offside for a single, as Morike responds to the call. Lewis going to 16 with the single. 2:58 for 8. Morike will come in to strike. Thomas goes into him, and he just blocks the ball away into the onside, and the ball is picked up by Minley, who's at mid-on. So Ocean Thomas with ODI experience. He's played some 25 matches, and he's played some 61 matches at the List A level. Five for 21 would have been his best delivery. That is outside the off stump and played away to backward point, and there is no run. So 5 for 21, his best against England right here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. So he has played some 25 matches. So 2:58 for 8 from 43 overs. So Kweshele 55, Jason Smith also 55, and Herman 53. The 3 who have gotten half centuries, but I think the South Africa A management would be disappointed that none of them has actually gone on to at least reach double figures and really hold the innings together, as it is now with 7 overs remaining in the innings. it's a bit of a difficulty or a certain level of uncertainty as to whether they'll carry it all the way to 50. 2 wickets remaining. Aline starts over number 44 and bowls short. And loose, looking to slap that somewhere. And doesn't make contact. Maybe now suggesting perhaps he should have, or was attempting to go mid-wicket. But the bounce very much present here at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, so you can get value for your strokes. A swing, a miss, well, a touch, yes, and to the keeper. So the edge taken, loose, looking to swing again, and getting only an edge to keeper Kemal Savory to account for his dismissal. So backing away and really swinging that, in fact swinging himself off his feet almost. The outside edge found keeper Savory taking the catch to signal the loss of wicket number 9 for South Africa A. 258 with Tristan Lewis going. Caught Savory bowl Aline for 16. And success continuing for the West Indies A. We've really done a good job in continuing to pick up wickets at regular intervals. And they are almost there in terms of completing the innings. 258 for 9 as Saleh comes out. So Kushle Saleh, number 11, comes out to join Morike. Kadeem Aline picking up his second wicket, and West Indies A would be looking to close off the innings quite quickly here. With just this, the 44th over, so I think they would be quite happy if they can achieve that, because when Alec Athanaze won the toss and sent them in, I think they would have been looking for that. Delivered as driven, back past the bowler for 4. So Saleh, well, he's showing that he's not incompetent with the bat at all. Full delivery and hit away through the follow through. Aline not able to pick that up, so he's off the mark. Nicely driven. And perhaps the sort of shot that would have surprised Aline. Maybe not expecting that from the number 11. 262 for 9. Aline to Saleh. Saleh gets a short delivery and he's jumping in behind it and playing it into the offside. So Kadeem Aline would not be happy with being driven down the ground by the number 11. 2 deliveries left in the 44th over. Aline to Saleh. Saleh is getting a short one, looking to help that over the keeper's head maybe. And doesn't succeed. So 262 for 9. Senokwan and Moonsami opening. Senokwan going very early, and then a good partnership between Moonsami and Herman. But then after that, wickets falling steadily. Delivery that he does get to guide down to third man on the bounce, just a single, the over coming to an end as Saleh goes to 5, 263 for 9 after the 44th over. So South Africa A with decent starts, and maybe as they reflect on the innings, the first of the three-match campaign of 50-50s, they would want to, of course, do a lot better than that. So Krisheli 55, Jason Smith also 55, and 53 to Herman. The bowling Blades 3 for 39, 2 for 44 Anderson, 2 for 34 Aline, 1 for 37 Mindley, Cyrus 1 for 53, Thomas not for 53, comes for up for his 9th over. Edge down to third man, catched, can't be taken, it goes for, we'll have to wait for the umpire. A lunge by the fielder at deep third to his left, and well, just looking to get confirmation from the fielders whether that went all the way, and the umpire now confirming 4. So it was outside the off stump, a healthy edge, and that fell just inside the boundary, so much so the fielder on the boundary was going for the attempt at a catch, and it was just a little too far away to his left. 4-2. Seeley taking him to 9, and the total 267 for 9. That wicket still continuing to elude Thomas as he goes into Seeley. Seeley top edge out towards backward point, it will fall safely, and they will get the single. Ball falling between the man on the edge of the circle and the sweeper, almost bisecting them. In fact, I should say dropping between them, and one taken. 268 for 9. So Seeley enjoying himself, flashing his bat. Moriki in strike, gets one shot down the leg side, gets inside of it, and Savory takes it. 1 for the one above the shoulder in the over, says the umpire, as Thomas will come to the top of his mark. It's operating from the edge of the field restricted circle. Comes into Seeley, who is in fact Moriki, and he allows it to go into the gloves of the keeper. So Moriki has got a listed average of 10.3. Seeley 10.66. Not surprising. These are frontline bowlers. That's struck on the pad, or maybe just outside, or maybe even inside edge, as they take a single. No signal from the umpire, so inside edge. The appeal being stifled by Thomas, yes. As that is clearly coming from the edge of the bat. If not, could guarantee there would have been a big shout from Thomas. 269 for 9. As Seeley in strike, he's 10 from 6. Faces up to O'Shane Thomas, and he plays forward into the offside to complete over number 45. 269 for 9, South Africa A. construction activity very much around Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. So we've had 45 overs. Kadeem Aline continues and bowls to the batter, number 24, and Moriki getting one, take him to 4, 270 for 9. Okushle Sele comes into strike. Aline to him. No ball. And played away to backward point. Cyrus is there. There's no run from the bat, but one more to the total. And now free hit being signaled. So an opportunity for Sele to go big, look to reach the boundary, along it, along the ground, or even over it. Aline to Sele backs away, but gets a very short delivery that is bouncing well over his head and down the leg side. So wide called, and so the free hit remains. 271, 272 for 2 with the wide call. Aline in the 46 over to Sele. Ooh, it's a no ball. Well. Bit of naughtiness there from Aline. No ball, wide. Now no ball. So free hit remains. The question is, do you get a double free hit for two for 2 no balls? It's just that the free hit remains. Aline to Sele. Sele hits that, and Thomas will not bother to go for the catch because it would not count. And so just the one taken. So Sele not able to take advantage of the free hit. Gets a single. 274 now for 9. As Shepo Moriki will come in to strike his 4 from 12. Aline to Moriki. Down the leg side, wide. So Aline losing control in this over. This is his 7th over. 2 for 39. And just not able to hit the right areas against this last pair. They are continuing to push the innings along. The overall scoring rate 6.1. Aline to Moriki. Moriki turns it to backward square, straight to the fielder Thomas. And they take an easy run as the total goes to 276 for 9. This is the 46th over. And the South Africa A last pair, they're looking to take advantage of all remaining deliveries. Aline looking to wrap it up for West Indies A, but bowls short down the leg side. And just turned away by Sele. And he will get himself his 12th run. 277 for 9. So this last wicket pair going about it in their own cool way as again short back of a length and just easy pickings, almost milking Aline, and playing it to the backward square leg region as Trevor Glenn picking up, and one more to the total, 278 for 9. One delivery left in the 46. Aline to Saley. Cut away, and the point fielder will come off the boundary to complete the single as they take one. So at the end of the 46th, 279 for 9. So Blades 3 for 39 from 7. Aline finishing his 7th. 2 for 44. Identical figures with Kevlon Anderson, the off spinner. So 247 for 9 from 46. So the South Africans staying just about that 6.1 per over. And looking to bat out the next 4. Thomas starts the 47th. As he bows wide, guided away down to backward point and into the boundary ahead of Wickham, who's pursuing from the deep point region. So a boundary to the batter, South Africa A, going to 283. So Okushile Sele going to 17 with the boundary. Just frustrating West Indies A somewhat, you would have to think, because these two have put on a little frustrating partnership, and they are continuing to push things along. Thomas to Saley, who is edging that, is he? Yes, caught keeper. So finally, success for Ocean Thomas as Saley has edged that last delivery to keeper Kemal Savory. So the end of South Africa's A's innings as Saley goes, caught Savory, bowled Thomas for 17, 283. All out from 46.2 overs. And good work by the West Indies A after they inserted the South Africa A after Alec Atenes won the toss. And so they have done quite well, restricting the South Africa A to a scoring rate of 6.12. So 279 for 9. With Moreke remaining not out on 6. So Senok 1, 4, Munsami 49, Herman 53, Ackerman 4, O'Shelley 55, Smith 55, Pongwana 4, 14, 1. Lewis got 16, and good all-round effort by the West Indies bowlers. So the requirement for West Indies A, 284 from the 50 overs. So their required rate about 5.7. So 284 will be the target for the West Indies A team. So overall, it's been a good performance by the West Indies A, because when that second wicket partnership was progressing, the South Africa A team looked like they would have pushed the total to close to the 300 mark, but that was not the case. So we've come to the end of the innings, and time for us to take a break here and ask you to stay put. But of course, you can join us for the start of the West Indies A's innings as they look to get 284 to take a 1-0 lead in this 3-match 50-over series. So until we have that resumption for you in about half an hour's time, 40 minutes time, half an hour, 40 minutes time, we take a break and ask you to join us back in about 35 minutes time. Welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. We're about to see the resumption of action in this first list day 50-50. West Indies A going after a target of 284.
Number 9.
And they are at the crease. So the two openers.
Yeah, see.
Seli to start the first delivery to Atenes, who pushes up to the mid-on region and gets off the mark. So Alec Atenes opening the batting. So immediately off the mark. So 284 is the requirement. So Kadim Aline and Atenes opening for West Indies A. So left-hand, right-hand combination. Aline coming in to strike. And so the South Africa A been bowled out for 283. Required rate 5.7. Saleh, the right-hander, to Aline, who gets into the pad and played up to mid-on. And there's no run. Dwight Thomas is alongside me. Dwight, 284, not a big total, but it's on the board. And West Indies A would have to set up a good foundation, first of all.
Yeah, good evening to our listeners and viewers. Definitely a very good total given the conditions. And in order for West Indies to surpass that, they would have to bat really well this evening.
Saleh to Aline. Aline turns that nicely, finds the gap out towards the mid-wicket region. It will beat the fielder into the boundary for 4. So good start by Aline, getting that ball away into the gap and finding the boundary. So he's off the mark with 4 and taking the West Indies A total to 5 without loss.
Yeah, a very good way to get off the mark there. When it came off the bat, you were maybe thinking 1 or 2. It's testament to how quick the outfield here at the Darren Sammy is, considering the rain that we've had over the last couple of weeks. But a very good way for Aline to get off the mark.
South Africa A with 2 slips as Saleh to Aline. Aline again finding the gap, but doesn't have so much on it this time. It will be hauled in by the wide mid-on fielder. So 1 to Aline, clipping the ball nicely into the onside. 6 without loss. And Saleh just starting a little too straight here against Aline.
Yeah, guilty of bowling too straight, and it seems to be easy pickings at the minute for Aline. He's better off maybe a foot or 2 wide outside the off stump, especially if that new ball.
Atenes in strike, the left-hander. Saleh bowls to him, plays that down to the wide third position on the boundary, and they take the single as Morike is doing the fielding. So 2 to Atenes. The right-handed Aline comes back into strike, 7 without loss. So the West Indies A will be confident against this total. Saleh to Aline. Aline drives, finds the gap, at extra cover, out towards the boundary. It has enough legs to find the boundary to get Aline to his second boundary of the over. So good start for him. Good start for West Indies A at the end of the first over. Aline going into 9-11 without loss. West Indies A with a good start.
Yeah, very good looking shot there to end the first over. Saleh guilty of over pitching and giving Aline some width as well, and he capitalized nicely. So excellent start for the West Indies. 11 without loss after the first over. Exactly what they would have wanted given what they need for victory. But on the other hand, the South Africans will be hoping to get a couple of breakthroughs with the new ball.
So Moriki, Shepo Moriki, has been brought into the attack from the northern end at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, and with the breeze blowing mostly from east to west, you'll be able to shape that away from the left-handed Atenes. 2 slips are waiting, deep third, extra cover mid-off, forward square and mid-on. Delivery that is angled in and clipped away by Atenes. Tight single is taken. The throw hits the stumps at the striker's end, but Aline, I think he was comfortably arriving. So although there's a direct hit, but single completed. Atenes going to 3 with the single, 12 without loss.
Yeah, good single by Atenes there. What's going to be important is not only the boundary, but being able to rotate the strike. I think that's something the South Africans did very well in the first innings, and I'm sure the West Indies will be looking to replicate that out there.
So Moriki will now bowl to Aline. And so they're keeping the 2 slips. So the 31-year-old Shepo Moriki, angular run into Aline, who goes back, plays into the offside. There's no run. The South Africa A, Dwight, would be, I think, disappointed with their total 283. I think we were saying that they would have been satisfied, particularly where they were in the second wicket partnership with a score of over 300. They have not gotten that. So a little bit of more work for them to do in the second innings. Moriki to Aline. Aline gets one that's angled in, plays it down to the deep third region, and they take the single as a good response between the 2 batters. 1 taken, 13 without loss, and the South Africa A would be looking for early wickets to really put pressure on West Indies A.
Yeah, like you said, Claudius, at one point when Munsami and Herman was going well, we thought they would have gotten well over 300. So they've put themselves in a position right now where they really need to get early breakthroughs to put the West Indies under pressure.
Moriki to Atenes, who goes back and kites that down to deep backward point. The fielder on the boundary taking, and 1 more. So Atenes doing it in singles, and the single taking the total to 14. Atenes going to 4, and West Indies A responding under the artificial lights here. A delivery that is angled in and inside edge into the right thigh of Kadeem Henry. Moriki getting the ball to come into the right-handers, Dwight.
Yeah, that one came back in as we see on the replay. Yeah, came back in and a bit of extra bounce as well. And Allen was a bit lucky there, playing away from his body. Big gap between bat and pad, so lucky that didn't sneak through.
Moriki, a bustling action as comes in again. Beaten outside the off stump. That one angled in with the natural angle of Moriki, but maybe just straightening and going past the bat. So good end to the second over. Moriki going past the bat of Aline. At the end of it, 14 without loss, West Indies A.
Yeah, good over from Moriki. I think earlier we just spoke about his ability to get that ball to come back in, and we see the last delivery there came in on the angle, but when it pitched, just straightened slightly and beating Kadeem Allen, all ends up. So very disciplined start for Moriki. I'm sure Saley from the other end will be looking for something similar, but also very good from Kadim Alin so far, he's gone for 10. He's 10 of 8 deliveries so far. So good start.
270 more required by West Indies A. Sealy to Atenes. Atenes hits that nicely, but straight to the backward point fielder on the bounce. Getting a good bounce and taking that nicely. So Atenes would be happy with the timing on that ball. Maybe just needing to get it to the left or the right of the fielder who's on the edge of the circle. Sele to Atenes. Atenes a play and a miss. It looks like the appeal going up, but umpire Williams is not really interested, as that was a flash at one outside the off stump. Seemed to have played over it, yes, seemed well over it. The South African A players, well, they began almost celebrating that, but by Williams saying there was no touch. What did you make of that, Dwight?
A good decision in the end by the umpire, but the South African players were convinced. As a matter of fact, it was more of a celebration, not necessarily an appeal, but good decision nonetheless.
Atenes, not shy in short execution, knows the value of a positive start. Sele into him, he's driving, just punching it to mid-off with a straight bat, no run, straight to the fielder. 14 without loss. So Alec Atenes with an opportunity there to lead this West Indies A side, of course, to also build his confidence for the upcoming Fuller Energy series against Australia, Pakistan. A delivery that is coming back into him, a much fuller length on this occasion, playing up into the short mid-wicket position, no run. He remains on 14 without loss.
Yeah, much better over so far from Sele as compared to his first over. 4 dot deliveries and keeping Alec Atenes really honest. So it's a good comeback.
Sele from the southern end to Atenes, who is kept quiet, good delivery. And the West Indies A captain can only defend. So Sele is on the money here. It's considered 11. 1 delivery left in his second over. So South Africa A not batting out their full 50. Solitary slip now in place. Back goes Atenes, plays into the offside that had just been strengthened. So the end of the over, the third of the innings. It's 14 without loss.
Yeah, maiden over there from Sele. After going for a few in the first over 11, he did come back with a maiden. So excellent comeback, just is what was required. And Alec Atenes, he has been playing cricket. He does have international experience, like you said, Claudius. He's actually the captain of this West Indies A team, and coming off the breakout league, he did get some runs. Was the 5th leading scorer for 160 runs. I'm sure you would have expected maybe even more of himself, but definitely he's coming into this in this tournament, this series, with some form behind him.
No doubt, and would want to build his confidence with more runs. So he's got the white ball version, of course, 2 red ball games, the 40 games after the 3-match white ball series. Delivery that is full and angling into the right-handed Aline as Moreke continues and on the money and seemed to be always at the stumps, Dwight Moreke.
Yeah, definitely, and he bowled really well to Kadim Allen in the first over. It's going to be interesting to see how he operates to the left-hander in Alec Atenes.
Just a solitary slip for him. So South Africa A having gone a little defensive. He started with the 2 slips round the wicket to Atenes, who goes back and plays into the offside. There's no run. So in the power play, in the 50 over game, of course, 10 overs. So the 2 fielders being deep third and long leg. So solitary slip, squarish cover, extra cover, backward point, mid off, mid on, and forward square. So the right-hander over the wicket to Atenes, who gets a good delivery, runs it down to that fielder at deep third for a single. So Moriki keeping things quiet. Atenes gets his 5th run and takes the total to 16 without loss. 268 more runs required. The right-handed Aline comes into strike. Moreke again to Aline, who is playing and missing outside the off stump. And well, with his angle, Moreke, you get the impression that you probably have to play all of these deliveries, and any movement away can present problems.
Yeah, he's forcing when he releases the ball, it's almost like it's coming back in. Allen is thinking he has to play, but when he pitches, it moves away. So that's just excellent delivery. And what he's done so far, Claude, is he's forced the batsman to play at pretty much every single delivery that he's bowled.
Moreke with that angular run, bowls to Aline, back of a length, so he's got time to see what is happening with the pace and the direction of the delivery, and runs it down to deep third for a single. It's a lot more comfortable on this occasion. The back of a length gave him a few more milliseconds to make the stroke decision, so 1 more to him. He goes to 12, 17 without loss. Atenes will face Moriki now round the wicket. The driving loosely and into the gloves of the keeper. A bit of a naughty stroke there from Atenes as the over comes to an end. 17 without loss.
Yeah, Atenes on that occasion just literally throwing the bat at the delivery. There's no real fit movement. Again, it was pretty full outside the off stump. Presented a scoring opportunity, but the lack of foot movement caused him to miss that one. But so far, I've been very impressed with what the South African opening bowlers have been able to do. They've been very disciplined and they've beaten the bat on quite a few occasions so far.
The patrons enjoying the action. Not a lot here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. I heard you and Reds saying 50 odd, or is it 50 plus? Start of a new over. Silly bowling to Aline, plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. Of course, the Cricket West Indies, they have opened up the gates, so it's free admission, and you'd have expected maybe a few more, maybe particularly as we come towards the evening. People coming out of work can take in the action. These are the stars of tomorrow. In fact, we have some current stars among the players out there. Short delivery and ducking under it is Aline. Keeper taking that nicely. Shaley.
No.
And the signal from umpire Williams is 1 above the shoulder for the over. It stays at 17 without loss.
Yeah, good delivery there from Sealy, testing Kadeem Allen, but got under that one quite comfortably. What we've seen so far, there's definitely good bounce on offer on this wicket.
Sealy again to Aline. Aline stands up straight and plays up to short extra cover, and there's no run. So the South African seamers, I think they would be happy with the conditions out there. Of course, they would have loved to have maybe bowled first, but it's the sort of wicket, Dwight, that in a one-day game, I think you get the opportunity to benefit from it throughout. The bounce is there, the pace is there, so I think as a seamer you'll enjoy yourself. Good delivery from Sele on target, and Aline playing up on the offside. And in a one-day day-night situation, there's no blazing sun on your back to really sap your energy. Good bowling conditions.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm sure they're gonna enjoy bowling on this wicket with the bounce that we've seen. But on the other hand as well, Claude, it also presents an opportunity for the batsmen, because we've seen batsmen, if they apply themselves, they could score runs on that wicket as well.
Sele to Aline. Aline playing a miss outside the off stump. Oh, good delivery. That looked like that seemed away. And the bat been pushed at it. But also we have to say no movement of the feet there from Aline.
Yeah, pretty similar to what we saw from Athens in the last delivery of the last over. Just all hands, not much feet movement.
Indeed, a situation that plagued the senior West Indies team today in Ireland, as Sele bowls to Aline. Aline driving nicely into the gap at extra cover and away to the boundary for 4. Good way to end the over, with Aline getting a boundary, taking him to 16-21 without loss after 5.
Yeah, after 5 dot deliveries, releasing the pressure. On that occasion, you got to be closer to that one, and maybe the length, a lot better in terms of the length to execute that shot. And Aline gleefully accepted it, a lovely shot, and that's his third boundary of the innings. He's now moved on to 16 of only 17 deliveries.
21. So good going by West Indies A. Rate is 4.2. Quad rate just going up slightly from what it was at the beginning. 5.8 now. So a good start, important for these two. Morike continuing. Scott none for 6. Goes to Athenaeus into the pad. Well down the leg side, so no question of an appeal on this occasion. West Indies A winning the toss when play started at 2:30 local time this afternoon, and South Africa A 283 all out. We are in over number 6 of West Indies A's reply. Shepo Morike round the wicket to Athanaze, who drives. The mid-off-fielder comes across and keeps it scoreless. So Athanaze faced the 15 deliveries, has not been looking to be aggressive, taking his time about things. Aline has been more positive, 16 from 17. Athanaze 5 from 15. Wanting to bat long, wanting to put a solid foundation that he can build on and push on as the innings goes on. Morike bowls to him down the leg side, looking to swing at it. Missing. Wide call by the umpire. And the total going up to 22.
Yeah, Athanaze just missing out on an opportunity to free his hands there. That was a delivery down the leg side. And with only the fine leg deep on the onside, I'm sure he would feel like he missed out on opportunity here to get a boundary.
Morike again. To Athanaze. Athanaze back in defense. Morike exerting quite a bit of energy, is very active at the start of the run, jumps on the spot and then moves strongly in, and there's a big grunt as he delivers the ball. Indication of the effort that he's putting in. Wants to dislodge one of these openers. Moreke to Atenes. Atenes gets a good delivery and can't score. Moreke bowling in good areas. This is two deliveries away from completing 3. He has just conceded 7.
Yeah, definitely. And what has been the hallmark of this spell so far is the length and the line that is bowled, specifically the line. Batsmen have had to play pretty much every delivery so far. And that's what you want with the new ball.
Indeed. Moreke. Atenes will get the single to wide mid on. As good communication between himself and Aline. So one more taken at the end of over number 6. West Indies A going after the target of 284. They're 23 without loss.
Yeah, another very tidy over for Moriki. As a matter of fact, he still has 1 delivery left. So far, he's only considered the 2, the wide, and the last single by Atenes. And he's going to be looking to end his foot over on a good note.
Moreke to Aline. Aline gets enough bat on it to get it away from the pads. And away to backward square leg for a single. So the over now completed, 24 without loss.
Yeah, very disciplined start by the South Africa A bowlers. They've put the ball in the right areas more often than not. On no wickets as yet. They've not been successful as yet, but definitely I think the first 6 overs so far, I think they would have the upper hand. On the other hand, West Indies would be quite happy that despite how well the South Africans have bowled, they've not lost a wicket as yet. And Aline has looked really good on 17 of 18 deliveries. Alec Atten is not so much, but it's important that he's still there, which is what's important.
The South Africa A continuing with Sele is bowled 3-4-15. See, comes into Aline. Aline is across his stump, maybe getting some bat onto that, but again for the second time in recent deliveries, just getting the bat in front of the pad, ball going quickly into the offside. And this is testament to the good areas by the 2 South African seamers.
Yeah, Silly squaring him up on that occasion with a hint of away movement.
Silly again to Aline. Aline edge and taken by the keeper. And yes, good catch in front of first slip. Aline coming forward, the ball going across him, outside edge found. And Kwishele, the keeper, taking that in front of first slip. So success for Chile and South Africa A, really having Aline squared up there. And good low catch just in front of the left boot of the first slip. So success for South Africa A. Kadeem Aline going in the 7th over. And West Indies A 24 for 1.
Yeah, excellent delivery there by Sele, actually been rewarded for the hard work and the good discipline that he's shown so far. And the previous delivery prior to the dismissal squared him up, got the outside edge. On that occasion, the outside edge went straight to the wicket for an excellent catch. So South Africa A finally been rewarded for the good discipline bowling that we've seen so far.
Yes, and Sele there just pulling the length back, and but maybe more importantly, getting the away movement, and Aline touching it to the keeper. So success for the probing South Africa A bowlers. First blood to Okushle Sele as the new batter Kevlon Anderson joins Alec Athanaze. Anderson coming off a decent regional 4-day championship in the West Indies and would no doubt have his confidence up. Of course, that performance contributing to his inclusion in the West Indies A side, and he would want to put up a solid performance here. Sele with his tail up bows to Anderson's forward and plays back to Sele. So 24 for 1, so the breakthrough coming in for the South African A, and they will be quite happy with that.
Yeah, just reward for how well they've bowled. And if we go back to the West Indies fast bowlers, the new ball, they were quite short and ill-disciplined, whereas the South Africans have pretty much been on the money so far.
Sele to Anderson, short and allowing it to go over the right shoulder into the gloves of Kishele. So Anderson being kept watchful here. So Kevlon Anderson for the Happy Eagles, 573 runs in the regional 4-day. Delivery that is drive in nicely, but finds the fielder at extra cover, and there's no run. So he stays on naught. So support here for Sele, continuing to do a good probing job against the new batter.
But excellent fielding there by Jordan Herman. A bit of a A.B. de Villiers' great fielding. What could have easily been a single or two, he kept it to a dot ball. So excellent, good backing up.
So Anderson, 300s, 3 half centuries in the regional 4-day, as he is struck on the pad, maybe inside edge as well, as he plays it through forward square, backward square leg I should say. They take 1 no signal, so he's off the mark. The end of a successful over for Sele. At the end of 7, West Indies 8, 25 for 1.
Yeah, the West Indies in need of a partnership, and these two batsmen in Alec Atten is the captain and being the most senior batsman in terms of international experience, and like you said, Kevlon Anderson, who's been a very consistent performer over the last couple of seasons, or whether it's be List A, the Breakout League. I think he was second in terms of leading run scorers as well. And in terms of the first class season just gone by, he was one of the leading run scorers. So he's been very consistent. So this is a very important partnership for West Indies if they are to go on and win this game this evening.
Moreke continuing. 3 overs, not for 9. He will be bowling to Kevlon Anderson. Gets one that is on off stump and pushed up to mid-on. There's no run. So Moreke turning at the top of his mark. And will continue. To Anderson. Anderson turns it. Oh, return coming in and missing. That would have been a close call. Quick single taken by Athanaze and Anderson. The ball played on the onside towards the umpire and nicely picked up by, looks like Tristan Lewis, firing at the stumps and just missing. Could have been a close call there for Athanaze, Dwight.
Yeah, that would have been interesting had that hit. It has been, the South African fielding has been very impressive so far in the 7.2 overs that we've seen. High energy and throwing themselves around, which is nice to see.
Athenaeus in strike. Moreke round the wicket. A swing and a miss to a delivery very wide of off stump. Another naughty stroke from Athenaeus.
Yeah, very loose from Athenaeus on that occasion. He's not been able to find the middle of the bat as yet. He's 6 of 19 deliveries. That was very wide, very close to actually being called a wide.
Yeah, it's almost in line with the marker. The guideline for the umpires to signal wide. Umpire Banawari didn't adjudicate that as being wide. Moreke again to Athenaeus, looking to swing it away. Will get it down to the long leg fielder. And a bit of bat onto it, so he gets it credited to himself. 27 for 1 as he goes to 7. Quite slow going from the West Indies A captain. 7 from 20.
Yeah, he's played a few shots, but he's missed quite a few as well. And again, even the last delivery, there was a scoring opportunity, but not able to make sufficient contact.
Moreke to Anderson. Goes back, punches it. Oh, halfway down is Athenaeus and has to go back. That went straight to the fielder, 14, who's at that point position, or just backward. And Athenaeus was almost halfway down when Anderson said no, just able to get back.
Yeah, in playing the shot, Anderson took a step down. Athenaeus maybe thought that was an intention to run, but there was never a single on.
Moreke to Anderson. Back. This time they can run. It's safe. It's in the gap to the deep third fielder. So single comfortably taken as the over is completed. The 8th of the innings. 28 for 1. West Indies A. Their target 284.
Yeah, 28 for 1 in 8 overs represents a really good start from the South Africa A opening bowlers. Sele 4 overs, 1 for 16. And Moreke, though the fact that he hasn't taken a wicket, he's been very, very good. 4 overs for 12. And the West Indies A, in order to get such a total, they would need to push on, especially and even in the power play. And so far, they've not been able to do so. So credit must be given to the way the South Africans have came out with the ball and in the field as well.
West Indies A is scoring at 3.5, and so the required rate just inching upwards to 6.1. Start of a new over as Sele coming into Anderson. Again on the money. I can't recall one delivery that has been let go, Dwight Thomas.
No.
By the batters.
They've bowled very
Everything has been
yep.
on
Very
target.
They forced the batsmen to play at pretty much every single delivery so far.
Sele plugging away. He's got Anderson in his sight. Drives slowly up to mid-off, and there is no run. So this new ball pair of Okeshle Sele and Tepo Moreke, they have done quite well. This is the 9th over, and they have kept the rate of scoring to under 4, which means that although they have only picked up the 1 wicket, but they have made scoring very difficult. Sele to Anderson. Anderson is inside of it and allowing a short delivery to go past the left shoulder into the gloves of Senitamba Kwishele, the keeper. So the South African A, under conditions that they would be familiar with grass in the surface, nice bouncy surface. I think they're enjoying that, especially in the night situation. Top edge, going back, a fielder is interested. Oh, and he misses it, and it'll go for 4. Just missed the catch as it came down. Seemed to have hit the chest as he was running back. And the ball coming from the fielder and going into the boundary for 4. Anderson gets a boundary, but he was not in control as the fielder turned and seemed to have had it in terms of being close to the catch, but just the presentation of the hands, Dwight, not being in maybe the right place, and the ball maybe not even hitting them, coming off the chest or maybe high up the arms. Delivery that is into the rib cage almost, and tucking it away for a single. Anderson. So 32 now for 1. Piece of fortune there for Anderson.
Yeah, if we go back to that drop chance, it's almost like he overrun the ball, where his hands were out and it almost hit him on his chest. And going back to the shot that Anderson played, it's almost like he was trying to release the pressure using his feet to Morike, as we see that on the replay. Yes, came off of his chest and went straight into the boundary for 4.
Yes, and maybe also coming off the knee as well as it came down. Round the wicket, Sele to Atenes. Flicked away for 6. What a lovely stroke. It was short and angled down the leg side, and Atenes was quickly into it, helping it away all the way over backwards square leg for his first boundary. What a delightful one. He goes to 17. No, he goes to 13, and it's 39 for 1.
Yeah, excellent way to end the over there for Atenes. He came in line and just flicked that one into the Johnson Charles stand, as we can see on the replay. Excellent shot, almost like Gordon Greenidge used to do back in the day, and hopefully that builds his confidence.
Lovely stroke indeed. 39 for 1. West Indies A, seeing off the first combination from South Africa A, as a bowling change is about to be made, as Beyond 14 is coming in. So a bit of spin from the South Africa A. So we have seen what has been presented with scene. So captain bringing on Marquez Ackerman, bringing on the spin of 14. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes here. Dwight.
Yeah, and he's a very experienced bowler. He has represented the Proteas at the international level, and given the conditions there, it's going to be interesting what he's able to get off the track.
14 to Anderson, clipped away, first delivery, but straight to the square leg fielder, who's coming across in front of the square leg umpire to complete the fielding. Comes in again, looking to sweep, does so, 4 runs, beating the fielder on this occasion. So Anderson pulling out the sweep and getting good purchase on it and hitting it quite powerfully and going right through the fielder at square leg. Sweeping that almost from middle stump, Dwight.
Yeah, he took a risk there. Had he missed that, he would have probably been on his way, but good execution nonetheless, and releasing the pressure a bit now, the West Indies batsman.
Absolutely. 43 for 1. He goes to 12. Anderson. 14 again. Round the wicket to Anderson, who punches it up to the long on fielder. And they take 1. Pomguana picking it up. So 1 more to Anderson. 13, 44 for 1. The left-handed Atenes will face up to 14, who will change his approach and go over the wicket. Deep mid-wicket and deep square leg, the 2 fielders out. We're still in the power play. This is over number 10. Clipped away by Atenes. As this mid-wicket fielder comes off the boundary, awkward return to the keeper as they had settled for the one. So Anderson will come into strike. 45 for one. Scoring rate just inching slightly to 4.7. 14 to Anderson, clipped away. Long on fielder to his right will not prevent the second. As Anderson was clipping that nicely. So 2 more to him. West Indies A inching towards their half century. 47 for 1. Anderson going to 15. As he'll wait for 14 with a ring of fielders on the offside. Turned away, straight to the square leg fielder to complete the over. So the 10th of the innings, the end of the power play. West Indies A 47 for 1. The loss of Kadeem Ali. And so a time to reflect for Dwight. More thoughts from him, and then it's going to be Red Spurrier.
Yeah, the first 10 overs has been a really good contest between both bat and ball. The South African A, the seamers start off really well, but these two, Alec Attanis and Anderson, so far they've put on 23 for the second wicket of only the 22 deliveries. So they're starting to not spend time at the wicket, but putting some pressure back onto the South Africa A bowlers. And if you're a West Indies fan, we have a few spectators in the ground. They'll be hoping that this partnership continues for a longer period of time, whereas the South Africans would be looking for a breakthrough. And the man that they've entrusted with trying to get a big breakthrough, because have a change of bowling from the players' pavilion end. That's Pongwana. That's going to be bowling from the players' pavilion end. He's the man entrusted with getting a breakthrough. While I welcome Reds back to the commentary seat.
Well, the weather is holding, although it got a little dark towards the latter part of 6 o'clock. So, Pongwana, tall, rangy, stretches up, I would think, 6 feet 3, 6 4.
Minimum 6'3", I would think.
Yeah. Right. Got bowled to the left-handed Atanaz. 47 for 1. Fishing outside the line of the off stump. Not a lot of movement to the feet there. And going through to the keeper. So it's a game on situation here. The A's, Atanaz and Anderson. Anderson started a bit with the ball. Surprised quite a few people, although his first over didn't indicate that. But he took some important wickets. That's a delivery which is, well, no control there. They're flashing outside the off stump. I think Atanez's one area of worry is outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, anytime it's wide, anytime he's giving width, it's like he just throws his hands at it, not necessarily along with his feet movement. So that's definitely, like you said, an area of concern. A lot of time the ball goes uppishly in that area.
Yes, he's just got to tighten up a bit. So the right-hander Anderson comes in to strike. The backward point goes rushing back towards the Johnson Charles stand. Delivery which is turned out towards square leg, just past the square leg umpire, as the strike is rotated once more. A lot of good batting to come, Dwight. I mean, you go past Atanez and Anderson. To come is Wickham, Paris, Glenn, and Savory.
Yeah, definitely. They do have a long batting lineup. And Wickham has been touted as one of the most promising batsmen in the region, so a lot is expected of him.
Yes. Hasn't had the best year, but the talent is there. That's it, nicely over the top. Right over the mid-off, down to the boundary for 4. Good calculated hit. Drawing on his experience. He obviously wants to figure in the Australian tour, and the only way, the path there to it, is by scoring runs.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to be disappointed that he's not part of the current touring party, so he's going to do all he can in this 8-team series to try and regain selection, and he's gotten off to a good start right now.
Well, maybe lack of scores, but they have kept him in the frame, and he squares drive that, leaning back, just transferring the weight and hitting that down towards backward point. The lights around the Darren Sammy like little candles with the housing growing each and every day. I said this ground slightly reminds me of the ground in Cape Town with the high ground around. It's a bit of an amphitheater. Upon the balls on the front foot, that's edged into the pad. Adamson at the first class level is averaging just about 47. Just about 47. He's highly rated by his fellow West Indians, but got to keep knocking on the door. For 54 for 1 of the 11 overs, and just to mention, we need another 230, but the batting is there.
Yeah, and they need another 230 and just about 6 runs and over. It is going to be challenging. In order for them to do so, they would have to bat well. But like you said, Reds, there's lots of batting left. There's also Shakib Parris, who we saw in the CPL, who's a very aggressive and very good player as well. There's Jovel Glenn, who's coming off a really good Super 50. So there's plenty of batting left in the West Indies A lineup.
And then the batsman out, caught off Chile for 17. And you've seen a bowling change from the top end. Loose coming in, bowling around the wicket. The line just allow him to tuck it away. During the break, one saw whether it was a plan to give the leg spinner a fairly long workout, but I think there could be a leggy in the South African armory.
Yeah, like you said, when we saw during the interval, he was going for quite a workout.
Yes, long.
Yeah, which would suggest that there is a leg spinner to come at some point in this innings.
Right, keeper standing back, there's no slip, there's no gully. And that's a powerful shot. Whoa! Stand and deliver. And he hit that like a bullet past him and off, who hardly moved. And he was pitching up. And the right-handed Anderson just launching himself into the drive. Anderson, a very popular name in Guyana. The indoor auditorium is named after a boxer called Cliff Anderson. That's a delivery which he spars at and is lucky, in a sense, that there's no gully, there's no third slip. But it made extra height and maybe surprised Anderson a bit.
Yeah, definitely surprised him. Not in full control of that one, but he's definitely going to take the boundary. Excellent. Good delivery, though, from Loose. Anderson not in control. Had there been a gully, could have easily gone to hand.
Yes, I think he's just got to respect that the bowler's got some pace. Bowler's got some height as he runs away from us to Anderson. Playing it safe, just chucking out on the onside, brings the fieldsman the rung towards square leg. Strike is rotated. West Indies A, 64 for 1. Had a bit of a start between Allen and, of course, Atenes. And then lose an early wicket, but they had a bit of a start. These two must now continue. Short, just getting the attention of Atenes there, and and showing that he's got a couple of things up his sleeve.
Yeah, Luz reminding Athens that he has that his armory. So he can't just lunge forward, but well evaded by Alec Athens on that occasion.
So it's been expensive. 10 or 5 overs, 5 deliveries, but he looks a good prospect. That's just run down towards third man. It was just back of a length outside the off stump. So over is completed. So what we have had, we got 12 overs gone, and there's 65 for water. Let's remind you that the West Indies A needing 219 runs to left of 228 balls. So they've got to keep pushing on.
Yeah, that would mean they require just about 6 runs and over in order to win this game. But what has been impressive so far this pair, they've put on 41 of only the 34 deliveries not too long ago. The run rate was just about 3.5. They've now pushed on the scoring rate to 5.4. So definitely they are doing what is required. And Alec Athens, who struggled to begin with, has grown in confidence since he hit that 6.
Yes, that 6 over backward square was a peach. So Anderson is 25, Athens is 22. And delivery outside the line of the off stump, which is squeezed down towards a kind of a deepish gully. So the start of the AC era is well and truly on. The next game is on Saturday, and we hope the media will encourage on all the outlets, Tourist Board, Hotel Association. That's a charge, and I think he lost his shape there a bit as he decided early he was going to use his feet. He's just got to be careful. He was a little off balance as he played a shot down towards mid-off.
Yeah, he's guilty of looking to hit that one a bit too hard. If we go back to the 6 that he hit, just all timing, but that one is looking for a bit too much power on that occasion.
Charging down, settles once more, 65 for 1. That's flicked away, but straight towards, well, thought for a moment it had gone through, but just was the illusion with the lights. It was pitched up and nicely played. Maybe stronger than on the onside than the offside.
Athens, I would say I would say he's stronger for the offside, for the backward point cover area. That is tend to be his strength and where he gets most of his runs.
But that could also be his weakness.
Correct. It has been at the international level. But he's also very good for the onside as well, as we saw with that 6.
Scored a lot of runs as a young man. You had to take notice when you read the scores coming out of the win restore myth and others. Delivery which is just steered away down towards backward point. So Pangwana operating from the far end. What we have Silly, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27. Ricky, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 12. Fortune, just 1 over, none for 8. He's had test experience. Nice control, just running it down towards third man outside the off stump, just using the wrists and running it down. Manguano has had none for 8 of 1.4. Anderson will take strike. He's from Eastern Guyana in Berbice, where many outstanding players have come from. I'm sure over the years he will know the history. Again, that's just a couple of inches short of a length, and as he transfers the body weight onto the right leg, it just runs it down towards third man. So the end of the over from Pangwana, and it's 2 overs, none for 9. So we have seen 1 over spin only.
Yeah, just maybe some of the Captain Ackerman just wanted to see if there was anything on offer for his left arm orthodox. But like you said, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more. He has test experience, so I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of him as the innings goes on.
He went to New Zealand. I think he went to New Zealand when South Africa had a franchise, but decided, and New Zealand accepted, that they will send a second team, and there was some talent, batting talent that came out. Pushed away for a single. As the return comes in and backed up by the mid-on. Anderson is 26. Athanase 23. I'm sure that the listenership in Dominica and Guyana would be at a very high level. They're both well liked by their home crowd. But it is performance and runs that will get them further. Cricket delivery down the leg side, but badly lined. Anderson started in the mode of having a duck and then realized that it really wasn't looking to pin him on the shoulder. Loose, number 8 on his back. Runs away from us, very straight up back. Driving down towards Maidwin off and running with the shot almost. So he's off strike momentarily. Total goes to sub-day for 1. And you can really admire the scoreboard, and of course all the scoreboards throughout are very much on the improve. I'm sure a lot of work has been done at Kensington to put it into top shape for the test match there. Again, good control outside the off stump, just hitting the face of the bat and running it down. Not a lot of pressure on the batsman right now.
No, what has been impressive so far in this over is the rotation of the strike. I think that's very important, especially when you're chasing such a huge total. And I've just observed, I know Darren Sammy has, the West Indies coach has said a lot about it, the conception of dot deliveries. So it's important that these guys learn to rotate the strike from now, so when they get to the next level, it's a lot easier.
That's played at a squarish cover, just coming onto the front foot. There's cricket coming up in Antigua. I think there's also cricket coming up in St. Kitts. So where a couple of squads have been announced. Cricket coming up later on. A Dream 11 here at T10. That's hit straight and will drop safely and kick on. So again, playing through the line. And total going up to 75 for 1. Athens moving to 28. So the flow runs ticking over.
Yeah, Athens is growing in confidence as we speak, and this is when he looks real good, when he's not looking to overhit the ball. That one just all timing, elegant looking shot, and he's now moved on to 28.
We're at the end of the 14th over. That's almost hitting it down to the third man area, but not carrying. A little danger of a shot there. Looking just to hit it over the gully, but there's a man back. And that could have easily gone down his lap. So 76 for 1. Athens is 29. Anderson 28. South Africa, I would think, pretty happy with the score, which is competitive. Initially, they looked like they'll get 300. Then it looked like it'll get about 260. And it ended off exactly around maybe what they wanted.
Yeah, I think they would be pleased with the total that they got. Like you said, at one point we were talking about over 300, and at one point when I asked you, you said 260. So it's something right in between. In order for West Indies to get there, they would have to bat really well. It's a competitive total. It's a total that if they bowl well, they will be able to defend.
Bongbana will continue the South African A attack. Passes the umpire and played back to the bowler. It's well past, I think it's well past 1 a.m. in South Africa. If you're still with us, good morning, because it's morning time. And good evening to all in the Caribbean. Here's hoping the rain will stop. And that's short and slapped away out towards squarish cover. Right-hander, left-hand combination always, of course, puts pressure on the fielding side. Bowling to two left-handers and two right-handers is just maybe the odd adjustment. Some people are stronger through the onside and stronger through the offside. Anderson, no slip. Bongbana moves in. Anderson is back. Looking for the second. I don't think it's on. I think that was the thoughts of Atenes. He touchdown turn as he should. In your time, how many run-outs you might have had? Half dozen?
Maybe more than that. When I played competitively, I was regarded as a very good fielder. So I did take quite a few run-outs. On the other hand, I did get run out quite a few times as well.
Okay. So it went against you and for you.
Yep.
That's a heavy ferry drive. A get-out shot. And never really to the pitch. And again, just a little boom, not too much of a movement towards the line.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's been guilty of so far in the inning. It's a lot of hands, not necessarily fit movement. He needs to get, if he gets closer, it's going to be a lot better and a lot easier for him to execute that shot.
Well, there's enough for men around who can pass the knowledge on. As he waits once more to Pangana, and that's flicked away. There could be more runs here. There'll be at least two, as the second run is now completed. Changing the line in. He's very strong in that area also. So he pushes on. 32-29 to Anderson. Partnership of 56. It's growing, but a long way to go. Track and field coming up in St. Lucia. The Makiba Al-Seed meet, and of course a major meet coming up in Barbados, where they hope to have attractive prize money. At the end of that over, Pangano walks away, pulls the hat on, and the West Indies, after 15 overs, 80 for 1. The T10 starts when? Here in St. Lucia.
June 22nd?
June 22nd. I wouldn't ask you about the contract you've signed because the tax officers are listening to the broadcast. Bowling over the wicket and no ball called. Have to bowl it again, and of course you expect the usual free hit. Some batsmen can take full advantage of it, but there's a tendency maybe to want to, hit it just about anywhere.
I've seen many a free hit go unpunished with batsmen looking to hit it way too hard.
Exactly.
Let's see if Anderson could capitalize on that.
So loose from the far end, from the commentary box end, and that's a real, fairly get-out shot. I mean, it was wide outside the off stump. That could have taken the top edge and hustled down to third man.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, right? Anytime it's a free hit, I'm sure maybe if that wasn't a free hit, he would maybe look to execute a cut shot or something for the offside. It being a free hit, just off to leg.
That's a view. Just being a little more patient, you can score off the free hit. But you know it's a free hit. You know it's totally safe. Sometimes it's hurried. South Africa badly in need of breaking this partnership, which was put on 57 good-looking runs at a fairly good tick. Anderson, 29. And again, that's a stand and deliver shot, but this time he doesn't beat mid-off to his right. That hit directly straight to him, but quite powerful on the drive.
Yeah, using his feet as well on that occasion. Anderson has been very impressive with his approach to this inning so far. He's 29 of only the 30 deliveries.
Yes.
Have been very impressive, the intent that he's shown.
Batted number 3 for tonight. He bats number 3 for Guyana. Reaching out there. Not staying on the crease line, but reaching out and playing that out towards cover. As he throws away, gets some perspiration from the helmet out. A bit of an open stance Anderson has got, that left leg pull away. But it's all correct once the delivery is on its way.
Yeah, very good technique, and that's why he's been so successful and prolific in the 4-day competition.
So Wickham, Paris, Glenn, Savory to come. Then the lower order in Minley, Thomas, Cyrus, and Blades. Lutz once more moving in. That does in fact, for a short while, was fairly maybe surprising to him, but he got on his toes and he ran it down. It was kind of awkward initially, but he controlled it well and keeps the strike at the end of the over. We're going to have a water break. So we have had 16 overs gone, and the West Indies are 82 for 1 and needing 202 for victory. They're having a break. We'll have a break and be back in just a short while. Well, the refreshments delivered in some countries where it could be very cold, and you must have had tea in England on a few occasions.
Yeah. Well, in England it's all tea.
I'm talking about in the middle, during a water break.
There were a few occasions, yes, Reds. It got that cold. Well, not necessarily in England, but in Scotland, it got so cold it was required at some points. Yeah.
Yes. There was a game in Mohali I did where the tea kept us alive. And this effort by Pangwana continuing outside the off stump. He seemed to be bowling well within himself.
Yeah, just very easy going kind of run up. But what he's done so far is bowled a really good length. Hasn't really given the batsman driving opportunities. But Anderson, what I've been impressed with again, and I keep saying that, is the ability to rotate strike.
Yes. Seemed to be a natural from very young. That's slightly mishit by Atenes. Which part of Scotland you played?
Played at for Glenup Cricket Club. That's the Glen Park area. So that's where we played for one season. Wasn't the best of seasons because it rained pretty much every single day. So it was a bit of challenge in terms of the conditions.
Pangwana almost there. Hit straight past the bowler. The umpire getting out of the way. And for a moment it looked like it might have been a little more than just a signal, but driving through the line and not giving the bowler a real chance of getting anywhere near it. 84 on the board. The long leg being pushed around to his left. Bottom in. And that's squatted away by the right hander. Almost jumping and playing the shot, but trying to get us on top of it as much as possible. And again we see the rotation of the strike between these two. I don't know how often they have batted together, but they seem to have a good understanding. This obviously was a discussion point by Andre Coley and the backroom staff. 85 for 1 from Warner Bowles, and flirting outside the line of the off stump, and again the movement in the feet just not there.
Yeah, Alec Atenes has been beaten numerous occasions playing a similar shot, almost trying to run that one down to third man. And if you, prior to the games, the coaching staff usually gives some slip catching. It's almost like he's trying this out there.
Well, there's no slip, but that might well encourage the South Africans to employ at least a first slip. When a bowls and that's high in the air, this will go down towards the long leg and taken. Well, he played that shot a couple of overs ago brilliantly. This was outside the line of the line of the leg stump by Pangwana, and he didn't quite time it. Seemed to just maybe hit off center of the bat, and it lobbed down to the man at that wide third man position, not straight. So the partnership is broken. The West Indies A team captain is gone, and it's 85 for 2. 85 for 2. And a bad loss from the West Indies A point of view.
Yeah, exactly what they would not have wanted. But again, Reds, it's almost like every time there's a drinks break, a wicket falls after. And Alec on that occasion looking to hit that one over the Johnson Charleston. It looks like the ball got a bit bigger than he expected. Lost his bottom hand came off the bat and presented a simple catch to lose at the deep square leg boundary.
And my thoughts was that maybe the length wasn't there for that shot. It was just pulled back a bit.
Yeah, exactly. And But nonetheless, a very, very good innings from him, 33 of the 47 deliveries. And Pongwana has now broken the 61-run partnership between Anderson and Alec Atanes. And with that, Kevin Wickham comes to the wicket.
Yes, highly thought of. Wickham. He's had some very good runs for Barbados. Carries a name which is highly respected in the world of journalism in Barbados. And just going through his stretchings. Number 49 on his back. So Anderson with the slip now employed with that slightly open stance. Loose goes in, and that's really hit. With almost disrespect. Hit that wide of the deep mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. So Anderson being Anderson, he pushes on now to 32. And a great, very clean connection.
Yeah, Anderson backing himself, having lost the captain the previous delivery. Anderson really backed himself on that occasion and executed that shot really well. He's raced on to now 36 of only the 36 deliveries, which has included 5 fours.
It's 2 for 85 in the 18th over. Loose goes it to Anderson outside the off stump. He doesn't go fishing at it. It's down that canal of danger, which can only become dangerous if you're looking to dab away outside the line of the off stump. So Anderson joined by Wickham, who's yet to take guard. Loose goes in once more. And that's hit down the ground by Anderson confidently, really demonstrating a lot of confidence in his batting. It was pitched up and he hit it straight over the bowler down to the boundary before he races on to 40. 40 of what, some 39
deliveries.
39 deliveries. So it's been an impressive display by the young Barbadian.
Yeah, very good intent being shown from the onset. And this is not necessarily something that you've seen too often from him, but exactly what is required. And for the West Indies, they'll be hoping that he carries on and maybe get 3 figures.
Total rushes on to 93. This is 17.3 overs. And Strishan loose once more comes up to Anderson. Anderson gets a lifter, well bowled. Well handled too, because he had to just go back a bit, get the bat up, pushed it down. So there was a little bit of a contest there.
Yeah, what Luce has been able to do is get a lot of bounce. I think that's why they've introduced the slip on a few occasions. He's had Anderson edging over in that area, but good delivery, but well handled in the end by Anderson.
So Wickham gets his first sighter, 94 for 2. Like Anderson, a right-hander. Like Anderson, also very talented. And Luce is about to pass the umpire. And getting that left pad nicely out, moving into the shot. Didn't earn him a run, but seemed to have caused a little bit of injury by the fieldsman at cover. Might have just twisted the knee. Seems to be taking his time to get up. He's up now. Wasn't quite down for the long count. That happened in the World Heavyweight fight many years ago with Gene Turney. Limping a little bit at cover, but all seems to be well. Loose once more to Wickham. Wickham lets it go outside the line of the off stump, picking up the line very quickly, looking not to play a shot, and that completes the 18th over. So in case you just want to get some information on the bowling, Sela 5 overs, none for 27. Mariki had 4 overs, none for 12. Fortune and just 1 over for 8. Pongana 4 overs, 1 for 16, and Lewis 4 overs, none for 31.
Yeah, and we were talking about Kevin Wickham, the new batsman. And if we take a look at his list A stats, so far he's averaging 29.90, so just a tick shy of 30. And so far he's had 1 century and 2 half centuries at the list A level. So that represents a player that knows how to score and score big with a best of 118.
What's the first class average?
His first class average is slightly better at 34.8.
Okay, I want to thank Roland Cox for all the information. An international scorer in his own right. That's Manabols, and that is a pretty loose shot outside the line of the leg stump. Okay, we'll just have a little bit of a touch of the on the edge. As the replay will now indicate. Seems to have come back after passing the effort by the batsman.
Yeah, but good shot delivery from Pangwana.
Who's about 6'4", we work out. Outside the off stump and stared away to backward point. 94 for 2, the game quite open. The grounds are totally open. And we hope that on Saturday, when we come back here for the second ODI, we'll have a lot more people. Lots of the tourists in St. Lucia will come, along with the St. Lucian public, especially the young men at secondary school. That's short and pull away, looking to split the man at fine leg and backward square, settling for the second run. And he now moves up to 41. Also 41. Guado going back to his mark. Young talent being displayed by South Africa A in many departments. Pangwana once more. And that's onto the front foot and just trying to steer it past the short backward point. That doesn't quite maybe get the angle he was working for. $188 to win. A long way to go. The batting is there. Wickham has just come to join the in-touch Anderson. And Pangwana comes off that straight approach. Digs it in short, no pressure on Anderson. Want to look back for our viewers about who caught your eye with the South African A side.
Well, definitely Jason Smith. But again, he has international experience. He looked really good. And not forgetting Herman, who batted really well as well. These two looked really good, really confident, and very compact in the way they went about it.
And there was someone else, I think, who got a half century. We'll come back to that in a while. That's pushed off the front foot, beating the backward point. And they come back very quickly for the second round. Bit of loose bit of work there. Captain could not be all that happy with him because their wells had settled for the just a single. And all of a sudden the ball leaked through and they came back very quickly. So at the end of the 19th over, it's 98 for 2. 98 for 2. Claudius Emmanuel, a voice that really should, like Marley Richards, should be given some exposure in the region. Need to hear as many voices as possible. And Claudius Emmanuel has done a lot of work at the regional level. Maybe just need a little exposure. because it's only through exposure you're going to make the kind of strides up the ladder.
Correct. Sometimes you just need someone to give you that right opportunity, Reds.
Well, the little ladder I've climbed is because other people have given me the opportunity. We have a bowling change. The Fortuna's come back, left arm orthodox. As you said, he's played for South Africa at the highest level. First delivery is driven easily down to the long off, getting onto the front foot. A good opportunity here for Wickham to play an important role. Anderson needs to go as deep as possible. Big shout for leg before he's gone. That was not maybe a big turning delivery, push forward and struck in front. So Anderson departing and South Africa just coming on quickly back into the game with Atenes going on with first and then Anderson on 45. And South Africa must feel they are back in the money, so to speak. It's 3 down for 99.
Yeah, that was very plumb, but very good delivery from, as we see on the replay. Yeah, right in front of middle. It's a good decision from the umpire, and Anderson has to go for a very well played 45. But the West Indies A, Finkamp would have been hoping that he would have gone on to get a lot more than that. And with the 2 wickets falling almost back to back in Atenes and Anderson, a lot now would be required for Wickham and Paris.
I don't know if Anderson was in two minds about what shot he wants to play, but he just seemed to be a little late coming forward.
Yeah, he was late on that one, and also that one actually straightened, maybe thinking that would have maybe turned, and there was no turn on offer on that occasion.
So the left arm orthodox has done the job for South Africa, and now we have someone who had a lot of time for in the CPL, looking at young Paris. Got a lot of starts, but didn't really go on to get a big 100. But he got some very interesting scores, some very well-played shots. I'm sure he'll be back with the Royals this year, who have just, in fact, signed Rutherford. Driving through the line and getting a single down towards long off. You're quickly looking at the stats.
Yeah, Paris so far 10 List A games, an average of 32.25 with 2 half centuries. Hasn't recorded a century as yet, but definitely a promising young batsman coming out of Barbados.
First class average?
First class average, slightly better, 37.43 with 5 half centuries and 1 century.
Not bad at all. Anderson, I think, is about 47. That's flicked away. Nice wristy shot. Beats the bowler, moving across to his right. And the strike rotated once more. The thing about partnerships, I think when you have two guys who know each other, and you probably had a favorite partner you batted with where there's a great understanding. You have two Barbadians batting.
Yeah, and the communication in terms of running between the wickets between these pairs should be very good.
There's no more short cover in a catching position, but the line was not in contrast with where the fieldsman was placed. It was outside leg stump and played down towards long on. 100 for 3. Claudius Emmanuel will be long shortly. Ball in the front foot. Good delivery. That certainly turned away a little bit to take the outer part of the bat. And thought for a moment that will complete the over. It does complete the over. More from you, Dwight, as this game becomes a little more competitive with the fall of 2 wickets after you. It will be Claudius.
Yeah, maybe 10-15 minutes ago prior to the drinks break, West Indies A were cruising with Atenes and Anderson batting really well. But after the drinks break, they've lost 2 quick wickets. And South Africa A have actually come back into this game. And if you ask me, they're maybe slightly ahead as of right now, the West Indies A require a partnership between Wickham and Paris. But credit must be given to the way that the South Africa bowlers they've bowled so far, especially the seamers. They've been very disciplined and they've bowled in some really good areas. And the West Indies 102 for free in 20 overs means they require another 182 at 6-point run. Well, I welcome Claudius back.
Thank you, Dwight. As well, we're going to have a bowling change, is that? Or Moriki? Is that Sealy? From the southern end. And the bowls to Paris, who comes across the off stump and pushes up into the offside. So Moriki into his 5th over. He's got the figures of not for 12, so he's been spot on with his economy and making things difficult for West Indies A batters. Paris waits for Moriki, sends him back, ball angling into him, and no room being given. We saw that in his first spell of 4 overs, not for 12, and he's at the stumps all the time. Now Paris is at the beginning of his innings and he will need to be placed in close scrutiny on the offerings from Moriki, who comes into Paris. Paris drives out to the sweeper at the point. Single being taken. The batter's humbling single, 103. Now for 3. So West Indies A losing Aline 17, Atenes 33, Anderson 45. So a rebuilding effort needed between these two, Paris and Wickham. The two Bajans, they can combine well to do so. Moriki with other ideas, bows to Wickham. Wickham is getting one again, bang on target. And I mean, the control of Moriki has really been good. This is his 5th over, just the 13 runs, and he's at you all the time. Batters having to play at almost every delivery. Shepo Moriki with that angled run to the batter down the leg side on this occasion, just losing the control on this occasion. Wide signal. And 104 for 3. Moriki kicking away there and almost getting umpire Williams as he was unhappy with the control on that delivery. The previous one, he comes in again, driving airborne over the inner ring. Sweeper coming to his left, sliding away nicely, keeping it away from the boundary. And Wickham getting 1, taking him to 3, and the total 105 for 3. Moriki is still bang on target.
Yeah, Moriki just continuing where he left off from his first spell. Bowling, as we saw what you just described, Claudius, on the replay. But he did apologize immediately. So he just continued where he left off in his first spell, bowling really straight and in some really good areas.
Moriki again. Ball this time to Paris. Wide delivery and slapped away down to the sweeper, who comes off the boundary, and quickly so, to keep the batsman down to 1 as the 21st over is completed. West Indies A 105 for 3. They need a further 179.
Yeah, Moriki 5 overs. Wicketless so far, considered the 16 runs. He's bowled a lot better than maybe what the figures would say in terms of the wicket column, because he's beaten the bat on numerous occasions in his first spell, but so far unsuccessful. But I've been very impressed with his spell, his control, and the way that he's gone about it. As a matter of fact, most of the pretty much every one of those South African A bowlers have bowled in really good areas and tested the West Indies batsmen.
Absolutely. In fact, if we look at the economy as a delivery that is driven back to 14, who starts the 22nd over. As he comes in again to Paris. Paris making room, looking to hit that into the offside. Finds the fielder at extra cover. No run, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep extra cover. 14 to Paris. Paris goes back. Good fielding to his bowling. 14, but maybe falling heavily to his left, but is going to take a few seconds to recover. But good fielding. He kept maybe just landing heavily on maybe the elbow, or maybe landing on the ball perhaps. Flighted delivery forward goes Paris. 14, just tempting the right-hander to play a loose stroke. Not happening as yet. He continues to concentrate. Short hit off the back foot, but hard into the ground. The single is not on. As the fielding down on the edge of the square. Wickham just calling Paris down for a chat as they agree about maybe the running. A little indecision in the previous one. 14 to Paris, forward driving. The extra cover fielder doing good work on the edge of the square, and the dot ball to complete the over. The 22nd of the innings, 106 for 3. The South Africa 283 came from 46.2 overs, 55 to Kwishele and Smith, 53 to Herman. Jadar Blades picking up 3 wickets for West Indies A. Currently scoring at 4.82, required rate 6.4.
Yeah, the required rate seems to be going up. So far, I think I want to see a lot more rotation of the strike this pair. If you can't get the boundaries, you need to be able to minimize the dot balls, and they've not been able to do so.
Morike bowls a short delivery to Wickham, who goes back and plays it square into the offside. And there's no run. So Morike into his 6th over. So Marcus Ackerman, the South Africa A captain, looking at his bowling options. He has used 5 bowlers so far, and happy to rotate them. Moreke coming in to Wickham. Wickham gets a delivery that is into the leg stump, plays it up on the onside, and there's no run. So Celia has bowled 5, 3 from 14. Pongwana 5, 4 from loose. Moreke is into his 6th. So appears to be the main cast of bowlers, the 5. Of course, if he needs to, he can bring in on other bowlers. Moreke to the batsman, pulling down to the long leg fielder on the bounce. Wickham taking up the challenge to play the hook and getting a single down to the fielder. One more to him. He goes to 4, 107 for 3. Midway in the 23rd over. Moreke will now bowl to Paris. Edge and taken by a diving keeper. So the end of Paris playing at the delivery, angled across him. And another diving catch from Senetamba Kwishele. The fall of Shakir Paris caught Kwishele, bowled Moriki, and is gone for 4. West Indies A, 107 for 4 in the 23rd over.
Yeah, and Moriki finally being rewarded for the good bowling that we've seen so far in his 5.3 overs, as we see on the replay here. Slight movement away. If anything, Paris maybe looking to run that down to third man. Got the outside edge and another very good catch by Kwishele. And West Indies in further trouble at 107 for 4.
Very much so. Success for the South Africa A team. And as we anticipated, they are enjoying the conditions here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Bowlers getting the response. Yeah, Paris just guilty of looking to run that down past the keeper, but not successful. Kwishele diving across to take that. So Javel Glenn comes out to bat at number 6 for West Indies A, and he's got his work cut out for him as Moreke will bowl to him, the left-hander, 27-year-old, and from Jamaica, and he's about to face his first delivery. Moreke going round the wicket to the left-hander. Comes into Glenn. Glenn gets one that's angled into him. Quick single to the mid-on fielder. They go through and they complete it successfully. So Glenn is away, getting off the mark with that push to mid-on. The total going to 108 for 4.
Yeah, good running between the wickets between Wickham and Glenn. Glenn just struck that one to mid-on and set off quickly what turned out to be a comfortable single. And I want to see a lot more of that in terms of rotation of the strike and good running between the wickets, because that's going to be important.
Wickham in strike. Moreke back over the wicket. To Wickham, who is pushed back onto his stumps and plays up to mid-wicket to complete the over. A successful one for Moreke, the 23rd of the innings. West Indies A, they are 108 for 4.
Yeah, the South Africa A, all over the West Indies at the minute, 108 for 4 in 23 overs means they require another 176 runs for victory at 6.5 and over. And having lost 4 wickets, it's going to be a tough ask. But they've got Paris and Glenn, who's been in really good form in recent times. And they're going to be hoping that these two put on a really good partnership.
14 is going to continue over number 24. He's 4th. He's got 1 for 12. The wicket of Anderson, whom he trapped LBW for 45. Alec Atenes 33, Aline 17, Anderson 45. Paris 4, the 4 batters to be dismissed. 14 will go over the wicket to the left-handed Glenn. Over number 24, comes in bowls to Glenn. Glenn turns it through the square leg area. The fielder comes off the boundary, and they were thinking of the second. Had to go back. 109 for 4. So to come for the West Indies A, Savory, Mindley, Thomas, Cyrus and Blades, they would need to put their heads together and post partnerships after partnerships. A series of partnerships would be needed if they are to get anywhere near that 175 additional required. Sweeping is Wickham. The short backward square fielder in the circle is well positioned. It has gone straight to him. And Anderson, correction, Wickham stays on 4 14 to Wickham. Wickham goes aerial over mid wicket. All the way. 6. Landing about halfway up the Johnson Charles stand. So Wickham releasing the pressure and lofting the ball nicely all the way over mid wicket for 6, using his feet as well. 115 for 4 as Wickham goes into double figures.
Yeah, very good shot there from Wickham, using his feet on that occasion, coming down at 14 and depositing that one into the Johnson Charles stand.
14 to Wickham. Wickham drives, doesn't quite get hold of it. We'll get a single in the circle at forward square. One more to him, he goes to 11. 116 for 4. The left-handed Glenn will come in to strike. Glenn has played some 9 games at this level, at the List A level. And confusion, the return is a little off and they'll take an additional, well, they'll take the run now as the return having to be backed up on the onside. So 1 to Glenn, and in the end 117 for 4. But a misunderstanding here. Glenn for a while, or was it Wickham who was halfway down and had to come back, the throw missing, and they benefited from an overthrow. So pretty tense stuff for the 2 batters out there, Dwight.
Yeah, Wickham looking for her non-existent run and was sent back, quite rightly so, by Javel Glenn. Just got in and eventually they were able to get the run via the overthrow.
117 for 4. 14 will bowl to Wickham off the back foot. Cuts it away to the deep point fielder. And they get the single to complete over number 24. 118 for 4. 166 required.
Yeah, very good over for the West Indies. 10 runs coming off that 14 over. So they're putting some pressure back on the South Africans, who've had it all their own way since the drinks break after the 16th over. Wickham has now moved on to 12 of 15.
Indeed, in fact, you were mentioning the economy of the bowlers from South Africa A. And everybody below 6 except Tristan Luce at 7.75. Moriki continues. Bowls to Wickham. Wickham back. Plays into the short backward point position. And he can't score. So the West Indies A opt into field. And using the conditions quite well to restrict South Africa A for just, you might say, 283. Blades with 3 wickets. But the South Africa A side doing a good job so far in keeping West Indies at bay. Kept at bay is Wickham, as Moriki is again on target. Score remaining 118 for 4. So we're coming to the halfway mark of the innings. At the start, the required rate was 5.7. The West Indies A, they're scoring below that, so the required rate currently 6.5. As Moriki, with that angular run, bowls to him, pulls down to the backward square leg fielder on the bounce, and he keeps it away from the boundary. In fact, 2 fielders came towards it, deep square leg and deep and long leg fielder picking it up on the bounce. 1 to Wickham, taking him to 13. 119 for 4 as the left-handed Glenn will come in to strike. Moriki going round the wicket. Glenn gets a good delivery and plays into the offside. and there is no run. So Dwight, with this tight bowling by this South African A, what do you think is the approach that the West Indies A batters should be adopting?
I think what they should look to do is rotation of the strike. That's important. The South African A bowlers have bowled really well. But if you apply the pressure by running well between the wickets, you will get the bad ball here and there.
Moriki to Glenn. Back. Get a single down to deep third. As guess he can only do what is presented to him. Good tight bowling. Doing it in singles is Glenn at the moment. He's 4. 120 for 4. Wickham 13 from 17. Will come into strike. Quiet period in play. Moreke over the wicket to Wickham. Oh, right up and squeezed out. And kept out by the right-hander. The end of another good over from Moreke, the 25th of the innings. So we've come to the halfway mark. West Indies 120 for 4. They need a further 164 at 6.6 per over.
Yeah, Moreke continues to do very well. 7 overs completed now. 1 for 20. So excellent bowling by the opening bowler. And one that has impressed me is Javel Glenn has only been in for what, maybe 5 deliveries or so. What has been impressive, there's only been 1 dot ball. What he's done so far has been able to rotate the strike. And it's early days, but long may this continue from a West Indies standpoint.
14 starts a new over to Glenn, clipping it to mid-wicket short, and there's no run. 120 for 4. So beyond 14, utilizing his international experience, bringing it to bear over the wicket to Glenn. Glenn back, but can't beat 14 in the follow through, coming across the non-striker to pick up. Good tight stuff from 14. He has delivered 13 dots in his 5th over. Flighted delivery outside the off stump, a play and a miss outside the off stump. Fontaine going up, but Quishele not really part of the appeal, just collecting that and maybe acknowledging a good delivery. Bounce was there, and a little tentative, little loose there. Glenn, happy to see that it bit the outside edge, but a victory of sorts there to Fontaine. He pushes the long off to the boundary. Long on in place, mid-wicket, square leg as well. Fontaine to Glenn, turns it out to the mid-wicket fielder, and will get the single as this time he's into the part. So Glenn goes away from the strike. He's 5, 121 for 4.
Yeah, and so far only the 1 conceded of this over, so the required run rate keeps going up almost every over, every delivery now. At some point, the West Indies A players have to decide, maybe target a bowler or try to get a move on.
Wickham in strike. He sees that deep square leg is posted, long on as well. But the delivery is on the off stump, so he plays forward and concedes the dot ball. 163 required, using his feet on this occasion, but same result. The dot ball fielded into the offside. 14 continuing to be tight. Just a 1 run in the over, the 26th of the innings. West Indies A, 121 for 4.
Yeah, not much turn on offer for 14, but what he's done successfully so far, he's been able to put the ball in the right areas and ask the right questions. So far he's bowled his 5 overs, 1 for 23. And usually from what we've seen here at the Darren Sammy over the years, it tends to support the seamers, the fast bowlers, but he's been able to adapt and bowl really well and keeping things really tight on the West Indies batsmen, building pressure, and as we say in St. Lucian terms, pressure burst pipe, and that's what the South Africans would be hoping.
As we are going to see a bowling change from the southern end. as number 8, Tristan Luz, comes back for his 5th over before this not for 31. First delivery to Glenn is on target. Let's give you the bowling figures. Sele, who started 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27. Shepo Moreke, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. Luz bowls to Glenn, who steals a single as he pushes into the offside. Good response from Wickham. So they are off for the single. 122 for 4. Beyond 14, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Mishlali Pongwana, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 20. Loose in his 5th over. He's got not for 32. That's driven into the offside by Wickham. The fielder at mid-off is coming to his left on the edge of the circle to keep it down to the single. 123 for 4. Wickham going to 14 with the single. Atenes was got loose ball. Pomguana 33. Kadima Lean caught Kweshele ball. Sele 17. Loose to Glenn. Ball them! That has gone right through and breaching the defenses of Glenn. And ball coming from the stumps and going catchable height to the keeper, who almost caught it, but it had already done its damage as Glenn came forward and the ball hitting the off stump, going past the outside edge, past the defenses, and the end of Glenn. Bowled by Luz for 6. West Indies A sliding into serious difficulty. 123 for 5.
Yeah, fast bowler's dream there to right. We'd see on the replay here. Top of off, excellent delivery. Javel Glenn had no answer to that delivery. And like you say, Claudius, the West Indies find themselves in serious trouble at 123 for 5. They would need a really big partnership if they are to put pressure back on the South Africa A.
Yes, the South Africa A bowlers just plugging away non-stop at the stumps. And, well, the West Indies A batters always under pressure. Real scrutiny and examination of their technique, their temperament. And so far, well, it's been a struggle for them. 123 for 5. The new batter is the keeper, Kemal Savory. And another left-hander. So Luz will stay round the wicket. Really enjoying that approach to the left-handers, angling into them and occasionally shaping it away. Loose to Savory. Savory gets a good delivery. Has to go back and defend. And the South Africa A bowlers, although they lost the toss, they've really enjoyed the conditions, and with the 284 run target, well, they have been very businesslike in their work. Loose to Savory. Savory hooks that in the air. It's going to fall safely as the man from long leg was not able to get close to it. So he gets off the mark at the end of a successful over from Tristan Luz, the 27th of the innings. West Indies A, 124 for 5, still needing 160.
So far, the South Africa, they've used 5 bowlers, and every single one of those bowlers has actually been successful. 1 wicket each to the 5 bowlers being used. Tristan Luz so far has been the most expensive. His first spell is very expensive, but he's now come back in his second spell and bowled a really good over and got that wicket out of Javel Glenn, putting the West Indies in under some serious pressure. And now they would definitely need a wicket with mainly the bowlers left, mainly Thomas, Cyrus and Blades. So this is the last recognized batting pair at the wicket.
And the required rate, not surprisingly, going up. It's now at 7. 6.96. as Savory goes forward. 14 starting the 28th over of the innings. Solitary slip in place, not surprisingly. The South Africans are getting edge, and well, keeper not taking that. I have to look at it on the monitor. Short delivery, Savory went back, and that seemed to have come off the top edge. Oh, that seemed to have hit the glove of the keeper. But Chris Shelley was not able to hold on. 14 again to Savory. Savory back, cutting. This time he finds the middle of the bat, gets himself a single. 125 for 5. In fact, the edge coming off the leg of the keeper, who tried to take the ricochet with the glove but not able to reach it. 14 balls to Wickham, driving out towards the long off fielder for a single. 126 for 5 as he goes to 15, the right-hander. And Savory will come back into strike. Savory at the List A level is a debutant. He is not played at that level based on our stats. No, correction. Need to correct that. Driving, he's straight to the middle fielder, and there is no run. In fact, he has played that this level, 22 games. 462 runs, a best of 71. Back he goes, turning the ball through square leg to get his third run as the over comes to an end. The 28th of the innings, West Indies A, 127 for 5.
Yeah, another really good over from 14. Just the free coming off that over. So again, the pressure continues to build. West Indies A in desperate need of a partnership between Savory and Wickham. Savory just captained Guyana in the breakout league. Did get some runs in that, so he's coming into this competition with some form, some confidence, and they would be hoping that he could carry this on for the West Indies and get a big score this evening.
Lou starts the 29th over to Savory. Savory pulls that down to long leg. Goes over the head of the fielder, who actually gets the right hand to it. But the ricochet takes the ball over the boundary for 6. The tall figure of Pomguana was at that long leg position, just not able to hold on the one-handed effort.
Yeah, had he taken that, that would have been a screamer. Savory decided on that occasion to take on the short delivery, got plenty of bat on it, but he did get the 6, but good effort from the big fast bowler at fine leg.
Really athletic effort. Loose continuing to Savory. Savory is getting one that is angled into him, a big appeal. But umpire Williams walks away. Also walking away in front of us, members of the South Africa A staff, just patrolling the area beyond the boundary, and of course exchanging intelligence with the players as they get a different view. Right up and dug out by Savory. Loose, probing away. And this time looking to target the stumps, going full and straight. And Savory just getting the bat in time on the pop-in crease, squeezing it out.
Yeah, well played, but excellent Yorker from Loose there. Good response to the 6 hit earlier.
Loose to Savory, back, guides it down to third man for a single. It takes him to double figures 10, 134 for 5. 2 deliveries are left in the 29th over. As the right-handed Wickham come into strike. Loose over the wicket. Wickham edging down to third man on the bounce. Pomguana is there. Third man to the right-hander. 1 taken. No catch on this occasion. 135 for 5. So Lewis loose coming back and looking for wickets. Going to be aggressive. There is South Africa A probing away at West Indies A. Loose round the wicket to Savory down the leg side, clipping the pad maybe. As they take the single by William says leg by. So end of over 29, over number 29, 136 for 5. West Indies A need 148 at 7 runs per over.
Yeah, they got 9 runs of this, the fourth, that is, they got 9 runs of this over. So they were going to be hoping that that is a sign of things to come, to push on, because they really need to get a move on. And not only get a move on, but they can't afford to lose another wicket.
Yes, they've lost 5. Atenes 33, Aline 17, Anderson 45, Paris 4, Glenn 5. Off the back foot goes Savory. A misfield will perhaps bring him a boundary. Yes, the ball going across the rope now. So a bit of uncharacteristic situation there. The South African A side, a bit of a mistake in the field. 4 runs resulting to Savory as he goes to 1440 now for 5.
Yeah, 14 on that occasion, giving Savory some width, and he was able to find the gap behind point.
14 to Savory. Savory goes back, this time in defense. And 14 will pick it up in front of Wickham. Reds Pereira will continue after this over. This is the 30th of the innings. Field change by 14, pushing the man from inside the circle towards mid-wicket. And doing away with the short backward squelling. And in fact sending, well, the substantive changes, the man is going to deep square leg and coming out of backward short leg. Forward goes Savory, and good work to his bowling by 14, throwing himself to his left and ensuring that Savory remains on strike. 3 deliveries left in the over. Forward, then back, chopping away, but can't beat the fielder, but will get the single overthrow. As deep mid-wicket has to back up. So run gifted in the end to Savory. He goes to 15. 141 for 5. Wickham, the right-hander, will come into strike. West Indies A need 143. They're scoring at under 5. They need to score at about 7 going forward. 14 to Wickham off the back foot. Can't beat short extra cover. As the fielding completed by Senok 1. Back goes Wickham. He will get the single. The throw. Oh, that missed the non-strikers in, and they'll get an additional 1. But 14 very quickly to the ball, picking it up on the edge of the square and firing at the stumps. The fielder had come to collect it, didn't collect it. The ball missed, and it was a close thing there for Wickham. But in the end, they got the additional run. So 2 at the end of the over, the 30th of the innings.
143 for 5 more from Dwight, and then it's going to be Joseph Redsborough.
Yeah, the squad now had that hit. Wickham could have well been on his way. A bit of a risky single on that occasion. 14, who bowls left-handed, actually threw that with his right hand. And it was a close thing. But Wickham survives, and West Indies now 143 for 5 at the end of the 30th over. Wickham and Savory so far, they've put on 20 for the 6th wicket, 20 of the 20 deliveries so far. It's going to be loose to continue from the Players Pavilion end. And Savory grits him with a shot of real authority. Smashed that past him while I welcome Reds back.
Well, very aggressive intentions by Savory, but they have to be extremely careful. 5 for 141. The rate is just under 7 and growing. And to come is the low order in Minley, Thomas, Cyrus and Blades. So this is a very important partnership for the West Indies A. And this is a slash by Savory. Not, I think, very good selection. I think he's going to be got to be conscious of the state of the game.
Yeah, he's a much better player than that shot. He's looking to what you would call a slog, hitting from off to leg, looking to deposit that somewhere over cow corner.
They're now requiring 20 to win. There's a long way to go, 138. And that's a lovely shot. Beautiful shot. Touch of class there. As he moves up very, very nicely to 32. There's no need for Savory to be looking to dash with danger. Long way to go. 152 has come up on the board. Driving to the left of cover 1. They'll come back for the second. Good running. Rate now required 6.8. 154 for 5 over number 31. Antonez 33. Aline 17. Anderson 45. Paris 4. Savory just come in. Glenn 6. Field just changing over to accommodate the left-hander. It's the Escobar born. Somewhere, I think, on the Escobar coast, a member of the Guyana Police Force. Loose into Savory. Yeah. Savory needs to tighten up on his aggression. Runs that down towards third man. A much better selection there. I'll be taking the outer part of the bat. And the total at the end of that 5 for 156. And this is maybe the most important partnership for the West Indies A.
In terms of what they have left, definitely this is the last recognized pair. So a lot would be dependent on what they're able to achieve if West Indies have to get close.
So not a lot of recognized batting to come, but you can never really say that because players in the lower order can come out and play a very important hand.
Yeah, we've seen it with Cyrus. I've seen Cyrus get a few runs for the win with Alice Volcanoes. Minley as well for Jamaica has produced some scores. So definitely there is always batting ability in the lower order, but the bulk of the runs has to come from this pair.
So it's going to be Sele from the commentary box end, from the Grosley end. Savory pushing at that, taking the outer part of the bat and running towards the backward point. So everybody needs to really read the tea leaves. He's got to, in fact, give as much support to Wickham as possible. Savory has moved to 21 important runs. But he's got to stay there from a West Indies A point of view. There's no slip. Keeper standing back. Delivery which is outside the line of the off stump. That canal of danger, looking to dab at it. Shelley, his figures. 5 overs. 5.2 overs, 1 for 27. Comes very quickly back to his mark. A few more spectators have come in, but not many. We hope to have a greater crowd on Saturday. Jelly balls. That's hiked away towards square leg. They take one. Will they come back? They will not come back for the second. But it was a shot in a hurry.
Kemal Savory looking to deposit that somewhere over the offside, but a thick inside edge down to fine leg. But what I've seen so far after the break, there's a lot more intent, a lot more positivity being shown by Kemal Savory. So that could have been the discussion at the drinks at the last break.
The rate required is 6.9. 157 for 5, needing 127. The importance of this partnership is very obvious. Sele with the big number 9 on the back. That's onto the back foot and running down towards third man. Good, comfortable shot. He's looked quite good, Wickham. A lot of thought about him for those who have seen him in the Caribbean. Savory had a good day with the gloves, and it needs to battle along with Wickham to get the West Indies up to what's required. Shelley moves, and that's wide delivery, cold wide. I did mention that Derek Murray was a birthday yesterday, so was Warwican, Philip Spooner, and I was looking at my phone whilst the commentary was moving on. I picked up something which just came up all of a sudden. That's driven down the ground. Nice shot. No danger there. A shot that was required by the left-hander. It was pitched up to him, and he didn't look to hit across the line, driving past the bowler. Good confident shot as he probably starts to settle and realize the responsibility of this partnership. 163 for 5. He's moved on to 28. He's played an important role for Guyana. Kept wicket when, in fact, Imlach was in Pakistan. Trying to run that down as he goes back. The over is completed. Let me just complete that story. I was just looking at the phone and someone brought up that it was Lindy's De La Pena birthday, May 20th. He would have been 98, an outstanding Jamaican footballer who played at the very highest level when there were very few West Indians and very few overseas players. And he played for Mansfield Town, he played for Middlesbrough, he played for Mansfield, and really played at the highest level. And was highly thought of on the right wing. Excellent golfer. Played a curry goat match along with the late Tony Becker and Tony Kozia, and he looked a very good cricketer. He never really liked the game that much, but he was really talented. And I owe whatever little development I've had in my life to Lindy De La Pena. Certainly in um, 73 allowed me an opportunity to do a test match in Jamaica. We have a break, so we're not missing any cricket. And that was an opportunity to do the West Indies versus Australia in Montego Bay, West Indies President's 11, the Jamaica game, and the test match. And thanks to Jerry Richards. Forever would like to thank him for inviting me to do the test match along with Tony Cozy and Alan McGilvery and Algie Simmons at Kensington. Opportunities are given by people to you. You don't do everything by yourself. Caribbean Broadcasting Union, etc. So, memories of Lindbergh de la Pena. Outstanding Jamaican. So, the break well received. Umpires getting together. Roland Cox will be providing all the information we have been putting out, and we thank him. I beg your pardon. And we will all be back here on Saturday. And it is silly from the far end. That's hit in the air. This could be, no, just luckily dropping short of the mid-on. And almost like a stroke that you didn't expect, Claudius, from Wickham.
Yes, short delivery. Pomgwana is the one coming back, and with his height rates, perhaps the extra bounce proving to be a little too much on that occasion for Wickham.
So Pomgwana from the far end. And he slashes at that. It will probably run very quickly to a player coming from backward point. Total goes up by 163 for 5. The rate required 6.9. It almost climbed to 7 at one time. But they've got to be patient. They've got to be very selective. And they've got to stay out there. 3 ODIs. Second one, of course, on Saturday and then on Monday. And then we'll have a great 2 4-day matches. That deliberate bowled him. Just came back, went right through him. So the partnership has ended. Certainly a good delivery. You went back to it, and they seemed to have kept low, but came back also and bowled him very cleanly through the gap. So the West Indies are in deeper trouble now. 164 for 6, with Savory going for 29, and South Africa definitely has got the advantage now, Claudius.
Absolutely, Reds. It came back and Savory maybe caught on the crease a little bit, And the extra pace of Pomguana coming back. A bit of an inside edge as well into the stumps. And exactly what the doctor ordered for the South Africa A captain, bringing back Pomguana. And again, hitting good areas, forcing the batsmen to play all the time and getting success. An important wicket for the South Africa A side. West Indies A losing their 6th wicket.
Pomguana has picked up his 2nd wicket in his 6th over. Certainly a well-built athlete, about 6'4". How tall are you, Claudius?
He's 6'1", 6'2".
You're not pushing an extra inch on me, are you?
No. I think just above 6 foot. But yeah, Pomguana.
I'll take 6'1".
6'1", yeah. I think about
Alright,
6'1". When I last measured, right?
Depending what shoes you were wearing.
Indeed. And that was quite a long time ago.
Let's get back to the serious stuff. Good to have a little bit of humor. And it's going to be Pomguana to move in. And he pulls to this delivery. Jada Blades is, well, according to the board, he's been promoted.
Indeed, because the board had him at number 11.
Yes.
But because of his batting ability, ahead of the likes of Cyrus, Mindley, and Thomas. Certainly ahead of Thomas.
We will check the Roland Cox figures. Blades, wait. Pomguana bowls. Trying to drive that. Takes it low on the toe of the bat. Runs away out to cover. So Silly, 1 for 34. For Ricky, 1 for 20. Fortune, 1 for 33. Pomguana now 2 for 21. And Luce has had 1 for 59 of 56 after 7 overs. A little expensive. Short delivery by the tall fast bowler. And no pressure. No pressure there as Blade just getting out of the way. 164 for 6. This is the 33 overs gone. But South Africa has really got their nose in front at this stage.
Absolutely. They bowled well from the word go. I think we can't really stop saying that because that has been an apt description of what they have sent down. At the stumps all the time and really contributing to the success they have had. 6 wickets haven't fallen for West Indies A and still needing to score at above 720. So it's still a sizable requirement for the last 4 wickets.
Sela rushes away from us and takes the edge. There's no slip. That would have probably gone down the throat of the first slip. But you can't want cover everywhere. And one would think, Claudius, that with 6 wickets down for 168, the captaincy could be a little more attacking.
Yes, slip in position there would have gobbled that up. It would have gone straight to him. I also thought, Reds, that Quishele might have taken a dive because we have seen him dive on 2 occasions successfully. And for some reason, he just didn't go on this occasion.
Yes, good point. Again, right on target. Forces the batsman just to come forward. So Wickham needs support from the other end. How long can Blades stay? What contribution can Minley make? Thomas and Cyrus. I think Cyrus could be promoted a little higher.
Yeah, I think we saw a half century from Cyrus for the Windwards Volcanoes. I think it may have been against Leewards or Barbados right here on this ground in the original 4-day.
Maybe that's not the official batting order on the board. They've got it from the coach. That's short and pulled away. It's going to go over the boundary down at backward square. Quickly into position to a short delivery. And well played, well hit. An important bit of runs coming for the West Indies, 174 for 6. And Wickham, who has not been like Anderson, with shots all over, he's been a measured innings.
Quick feet and quick hands on this occasion, getting it away nicely, going all the way to backward square leg for 6.
One really feels that the West Indies need more A tours away and at home. Well, this is an A tour along those lines for development. Discussion on the recent breakout tournament, whether it produced the kind of talent that the West Indies board were looking for.
Suppose work in progress, Reds, the inaugural one.
Yes, the jury is still out. We'll wait to see how number 2 will come. That's off the back foot, nicely played. They will look for the single. They will not hesitation. The return is not all that great. It would have been on, but that's because of knowledge that we now have. But they can't afford to be a run-out. Can't afford to be a run-out. But I would think that there were 4 people who caught my eye from the breakout tournament. A couple of leg spinners. There was Mackenzie from the Leewards, Badesi from Trinidad. There was a Guyanese leg spinner. It's a couple of weeks back. You got to concentrate on what's in front of you.
Only 4, right? Only 4 caught your eye?
Yes, maybe I didn't see all the matches.
Okay.
I can only judge from what I saw.
Okay.
But most of the runs came from people who had been around. That's in the air, not a safe shot, but looking to work it to square leg. But there was nobody in line with the umpire, quite deep. But that's only my opinion. I'm sure that the people like Tony Gray, who was watching in Trinidad on behalf of the West Indies board, would have probably written a report, etc. Little conference between the two. 176 for 6. They need to take it much further on.
Yeah, not a bad over for West Indies A. Some 11 runs, a 6 and a 4. So, which is above what is required. The required rate just under 7. So they need to continue, but to keep wickets in hand.
Come down to 6.8, and that's a slash. Right leg back, looking to hit that square into the Johnson Charles stand, but no contact. I would think that the non-striker wasn't quite happy with that shot. A lot of conversations during the contest between both sides, which is good for the spirit. The delivery is short and pulled again in the air for a while, but not carrying and dropping well short of the man down a deep backward square. You've got some more work on Sunday with the SPL.
Indeed, the grand final happening on Sunday. Two local teams, the South Castries Lions and the Sale Grosile Knights in the final at 3 p.m.
Well, I was hoping the weather will hold, because there was a 5-over hit to push on with the tournament. That's short and quickly pivoting, keeping it down. Single rotation is important. Every run is important now. 178 for 6. They are celebrating in North London because Tottenham defeated Manchester United. I hope that all the Manchester United fans will apologize. There are a number of us who they have maligned over the last couple of years of no silver trophies in the cupboard. It's hit in the air. This will be caught down at mid-off. It's taken an irresponsible shot. There was just no need in the circumstances for Blades to look for that shot. He should be playing the supporting role, turning the strike over, giving it to Wickham, and a bad loss for the West Indies.
Unnecessary. Blades looking to go, maybe area looking to go for a maximum, ending up at mid-off. Marquez Ackerman, the South Africa A captain, taking a relatively easy catch. But more importantly, the loss of wicket number 7 by the West Indies A. So slipping further behind, you'd have to say. Kevin Wickham needing all the support that he can get from the lower order.
And as we suggested, Cyrus has been promoted. Well, we saw him get a good half century here when the Windwards really needed a partnership, and the West Indies A really need one now. But he's got to play the supporting role to Wickham, give him as much of the strike as possible.
Yes, Reds, the required rate is just under 7, so it's not so difficult. So sensible batting can still keep West Indies A in the game. You've got Kevin Wickham, who's there, 39 from 38, and he has demonstrated the ability to get the ball to the boundary. So the likes of Cyrus now, Mindley and Thomas, they need to put their heads together in partnership with Wickham and to take West Indies as close to that 284 as possible.
106 needed of 98. It's not that an impossible task. So it's going to be Pungmana once more. That squares him up. Good delivery. Cyrus lifting delivery, just dropping short of the back point. 178 for 7. The West Indies left out Pierre, Tyson, and Gooley. You probably will see a couple of changes for the second ODI, maybe.
We'll have to wait and see.
That's hit over the top, and in fact it went over the top of the gully area. I was looking for it a lot squarer, but it was a little late.
In fact, Reds, that same question you posed to me was posed to Carlos Brathwaite after they won the international this morning, as to whether there should be changes to the West Indies side who had gone down to Ireland. And he said he didn't think so. And I agreed with him. You know, it's the first game, and perhaps there's a need to allow the side that has been picked to maybe have another opportunity. To show.
It was a good day for cricket. The sun was shining and the conditions looked quite good for cricket.
Yes, a case of players maybe not bringing on their A game and executing as or in accordance with their ability. And maybe a similar situation here, because 284 Reds is not a huge target on this wicket. It's just that the West Indies, they have not gone about it in an appropriate fashion, I would say.
So it's going to be the left arm spinner, Fortune, moving in. He's picked up a couple of important wickets. If you look at his 7 overs, 1 for 33. I thought he had a second one, and looking for a second one now, but that's just missing leg stump as he went back to the arm ball that came in.
Yeah, doing a little too much.
Yes. So we'll see if there are changes on Saturday. And that is struck, and again, maybe just missing leg stump. 2 close appeals.
Yes, the first one hitting the right pad, this one the left pad, both of them going down the leg side.
Yes. Bowler's got options on the pads. So Cyrus 1, Wickham is 39, 7 for 179. It's Fortune bowls and he's well forward, pushing forward, doesn't get the appeal. This has been an over of appeals.
Also going down the leg. Missing leg. But he's getting closer and closer. Yes.
He needs to go through the gap. Well, he's still there. And where there's life, there's hope. And Cyrus is alive. He's at 1. And fortunately goes, he plays an ambitious hook shot. It's a wide delivery. But I think that quite a few of the batsmen who have come to join Wickham doesn't seem to appreciate what was needed.
Quite rightly so.
That's a much better shot off the back foot. The left arm spinner was a little short. So that would be encouraging and pleasing as he moves to 2. And Wickham now coming into striking 39. Partnership just beginning. 3 runs on the board. 7.3 the rate required. 103 of 85. From who the bell will toll for tonight. It might be a South African ring. It's Fortune bowls from wide of the crease, and that's hit high in the air. It peels away down to a short third man, and whoa, what a loss. Wickham just seemed to have lost the concentration, and almost an unlike Wickham shot.
Yes, looking to hit a ball from outside the off stump, somewhere on the onside. Bit of a slog sweep, looking to fetch it from outside the off stump. Top edge going almost straight up, and to be caught on the edge of the circle on the offside, that sort of shot backward point. So maybe the hope that the West Indies A would have been banking on, Wickham losing his wicket, and maybe an unnecessary stroke in the circumstances, because you had just indicated 103 from 84. So it's not a big asking rate. No. It's just a fairly decent requirement of over 100, but it needed for Wickham to be the one to sort of shepherd the rest of the lower order towards the total, but with his departure.
And apart from the shot that got him out, I mean, he's batted so well. He batted very responsibly.
Yeah, but just being irresponsible in the dismissal.
Well, are we going to have high drama, as we had in 1975 when Robertson Murray added 64 for the West Indies to beat Pakistan? The tail would need to wag. Beg your pardon. And that was not a shot that indicates that he's probably willing to stay there, looking to pull the ball down the leg side. So 8 for 181. West Indies won the toss and sent the opposition in. So Minley and Cyrus, can they do it together? They need to get up to 200 first, and that's not a shot that indicates that he's going to stay there and graft.
No, this is not a grafting approach at all. This is about finding the boundary approach.
Yes. And now the end is near.
And so we face the final curtain.
Yes. A touch of the Frank Sinatra.
Indeed.
I remember watching a game where the Trinidad crowd was saying, "Amen, amen." Well, we haven't got to that yet. And that's a hike over the long off area and travels for 6. So who are we to judge the approach?
Well, Cyrus laying bat on ball, good connection, and hitting it all the way over long on for 6. He needs a lot of those reds.
187, and he didn't bat like that for the Windwards. He was very, very tight and well put together. Well, he's picked up his first boundary. There's no slip. thought the South Africans could be a little more attacking. This is him pulling it away. A miscued shot, and they get yet another run. So can the tail really wag? The wind has been very mild today. Normally the wind is a major factor here. People hitting into mid-wicket has lost their hand, but that way.
Yes, it's been quite mild, as you said.
Flag's just about pushing out. This is down the leg side, and this will be important runs here because the keeper, I think, hitting the pad, then just deflecting it away from the grabbing left hand. So an important boundary, 188 for 8. Mindley and Cyrus together. Cyrus 9. And South Africa A smelling victory. We are very thankful to the rain gods and to the work of the ground staff, Ken Crafton and company. And here's hoping that the region, who's been fairly wet, will see no more rain for a couple of days. Lots of cricket coming up in Antigua, in St. Kitts, in St. Lucia. Where we're delivery down the leg side. Are we just trying too hard, Pangwala? Just maybe bowl stump to stump.
Yes, which has brought the team success so far.
Yes. Keeper standing back as Pangwala comes up once more. And that's driven back towards the bowler, hit hard into the ground. Spectators catch if you probably watching your first game. So the over is completed, and after 37 overs, it's 8 for 193. They need 91 of 78, but they're 8 wickets down. 8 wickets down. So South Africa will be celebrating back at the Bay Gardens, where they said they're extremely comfortable.
Yes, and they've played with comfort in this game, particularly in this second innings. I don't think they have really been under pressure, because at no stage has the West Indies A scoring rate go above 6.
And that's a swat over the bowler's head. I can only describe it that way. And big shot straight down the line. And important runs for the West Indies, 197 for 8. I think when Atenez and Anderson were together, at that time I think the West Indies looked to have the edge.
Yes, they were doing quite well, but the loss of their wickets brought the South Africa A back in.
Going back to a ball which was aiming for the off stump. Made contact, pushed away. Mindley is 1. Cyrus has moved to 13. Delivery which batsman just coming forward at the last moment. He was in two minds. Shall I play back? Shall I push forward? He did the latter. 8 for 197. This is the 38 over. So a number of overs still to come. And that's a delivery which he flirts outside the line of the off stump, looking to play a very wristy shot. The weather's held all day, but it's been overcast all day with just enough heat of the sun pushing through. Batsman on the front foot there, Cyrus, pushing through. He's 13. He must take the lead role and get support from the other end. Tucks it away. There's 1. As they inch up towards the 200, 198 for 8.
In fact, right, only at one stage was the West Indies A effort above the requirement. It was between overs 6 and 12. So between overs 6 and 12, their worm went a little above the requirement, but since then, it has been consistently under that of the South African.
More than a little dip.
Indeed. And so it has been an innings that has never really got going. And you mentioned Atenes and Anderson. So Atenes 33, Anderson 45. But with their dismissals, it's been a difficult one for the West Indies.
A bowling change from the top end as Luce comes back. Trishan Luce 155 off 7. He's been a little expensive, but he's come at a good time to bowl, no doubt, and that's a heave. Difficult sometimes when tail-enders bat to say exactly, as Jim Maxwell will say, a hit and a miss. Or a swing and a miss.
A hee-ho, a hoik. There's so many descriptions.
Yes. But there don't seem to be a game plan. They're not talking to each other, you know.
Yeah, I guess Reds with 8 wickets down, it seems to be a tall order to get to that target. So I think Cyrus just looking to enjoy himself.
The dream, the impossible dream. Now he's trying to make room. He got outside the leg stump, trying to get onside, and the bowler quickly move it in right into the line of the leg stump. So good thinking on the part of the bowler. 8 for 198.
But what is interesting, Reds, is normally when you get to 8 wickets, you might have a required rate of 15, 16. It's not that.
No.
It's under 8. So it is still not really beyond them.
But the loss of wickets. That's hit high and hard down towards the Kaimaji end and clears it by a country mile. So who knows? 204 for 8. We're in the 39th over. Partnership now 23. I think that Claudius will wrap it up one way or the other because he's back in the driving seat in just about 9 balls. Cyrus 20, where there's life there's hope, and he gets away and gets away with a top edge over the keeper. So he's having a merry time, but picking up some important runs.
Important runs indeed. The partnership has gone to 27. Cyrus 24 from 21. So 6 in the previous, or the delivery before that, straight down the ground. Now 4. And his approach may be questionable a few deliveries ago when he was not connecting. But in recent times, he has bothered the South Africa a little bit with discussions with the bowler and the captain.
Well, you don't get the impression he's starting to believe yet. You know, he's very throwing caution to the wind. Delivery which he swings at and makes no contact as the ball goes through to the keeper. So it's that kind of open aggression. You bowl, I will try to hit you. I'm not looking to play any fancy shots, but as Claudius points out, it's 76 of 67 balls. But the West Indies has just lost too many wickets. The tail will have to wag and bat very sensibly. Where we see if Cyrus changing the approach. And I think no ball. I think he's starting to upset the bowler himself because he's moving around the crease.
Yes, he's opening up, spreading the left leg towards the onside and using a lot of power. Attempting to do so. He has connected on a few occasions. I think on this last occasion, Luz looking to go full at the stumps and overstepping.
He's been a bit expensive, 1 for 66 off 7.5, looking for his second wicket, but will not get it. That's played with a certain amount of control long towards backward point, as it was outside the line of the off stump. So the over is completed, 39 gone. Remaining, as you can work out, 11. And the West Indies runs to win, 75. Balls left, 66. Your required rate is 6.8. And your playing days, were you part of a last wicket partnership that got your team over the line? Roland Cox is next to you, so he will tell you very well whether you're telling the truth or not.
No, Reds. No, not. Didn't have the privilege of being involved in a rare guard type of partnership. Like
You
that.
ran out of partners.
I batted very late,
Very
and so didn't really get opportunities to do well with the bat.
So, 8 for 209. Over number 40 is about to start. And that's played with some restraint as he pushes forward. Left arm spinner once more comes in. And all of a sudden, seemed to be a calmness there. Two very orthodox shots.
But from Mindley, though, not from Sam.
Yes, from Mindley. He is starting to maybe believe and maybe saying to Cyrus quietly, look, we don't have to throw it away.
Exactly.
And he's back and hit that through mid-wicket. And got enough bat onto it. It was pitched outside off and turning away. And he stepped back and hit it very cleanly. Well, maybe that should send a message. Look, we can make a fight of this. 213 for 8. I didn't ask you, what was your highest score in club cricket?
Fourth in the in fact, Reds, I was tempted to shift your focus to club cricket to tell you that at the club level, I batted quite high.
Oh, well, you see, I get the truth from people.
Got a couple of hundreds at local club level, Reds.
Can you verify that? Is that in the voice going back 20 years?
It's not in the voice, but I'm sure Roland Cox can get it.
And he gets the signals, he tucks it away out towards the backward square, just having a little bit of humor. We continue with the struggle. But this is an important partnership, Claudius. It's added, 33?
And valuable runs at that.
Yes, it just probably goes to show some of the earlier batters. And he's well forward, playing with a very good head. Mainly has demonstrated that we can fight this out. He's 5. Cyrus is 21. We've had 40 overs bowled. It will be more from Claudius and a lot more after from Claudius.
Thank you, Reds. 70 required. 60 deliveries are left, so that's 7 runs per over the required rate. So Cyrus has come out with a very interesting innings. Looked a little reckless as he started, but he has gotten away. 24 from 25. He's getting good support from Mindley. And West Indies A still 2 wickets in hand. 10 overs are left. Interesting to see how far this partnership can go. How long can Mindley and Cyrus continue with it? The South Africa A with a bowling change. No, that's still off the back foot goes Cyrus as Pongwana comes back. 8 overs, no maidens, 3 for 32. So Lewis going off. 8 overs, 1 for 66. A little expensive. Roughed up a bit by Cyrus. Tall figure of Pongwana to Mindley. A short delivery and Mindley ducking out of the way. Ball going past the left shoulder. So Mindley, who was shown from his 9 deliveries so far that he's capable with the bat. We have seen that Cyrus can get to the boundary. The two needing to continue with the partnership. Pongwana to Mindley, good delivery, beaten outside the off stump. Genuinely looking to defend. And the ball going past the outside edge. So Cyrus, 24 from 25. Mindley, a higher score of 24, not out at the list A level. Well, if he can produce that tonight, I think he can really help the West Indies A cause. He backs away and tugs it down to the long on fielder. Cyrus coming through for the single. So 1 to the Jamaican Mindley. He goes to 7. 215 for 8 as Marquez Ackerman at the mid-off position, always in the ears of the bowler, making sure that he sticks to the plans and executes according to what would have been discussed. He'll come in now to Cyrus. Backs away and swings at it. Clearly his favorite stroke. He sets himself up towards leg side and looks to bring a full range of areas into play. He can hit it square for the offside and maybe all the way to mid-wicket. So it's an interesting approach that he's looking to adopt. And of course, if it comes off the top edge, it can come straight over the keeper, so looking to access the ground 360. It's a really interesting approach as Ackerman and Pongwana discuss, and it results in a field change. Deep third comes into the circle. Deep backward square. Backward square leg goes to the boundary. 4 fielders on the boundary on the onside. Pongwana to Cyrus. Short, and Cyrus backs away and lets it go sort of outside the off stump. The over is completed, and at the end of it, 215 for 8. 69 needed. 54 balls left, and the required rate just inching up with a decent over now to 7.7.
And in the last couple of deliveries, we see maybe a different approach, as if they're starting to believe, we can get close.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach, right? At times, it sort of pays off to go a little aggressive, maybe to rattle the opposition, and then to settle down after you've gotten some sort of momentum. And say, well, yes, it looks to be maybe in my favor. Let me put my head down and look to push on to the target. Still 69 needed, as it's going to be a bowling change. Sele being brought back. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 48. West Indies A getting a single as Mindley plays into the mid-wicket region. 216 now for 8. The West Indies A innings, in a sense, like the South Africa A, in terms of batters getting starts and not going on. Atana's 33, Anderson 45, Wickham 39, Savory 28. It's just that the South Africa A's, they got to 50s. They had 3 50s, but nobody went above 55. So converting starts at the DSCG tonight, not taking place at all. Nobody has reached triple figures. Long off posted as Cyrus will come in to strike. Sele bowls to him. Pace off delivery. Finds Cyrus sort of fanning at it as he was bitten with the change of pace. So 68 needed. The two batters in discussion. So Reds, they seem to be seriously thinking about partnership vibes now, looking to chat, looking to say, come on, I think we can do it.
The cliche these days is starting to believe.
Sele bowls to Cyrus. Cyrus spreads the leg and slaps it down to mid-wicket. The fielder is on the boundary, so it's just a single. Didn't really get hold of it. He gets one. He goes to 25, 217 for 8. In fact, when the partnership started, Reds, I remember you remarking that it was almost like every man to himself, with the two batters not really communicating. But
No.
we have seen that change as the partnership has progressed. They have faced some 35 deliveries, and they have put on 36. Sele to Mindley. Mindley backs away, hits through the offside for 4, finds the gap, and away to the boundary for 4. That's a stroke to cause them to continue to believe, as Mindley pierces the offside field with a very good stroke, because that gap between the two fielders was not wide, and he was able to thread the ball through, taking him to double figures. And the score 221 for 8.
Quickly to position, played it off the back foot, hit it cleanly too. And that should really send a message to his non-striker that I'm going to stay with you. You stay at the other end.
63 nets. Sele to Mindley. Full toss hit away. Out towards the boundary. 6. Going all the way. So a full toss put away over mid-wicket for 6. And Mindley reduces the requirement now to 57. As he goes to 17. The partnership now of 46. And belief increasing all the time, Reds.
And Tantimore is starting to get dressed at home.
Good combination between these two. 46. Think they're causing a little worry in the South Africa A camp. Sele to Mindley. Mindley hits that in the air. It will fall safely. The fielder from long on, picking it up on the bounce. Mindley not cueing it properly. Gets the single. Ends a good over with some 13, or is it 14? 13 coming from this over, the 42nd of the innings. Required runs 56 from 48 deliveries. And it's getting more interesting by the ball, Reds.
Yes, they're beginning to edge towards a position where they can really ask questions of the South African attack. And maybe starting, as we say, starting to believe. There's still Thomas to come. He will know exactly what he's got to do at the other end. Not try to be too ambitious. But we have to deal with what we have now. Mindley is 18. Cyrus on 25. A partnership now of 47.
And causing discussions among the South Africa A players. Pongwana starts over number 43. Backing away is Cyrus, in fact Mindley, and not making contact. A violent swing at the ball. 56 from 47. Crowd rate therefore just above 7. But I think when you look at the runs required, balls left, you see how close it is. Pongwana to Mindley. Short delivery, pace off, but too wide down the leg side, call wide. And the total going with the extra to 229 for 855 needed from 47. Dwight Thomas comes back. Dwight,
Yeah, they put themselves in a position right now they don't even necessarily have to go after every delivery.
Pongwana to Cyrus. Cyrus backs away, hits that top edge out towards the offside. It will fall safely. 3 fielders were converging, but it was Senok 1 who got closest to it, but was not able to hold on. They took 2. They came back for the second. 232 for 8. 52 needed from 45.
Yeah, Daryl Cyrus has put in a really good hand. 27 of the 30 deliveries, and he's been supported really nicely by Minley, who's 19 of 17. And so far, they've put on 51.
Very valuable runs. Pongwana to Cyrus. Cyrus backs away and swings and misses. Loose shot. Although it's that type of stroke that he has played for most of the innings. I think maybe it's been a 50-50 type of situation for him. He has missed half of the times, but when he has connected, he has often found the boundary, and he has given a few catching opportunities. They've not been taken. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, long leg, and deep extra cover, the boundary riders. Pongwana to Cyrus. Backing away and missing. And Pongwana, they're a little lucky because that was short and wide, about chest height. He went for the uppercut, and a little unfortunate to have missed that. That could well have gone to the boundary, even over it, Dwight.
Yeah, had Cyrus gotten any bat on that, that would have flown over the short third man or backward point area, and like you said, that may have well have gone for 6.
Field change. Long leg comes in the circle. Mid off goes to the long off boundary. Cyrus waits and gets one outside off stump, pace off, and he ignores it as the over comes to an end. So 43 completed. West Indies A at 232 for 8. They require 52 from the next 42 deliveries.
Yeah, about 20-25 minutes ago, everyone would have thought the game was actually over. But credit must be given to Cyrus and Minley, the way that they've approached. They've been fearless. Like you said, they've played quite a few shots, maybe not always connecting, but when they have, more often than not, they found the boundary and they put West Indies in a position where maybe they're starting to believe that they could actually chase down that. They still require 52 or 42 at 7.4, but the important thing is that they've only have 2 wickets left.
Well, here's a statistic to cause belief. They have put on 51, they require 52, so that should tell them that it's well possible. Sele, in fact, loose. Delivery, that's actually Sele that is coming in to the correction, loose, in fact, loose. It's number 9. That is Sele. Yes, that's number 9. Looks like an 8, but it's 9. So, Sele continuing his final over. Comes into Mendley. Mendley, a swing and a miss outside the off stump. So, starting with 2 dot balls. 52 now from 40. Mindley needing to lay bat on ball. Maybe Cyrus just indicating that to him, but they have backed each other well. They have had a contrasting approach. Cyrus has been very aggressive. Mindley was a spectator at the initial part of the partnership. Then he started to contribute with defense. This time he's driving out towards 6 over long off. The fielder not able to get the ball as he jumped on the edge of the boundary. An important strike from Makino Mindley that has sent that sailing over the long off boundary for 6, taking him to 25, reducing the required runs to 46. 39 deliveries are left. An important strike from the Jamaican, Dwight.
Yeah, very good shot from Minley. What was really impressive about that is he actually went over long off, not looking to play across the line, but hitting the ball exactly where it came from. So good shot.
Sele to Mindley. Mindley flat bats that down to long on the bounce. Fielder is positioned. That's 14. And Mindley happy with the single. 139. 139 for 8. 45 required now. 38 deliveries are left. Cyrus in strike. Slaps that down to long off. Straight to the fielder. 1 run. Batsman ambling it. 240 for 8. Partnership 59. Cyrus going to 29. Mindley in strike 44 from 37. Can this go right down to the wire? Sele to Mindley. Mindley hits that. That's gone straight up in the air. Catch for long off. It's going to fall safely between the bowler and the long. Oh, somebody's going to be run out. As the throw eventually goes to the striker's end. Quishele getting the ball and breaking the stumps with the 2 batters stranded in mid-pitch. So it is Mindley that gets run out. And the enterprising partnership coming to an end with the run out of Mindley. So West Indies A losing their 9th wicket. 241, I think, because I think they were in the process of taking 2 there. And so the 9th wicket going down. And a good effort for the 10th wicket. Right?
Yeah, good partnership between Mindley and Cyrus. They've now given the West Indies hope, but it's a terrible way to go via the run-out route. Again, they've given numerous chances in terms of the outfield, so one was not necessarily expecting that. So it's a terrible way to go, but the West Indies, O'Shane Thomas striding out right now, Cyrus would probably look to take the bulk of the strike.
So is that the end of the over? Yes, end of the over. And so Cyrus will be in strike. 241 for 9. So 6 overs left. So that's 36 deliveries. 43 required. And all interest will be on Daryl Cyrus to see how he goes about this. He's got O'Shane Thomas with him. O'Shane Thomas, not known for his batting ability, as first delivery hit away out towards long on. The fielder comes off the boundary and takes it. The end of the game. So Cyrus goes, and victory for South Africa A. Daryl Cyrus looking to go for a maximum, caught at long on of the bowling of the new over, the 45th of the innings. So he goes for 28, and the West Indies A falling short by 42. So victory for the South Africa A by that margin, with 5 overs and 5 balls to spare. So a fairly comfortable victory for them in the end, although for a while there with that 10th wicket partnership, the West Indies A were with a chance. So South Africa A getting their victory. So they have gone 1 up in the 3-match series in here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Your thoughts, Dwight Thomas, on the South Africa A getting first blood in the series?
Yeah, very comfortable win in the end. It was only brought closer, where some belief was brought back in terms of that 10th wicket partnership, but South Africa were very comfortable throughout. I think credit must be given to them, the way that they came out and execute their bowling plans. They bowled really well. If we go back to the opening spell, that Sele and Moriki bowled, the discipline that they showed. So definitely South Africa deserves this victory. But in terms of West Indies, I think they would be disappointed. Numerous batsmen, the captain Attorneys got starts, Anderson, Wickham, even Savory, number of batsmen got starts, and none of them were able to go on, even post a half century. So that would be disappointing, and I'm sure that is something that they will look to improve in the remainder of this series.
Indeed. So the situation was that West Indies won the toss and they sent the South Africa A to bat 283. They got in 46.2 with a number of half centuries. 3 of them, West Indies chipping away at the wickets with Blades with 3 wickets being the pick of the bowlers. But all in all, West Indies, as you said, Dwight, they had partnerships but not substantial ones to really put pressure on the South Africa bowlers, who were very much on target. One of the salient features about their bowling was their control of line and length, and we saw that reflected in the economies. In fact, no bowler going beyond 9 and doing extremely well, the 5 bowlers being used. So a very successful start of the series for the South Africa A.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, Claudius, what was the highlight of this innings actually was the way they bowled, the discipline, the lines, the lengths that they hit. And they were very good in the field as well. I know the 10th wicket partnership, they may have missed an opportunity or two, but generally, the out cricket was very good and well-deserved victory.
Indeed. So just quickly to recap the second innings scorecard. West Indies in search of that 284. They got to 241 all out from 44.1 with Atanas 33, 45 Anderson, Wickham 39, 28 Cyrus, the final man out, and Savory picking up 26. And in the bowling department, Chele picked up 2 for 70 from his 10. Moreke 2 for 20 from 7.1. Fortune had 14, 9 overs, 1 for 40. Pongwana 10 overs, 3 for 37. And Loose was a bit expensive, 8 overs, 1 for 66. Success for the South Africa A. They've won by 42 runs with 5 overs and 5 balls to spare. I think that is it for us from commentary. So on behalf of Dwight Thomas and Red Sparrow with the ball-by-ball commentaries on the streaming, together with our statistician Roland Cox and our technical production team from Cricket 360, this is where we say good evening to you from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, but asking you to join us for Game 2 in the 50-50 version of things. That's coming up on Saturday, the 24th at 2:30 p.m. local time. So that is where we say goodbye for now, asking you to join us again for Game 2. Bye-bye.